Alright, now how do I filter this to make it look something? Color correction.
Are you there with them, or are you remote too?
I am remote. Maybe I'll just have to open this in another thing. When are you going live?
I'm always live.
How do you see them? Probably through this.
The only thing that you can ever see is like the thing that's being shared from Piglet, basically. Like that's the actual stream.
Soon.
Presumably, yeah.
All right.
I don't know. I don't even know if I have a match because Zan got a bye.
Well, are you guys gonna watch Zan in the first round? He got a bye.
A bye. Yeah.
Wait a second. What? I hear myself.
In the headphones. Wait, you hear yourself?
Have we been live onto their Twitch this entire time?
Probably.
Oh, we are live right now on their Twitch.
Excellent.
Fantastic. Hi, 54 viewers. Well, whoops, I hope I didn't say anything.
Unlucky.
I'm just like, they need to do this instead. Jeez, how don't they do this? It's just like live chastisement. All right, well, good luck. I'm going to go to the other room and hope they still don't hear me.
Fair enough.
All right. Jeebus. Oh, did Wonder just sign off?
Yeah, because they can hear us in the other channel.
Wait, how can they hear us in the other channel?
I don't know, but their Twitch can hear us.
Wait, their Twitch can hear us? Oh, like they're like live. Gotcha. They must be hearing us through the stream that we're sharing to them. Can they still hear us now?
I bring up their Twitch. I don't know.
He can't hear Clara. Clara isn't talking. Well, that doesn't help. That doesn't help anybody. Is that what they said? Can Katie hear us, like me and Jeebus? Can you ask that? That's an audio check that you should do. They could always mute the... Yeah, go for it. I can't help them.
They can still hear on the stream, and no, we cannot hear you on the other stream. Can he even hear you? He's not in the stream, is he?
Wait, so y'all can hear our conversation between me and Jeebus?
Yes.
I don't know how they're hearing that. It must be.
Well, no, it's not the stream. It's Katie's stream can't hear. You're live on 20 Lore Pro right now.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. It's always been like that, and I don't know why it's never been fixed. I don't know how it's like that.
Okay, wait. Who's hearing us right now? 20 Lore chat?
Yes.
Ah, well, hi, 20 Lore.
Hi, Splendid.
Oh, that's fine.
But
if I just do that, I don't think they can hear me on Twitch. Like, I think I just mute myself in the OBS and it should do it.
Yeah, if you have your mic muted in OBS, that would stop it.
Yeah.
But they could still hear me. So you need to...
Wait, they can still hear you?
You
Like
have to
something
have
is wrong with your
Discord
scene
muted.
that is the issue, right?
That's fair.
So like if you don't want them to hear, I assume you have your audio swapped, so each is a separate source. You have to have the Discord muted when you don't want it going live. But since you're using Discord to audio,
Right,
you're
on
gonna
that
have to
previous
be on top of
look.
that, because otherwise you'll accidentally mute when you don't want it muted.
Well. I guess it's the audio check we should have done before we started. That's okay. That's
Well, you wouldn't
straight.
know that it would be on the Twitch without being live to know.
Well, I think you can hear it through OBS whenever you're testing, like an audio recording. Like you record your audio as if you're like live, and then you'd watch it back.
All right, but
All right, we ready? You want to stay and hang out with us, Wonderland, or are you gonna go over to Katie?
well, I might as well chill since I'm gonna be here first.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Hey chat, did it make a loud noise when I joined the Discord, or did you not know when I left and joined?
Hello and welcome to 20 Lore Pro. I'm Sir Ashtown, and we are here live at Char's Collectible Show for their Lorcana 12K. It was an 8K, it got upgraded to a 12K. We have over 320 players in today's event. This should really be an exciting day. We are doing rounds 1 through 7 today of Swiss, and then tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. we're going to be doing rounds 8 and 9 of Swiss, and then going into the top 8. Again, I'm Sir Ashtown here with 20 Lore Pro at Charlie's Collectible Show, and here with me today is Jeebus. Jeebus, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing very, very well, and absolutely looking forward to popsicles and fortispheres and bells all day.
It really should be a great time, and funny enough, talking about obstacles and fortispheres all day, Danxer on round 1 of our feature match, looks like he got that off. And it looks like we are watching a Sapphire Steel versus Amber Steel matchup here for round 1. Dan versus Kevin. Really excited to watch today's tournament. And again, thank you all for joining us here on 20 Lore Pro.
Looks like we haven't missed out on too much. There was what appears to be a sale on turn 2 for Dan here into just a Donald straight up on turn 4 cast for ink. Or sorry, on turn 3 with a 4 ink. So 2 cards used to take that out, it looks like. Alright.
I kind of like Kevin here. He's got the Pokemon energy in place of his ink. That's pretty cool to see. Really blinged out here. Love it to see when players do that. And here we are. A lot of drawing on Dan's side of the board.
Yeah, Flabbershim comes down, cracks Popsicle, draws the 2. Bell takes out the Cindy. Not a big surprise there. And just another Popsicle.
Kind of all the things you want to see in a Sapphire Steel build. Lots of drawing, lots of playing cards, setting up to where your ink will is getting higher and higher. That way you can play multiple items in a turn or slam down some big characters like Tamatoa.
Yeah, coming up on the 6 ink next turn, we're pretty likely to see that. I believe that there are already 2 Popsicles in the discard, so that is likely what is being set up at this point.
This Tamatoa has been so strong. I mean, it's really helped shape kind of Sapphire Steel in a way that's become a main staple here.
Yeah, now on this turn, I would expect to see us cracking that Popsicle to draw some more cards. Bell is likely going to trade into the Smee so that the lore pressure essentially is just turned off. And yep, looks like that's what Dan opts for as well. Now we'll see if we have a Tamatoa. Looks like we do. Well, maybe not.
Oh, there's 6.
No, there he is.
Yep,
Happy as a clam.
As a player, I'd be happy as a clam to play him.
Yeah, it is an impressive amount of cards that you get out of the Tamatoa. Drawing 2, pick up a couple of Popsicles, you got the Flaversham just to turn into even more cards, and being able to, assuming that you are able to untap and quest with it, play things for free, ends up being pretty backbreaking. Alright, looks like we've gotten a Long Came Zeus off the aerial here. That's almost certainly going to be used to take out this Tamatoa before it's able to quest at all.
Which, as a Amber Steel player, playing Steel Song or other variants, Long Came Zeus is kind of what you want to see when you see a Tamatoa get slammed like this.
Yeah, the stocks on Zeus have gone up pretty dramatically, I would say, given that Tamatoa being a 4/5, and there's a few other characters that really hit that 5 like willpower threshold that were more than what we maybe were dealing with previously. Still doesn't quite take out a Flaversham though.
I think you're exactly right. We see the chat talking about that Long Came Zeus. I mean, some of these enchanteds, just Disney Lorcana really nailed them. They are really great. Here we go with a Force Sphere, and we've seen in some builds of Sapphire Steel, these players playing cards like Shield of Arendelle to try to kind of circumvent these Long Came Zeuses, try to protect that Tamatoa just by giving it an extra resist. That way you can guarantee that it'll be on the board for another turn, unless your opponent uses 2 sources of removal to get rid of it.
Yeah, it is very interesting. A lot of these Sapphire Steel builds have sort of gone away from things like Cogsworth, which was previously sort of the way that you protected your cards from a lot of the steel removal. Essentially just blanking it forever. And it's had to adapt now that it is switched to like a much heavier sort of item focus to leverage a lot of these item cards. Saw Tamatoa go to the Inkwell here. That's interesting. I mean, we do have a grip of cards at this point, so there's plenty of resources to work with.
He's played a lot of items, especially last turn. That was kind of impressive to see. I think 3 in 1 turn.
Now, one thing that, as the blue steel player, you're going to be a little bit concerned about here is we're falling pretty far behind lore-wise. Especially with both the Daisy, the Rapunzel, like, that's a lot of lore pressure already. And, you know, our Steel Song player's already up to 7. Would not be very difficult to be 9 this turn with the Rapunzel. And if they are able to deploy another threat, ooh, a location.
Oh, wow.
All right, so that'll be getting an additional 1 every turn, and it's a lot harder to deal with. There's not a lot of sort of wide area removal in, I mean, most decks anymore, but certainly not in a lot of the item-heavy Sapphire Steel builds. There will be a few removal spells, but paying 3 straight up is not really where you want to be a lot of times. Especially when we're only taking 1 lore off the board, when our opponent is empty-handed. It's likely something that is necessary. Now, I know that there's several Hades in his hand. Alright, so we're directly inking the Rapunzel here.
Yeah, that's interesting. I guess to try to get more characters from the Daisy versus having to worry about the 1/5 that's really um, not doing
That's a
too
nice
much.
card off the top.
Oh, is that a supersonic aerial there?
Sure is.
We kind of saw this get a little bit of popularization during the last set in these Amber Steel song lists, but there it is getting Hades away, just like you're saying, Jeebus. Dan having so many cards drawn that he's able to have a lot of answers for what Kevin's doing.
Now here we get to see the arguably stronger of the two enchanted or legends out of the new set here, which is Scrooge. Be cast for tapping 4 items, which allows you to play it for free. So those items are exerted, but their abilities, for the most part, don't really care about that. They're just kind of static items with the popsicles. And now we get just a 4/4 for free.
Kind of like on Kevin's side, I know that the board state is really in Dan's favor as of right now. But seeing the fact that you have threats not only in characters on the board, but kind of reminiscent to Ruby Amethyst, having locations as another form of threat of lore, especially when you're trying to either have an aggro strategy or more of a mid-range, just have different variances so that way you can gain that lore for your opponent to have to deal with.
All right, so we shut off locations, which in this case is actually protecting from a known card in the World's Greatest Criminal Mind, so that this Tamatoa survives. There's not too many answers that cleanly take it out, but the Song in the Hand does take care of it. So with the Peak Games referee, there's no actions from our opponent this next turn. They have no cards, so this crab is representing 5, and we got 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 potentially on board. We're at 4. So if we have a lucky dime, it's pretty close to lethal. No, that would be lethal, actually. That would be enough to close out the game.
Oh, another World's Greatest Criminal line.
That's the same one that was in hand.
Oh.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
Kevin took the line that he had available, which was known, but that's why the Pete was played, to make sure that that wasn't an issue, and then scoops it up, because obviously there's not a whole lot to recover from there.
That's something that's so impressive about Sapphire Steel, especially in set 7 here, but even in the past we've seen it where Sapphire Steel can really come from behind, establish a quick board state with items that are very difficult for most decks to remove, and then just slam those Tamatoas and just win within a turn or two. I mean, it's very impressive and scary being an opponent. So having more tools in their tool bag during set 7 to do that really makes this deck shine right now.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I believe that there are some versions of, say, Emerald Sapphire that can pretty easily bully a lot of these really item-heavy decks. You rely on some of the, Emerald item destruction cards, the one-drop Clarabelle that you can pay a little bit extra to destroy an item, the Pete, the new Pete that anytime that you play an action, you're able to destroy an item, and then you just sort of ink geyser them before taking over the game by just making them discard their whole hand. I feel like those decks can probably do pretty well against these Tamatoa item strategies, because the card advantage is irrelevant if you make them discard their whole hand. However, I don't know how they do against everything else. They're going to be maybe fine with Ink Geyser or Bend to My Will to discard their whole hand and take away all their advantage that they've been gaining. But how do they do against Daisy Duck on turn 1? Well, probably not so good.
One of the cards I've been seeing played quite a bit in some of these steel lists, we saw it during the Hunter Burden Memorial, but some of these lists we're playing 3 of I find them, I flatten them, just to try to banish all items on your opponent's side of the board. I mean, that's a strong card, but You're right. I mean, by choosing cards in your list that answer one problem, you've now created a void that now causes other issues against other matchups. And you're
What?
right, you cannot forget about the respect you have to have for
Yeah,
Daisy Duck.
I've actually been seeing some. I flatten them in Sapphire Steel lists that leverage aerial, so that when you're in sort of a mirror situation or perhaps against red blue instead of just the steel, that you can destroy all the items and then play an item of your own, and now your aerial all of a sudden is worth 5 lore because it's the thing with the most items, which is interesting.
Wow, that is interesting. I hadn't seen that yet, and that sounds kind of scary, knowing that you have that tool to kind of catch your opponent off guard in the mirror. Well, here we
So
are
we
going
ink
into game
Cindy turn 1.
There's the turn 1 bell off the forest sphere.
Singing 2 damage to draw a card. Inks the Troubadour for another couple of threats here. Looks like another Cindy and a Daisy Duck. One thing that's interesting about putting the 2 damage on here is, in theory, it does threaten the bell if it tries to trade. There is always a risk that if they play a Popsicle and use it to remove the 2 damage counters, that they can take out your Cinderella and live with the bell. But I'm not sure that you're too concerned about that. You still get to draw the card either way.
Yeah, I was just thinking it might even be worth more so using that bell to sing a card, because now, even if something else challenges into it, it's already at least gotten rid of one character. But that's the reason why Bell is so great turn 1. It's a wonderful singer. It's able to sing some of the best steel songs that are in that range that we see in early games like this.
It's like they actually have a second storm here from Kevin. Takes out the bell without a lot of loss here. Plenty of cards to work with. And another strength actually as well. Alright, Duck comes in and gets us a big crab. Not particularly helpful at this point for Dan, but could be good for the Inkwell or could be good to save for later. But that information that it's there is also something that Kevin should take note of, given that there are World's Greatest Criminal Mind in the deck, to make sure that there are answers to it if it does stick around. It goes to the Inkwell, not a big surprise.
Well, for Dan, okay, he does play along King Zeus, so he decides to remove a character on board, but that's an interesting state to be in because he doesn't have any items, so Flavor Sham isn't key to play during that turn. May or may not be playing. I mean, I've seen some Sapphire Steelists playing Grandma Tala still, but a lot of them have like shown away from that. So that turn 4 was, I mean, getting rid of the aerial is great, but at the same time, Kevin's still got a lot going on with all that card draw that he's had.
It makes sense taking out the aerial. Generally against Steel Song, you want to limit their access to the more expensive songs. Just kind of keep them a little bit more resource starved. And the Duck, in theory, can draw us cards, and it did. It drew us a Tamatoa. I don't actually think we're that far behind. It is a little rough that we only have 1 item in the discard currently, so if we get to 6 and play a Tamatoa, it's only going to be drawing 1 plus the 1 off the item once we play it, of course. So, still pretty good, though. Alright, up to 5 for Kevin. Not a lot of lore pressure. There's some, but it's not insurmountable at this point, I would say. So we run out of 4/4, look for an item. Hit another Fortisphere. So here's Fortisphere number 2. We're going to run out and draw a card. Okay. Now, one thing that's really nice, so you mentioned Grammatala. The reason that I think it's fallen out of favor is Scrooge McDuck is just better in every way than Grammatala. Not only is it bigger, being a 4/4, but it can also be played for free some amount of the time, and it looks at 4 cards to find one of them rather than guaranteeing one of the top 2. And a lot of times, digging for a lucky dime in the late game, or trying to find a popsicle if you're missing one, is just going to be more valuable a lot of times than just grabbing a random card. So the Scrooge McDuck, I think, the more people play with it, they're going to realize how powerful it really is as a card, and just keep adding it into their decks until it gets to a 4 of for sure.
So you're saying, Jeeves, we've seen Scrooge McDuck really do a lot of work, and it's helped players find the cards that they need. And I think we're going to see it more and more, especially here in set 7. But we saw Pete here from Kevin allowing for no actions to be played, so the board's safe except for challenging, which does decide to do that into the Daisy Duck.
Heat on a board like this, I don't think really helps Kevin a ton. Indicates to me that his hand is kind of weak. Yeah, so Crab coming down, just getting the Fortisphere, but it is deploying a threat on curve. If the Fortisphere in play had been a popsicle, we likely would have seen it removing that 1 damage counter and getting put back into their hand. That is the primary difference between those two in power level. I mean, the popsicle is better by almost an infinite amount in this deck, because the fact that you can banish it whenever you want removes damage counters, which can be very, very powerful. And you can put it back into the discard just to get back with your Crab without needing to pay any resources. Just really, really nice. We see a whole new world here, but like I said, I don't think that Kevin's hand is super good, and here's why. It's because the hand was just Pete and Whole New World. Not really where you want to be when you're playing the Whole New World versions of this deck. Paying 5 for it is a disaster, which if that Ariel had lived and instead of getting Zeused, we would have likely had it get sung the turn prior, which would have been rough. And Kevin's debating on either singing if there's something in hand to interact with the Tamatoa, or just smashing both the Tamatoa. Yeah, so opts to... Oh no. Just trades with the Scrooge McDuck. Okay.
And you're right, this is not at the board state that Amber Steelsong wants to be at. They want those singers out to be able to play those songs, have the Ariel sing it instead of paying the 5 ink. You're right, this is looking like Dan with his Tamatoa on board and a fresh set of cards in his hand is going to be able to really set up and hopefully get a board state to where he can take this game away.
There's also Happy as a Clam Tamatoa in play, and when it quests, it's able to play an item for free. We'll have to see what Dan ended up finding off of that Whole New World, because that could be anything. Could be Lucky Dime, could be... Ooh, Great Stone Dragon. Okay. A good one to play off of Tamatoa. It's free, and now we're going to get an endless stream of resources from here on out.
Ooh, that is the bolt. Had not seen that yet. The steel bolt. Whenever this character quests, if it has no damage, you may draw a card, then discard a card. Helps you filter out to find the cards you need, hopefully, at the time you need them.
I think that Kevin's hand post-wheel is pretty not so good. It is either full of songs that can't be cast because of the Pete from previous turn, or it is a bunch of sort of not impressive characters, I guess. I do think that the Bolt plus Rapunzel line is okay here, but we're facing down a pretty dangerous board that is only going to get worse in the next couple of turns here. I'm not sure that just deploying 3 lore worth of threats is going to be enough.
No, I think you're right, Jeebus. We see him, Dan, questing here with the tamatoa. What item will he play?
Cannon, duck for free. Finding a lucky dime. So it's interesting, sequencing there. Could have actually played the dime for free here. Opts just cast it. Oh, cast the Hades to take out the Rapunzel. Okay. Yeah, we could have actually had that dime in play. For one, but then we wouldn't have been able to play the Hades. So I can understand the line then. Essentially just using the Tamatoa to add 1 extra resource to be able to pay for this Scrooge McDuck by exerting the 4 items. But it doesn't particularly matter if this Tamatoa lives until next turn. The game is all but over.
I was about to say, I think at this point with this board state on the Sapphire Steel side, it is going to be tough for Kevin to find a way out, if any.
And Zeus does take out the Tamatoa, so there's not a free lucky time. But again, we're just whole new worlding fully tapped out and giving our Sapphire Steel opponent a brand new hand to work with. A bit of an unfortunate run out on the sequencing for how these cards came out for Kevin here. It has felt a little bit like it's just been giving the Sapphire Steel player extra cards to bully him with a little bit. But I have played some Steel Song myself, and I know that is just how the cards are a little bit of the time. You know, some games you whole new world on your super far ahead all the time, and you're just giving yourself a ton of extra cards. Other times, it is just the worst card ever, and you are only really helping your opponent, but your hand is bad, and there's nothing you can do about it. So, it feels like that's a little bit of how this game has gone, which is unfortunate, but them's the cards.
That is sometimes how it plays out, and we see here a second Tamatoa. Dan really establishing that board state, just knowing that all of his characters are safe, items are safe for the most part, unless we see Kevin playing possibly one of them. I'll find him.
I'll find out Platinum. Well, unfortunately, I'll find him Platinum is an action, and there was a Pete Games referee ran out this round. So I would say that this game is actually just over, given that we know that there's at least 1 lucky dime in hand. It's like it's just several actions and some small characters. Not enough to stop what's going on, especially with the Pete Games referee. The Pete plus Happy as a Clam combo is a real backbreaker, especially if you know that there's a lucky dime. There's always the world, if you're at 10 ink, that you can use the Happy as a Clam Tamatoa to get the lucky dime into play. And then you use your 8-drop Tamatoa to just get activated with the lucky dime and immediately gain, 10 lore or 12 lore or whatever, based on how many items you've got. And it's a beating that's really hard to deal with. There's very few color combos that can even stop that without actions. So that's been the combo that you've been seeing a lot out of these lists because it's good. I mean, it's hard to beat, especially when you're getting so many extra cards off of the whole new world.
I could see with Amber Steel Song in other matchups having, even especially if they can establish the whole new world lineups early. I mean, even in this one, but if they can establish that very early with the aerials, try to keep their opponents from having access to those powerful cards by getting rid of them early, making them discard them due to whole new world. There could be circumstances where you could have seen this play out differently, but you're right. We saw a very strong start both in game 1 and game 2 from Dan were able to get the bells turn 1, able to sing, able to challenge in, and then just really establish that board state with the items and drawing. It really came down to a resource game, and Dan was able to take it away.
It's always interesting with Steel Song because historically, your best, turn 1 play, especially when you're on the play, has been Cinderella, right? It gives you the option of singing, and it just is a very, very powerful line. However, now in the Bell world, you're not really able to interact favorably with a 3/3 that easily. You can double character and potentially strength the Bell, but that doesn't even really feel that great. That's like your whole hand. So I feel like the way that you need to attack the Sapphire Steel in this particular meta almost always is going to rely on hitting something like a Daisy on turn 1 just to get the lore cooking earlier, faster, right? Because you need to make sure that they are, I don't know, you have to be closing out the game sooner. We're seeing that the Sapphire Steel players got 5, even 6 ink, and we're not even above 10 lore. Like, that's just not aggressive enough to be able to close out these games, I don't think.
No, I agree with you, and I'm so excited to see kind of how the rest of this tournament plays out and how we see these players today navigate against the Sapphire Steel kind of main baddie in the floor here today. But again, we're here live with 20 Lore Pro. We're here at Charlie's Collectible Show for their Lorcana 12K. It was an 8K, now it is a 12K. I'm Sir Ashtown, and joining with me today for this round was Jeebus. And we are actually going to be heading on over to match 2, which is being streamed by Katie from the Lore Keepers Inn. She's collaborating today with 20 Lore Pro. We're excited to have her. She is casting with Clara and Wonderland. Really excited to see all of them here. So we're going to switch on over to match 2. We have on our match 2 all throughout the tournament our Community Pro. Our 20 Lore Pro Community Pro this tournament is Zan Saeed. We're going to follow his tournament journey throughout his CCS gameplay. The only thing is about round 1, Zan actually got a bye. So when we switch over, you're not going to be seeing Zan play for his round 1. He is hanging out with the crew and talking game. But we're going to head on over to match 2 to show y'all all that's going on. And you'll be hearing live from Katie and Clara.
Is really great. Doing really good content so far, so that is really amazing.
Yeah, they're both people who love this game. And so that's why I think we get to see some of these very, they're meta decks, but with their own little flavor on it, in the sense that you can tell they both watched every game last weekend and adapted their decks accordingly. All right, so we got turn 1 here. So let's see where we go here. And I'm sure both of them want that ideal opening hand, which, as we know, you can't always get that. But now we hope. Cinderella, please don't. Oh, we got our card switcher. So there's the Rapunzel Tower that I mentioned a while ago. Still as relevant as ever, because as we saw in game 1, that tower, it's not something you want to necessarily play early. You want to get your board developed, but once your board's developed and you can run everybody into that tower, it is a problem. All right, it's a moment of truth. Oh my goodness! Did we just see 2 beautiful angels? We did. Everybody, wow. You don't think you get to see. Usually you just get to see hands, but in this case we got to see 2 beautiful angels. It was close up, but not close enough. We didn't even get to see the top of R&B's head, which is honestly what people come to see. Did you see a tower inked and to play a tower? So I said you don't necessarily need to play or want to play that early, but he says, well, if I'm here.
That is a really interesting play there. We didn't have a bell on R&B side. We have a Tipo. ramping up, and on Towerman Purple side we have the Rapunzel Tower, aiming probably to protect the Cinderella on this turn, or not.
Yeah, it's very interesting because he's still able to get a pretty wide board. I personally love just going aggressively wide because you know that RB without a bell has a hard time dealing with a wide board early on. But in this case, they're both kind of playing a little bit different than your plan A. And if you're both on plan B, then that's just a different game and it's not necessarily a bad or a good thing. Oh, and a fishbone quill, which is something that you haven't seen in every deck. But
It's been a long time, seriously. Like, there has been some return of the Fishbone Quill in previous sets, but not as strong as we've seen in Sapphire Steel this set.
yeah, and it's a card that, like you mentioned, it's not. People were able to ramp without it for a while. It's kind of expensive. It's kind of slow. But it is something that can be very nice, especially if you have a large hand size and you're just trying to get rid of some stuff you don't need anymore. It can be a great garbage bin. That's not very nice. Great Stone Dragon is more of the garbage bin. But either way, it's a nice persistent ramp effect. But we do see something terrible happen. Strength of a Raging Fire on that Scrooge, leaving R&B with just one popsicle on board. Yeah, so it's tricky. It's a precarious. This turn is gonna, I think, be very important to see what he's able to get out there, and is there any way to pump the brakes on his opponent's side? He might have a Zeus in there. I'm not sure, but we also know that there's a chance that Talman Purple could be a mad lad running a Cinderella Stout-Hearted. I'm not sure. But he only has 2 ink, which is interesting. Has he always had only 2 ink? That seems scary. No, he doesn't. His ink's up front. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's such a crazy move when people do that. I'm never mentally ready for it, but there it is. The ink's out front. And a cannon, right out. That cannon's been doing a lot of work here.
Yeah, it's hard to go into the lines of, do I protect, do I ink more to have the necessary ink to protect my cards? And in that case, it was not the case. There's a lot of cases.
Oh my goodness. Okay. 1 daisy should be something where it says you can play 1 daisy per turn, because 2 daisy, I don't love it. No one loves it, especially R&B might not love it, because if that daisy starts questing, it can start burying some cards that he would very much like to not. But it could get him a crab for free. So it's not necessarily, someone pointed out, inking out front is the mad lad thing to do. And it is. It caught me off guard. I was so disoriented, I forgot where I was. But we do see him get out another crab.
Yeah, well, right there, I wonder if it will be fast enough to deal with everything on the other side. Like, you have to deal with Rapunzel's Tower. That's 8 willpower. On next turn, we have potentially a total of 28 characters willpower. If Towerman Purple puts everything into Rapunzel's Tower.
Yeah, that tower is just really an interesting play here. I haven't seen it used in a ton of decks. We even saw R&B grab it and say, what's that saying here? But yeah, I mean, having two 1/8 daisies and then 2 4/8 Lawrences is a little different than having, a 0/4 Lawrence and 1/4 daisy. But both those Lawrences are nice and healthy, questing for 2 and being a big problem.
Oh, yeah. We are at the turning point right now. We are menacing Lortle next turn on the Amber Steel side.
Yeah,
and
and I don't even know how. We saw this in the first. Once they're all in the tower, the math starts going off in my brain. We don't have double singers. We don't have a lot of things here that would be really great. Even if all of his characters went charging in, he has to get rid of, he could deal some damage to those Lawrences, but then there's still a 0-8, and that feels very bad.
Oh my. Okay. So we have a total of 7 ink on RMB's side. Only if there would have been a card to deal directly with locations. I don't know. Avalanche.
Yeah, we have seen a hideaway. Hideaway might be an option. Hideaway is location or, I believe, but now I don't know. Now that I said out loud,
Yeah.
I'm like,
Hideaway could be a really great option. That's true.
but I know a lot of people cut that from their list because they're like, well, what are we gonna do here? But yeah, he'd almost have to go for that location first, knowing that it's almost futile to try to get these characters while they're in the tower. I imagine they're all sitting in the tower going like, neener, 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 and making weird faces, because that's what I would be doing at this point if I was in that tower with my 4 extra willpower.
Yeah, well, for sure, either way is equal to dealing 12 damage in terms of willpower, because you're removing that location who is giving that 3 willpower per character.
All right, so he's going to start doing some work. He says, while I'm here, I'm not afraid. I've been in stickier situations before. So he does what he can and gets rid of those Lawrences, which is good because those Lawrences are, hit more than the Daisy. But we still have 2 data.
The Doc.
Yeah, Doc is going to let him refill his hand. And when he gets the mine, and is he going to send somebody to the mine? I don't think he has enough ink for that because he does only have 4 ink. But he does hit a Pete, which isn't the worst thing. I wouldn't say it's the best thing because, it could be ink. We don't know what actions possibly Talman has, but at this point, it's not really about what Talman is going to do this turn. It's if RMB can stop him from getting to this next turn.
Usually, the Diggy Hole type of decks, they have 4 Let the Storm Rage on, 4 Strength of Raging Fire, and that's it. Yeah.
I just saw in the chat someone says, this is when we need Questing Queen because we missed 20-second games. We need it. So people are like, remember we had Questing Queen just absolutely blazing through this match. So it's good to know that people, they miss you when you're not playing.
Yeah, I know. I missed that too. Seriously.
You're like, I want to go fast. Put me in, coach. All right. So he deployed that Pete. Oh, probably just to get out that beautiful token. Apparently, someone in the chat said that Knives does not have them. I will be speaking with him and saying, what do I need to do? Oh, and that's how it goes. Man, we saw the power of the tower here, where if you just put all your characters in tower, they are a problem. And that was round 1. What a round 1 that was, getting to see 2 of community favorite players of RMB and Talman Purple.
Oh, and amazing games too. Like going to game 3 means it was close.
All right, so now is the very fun part where we're going to switch to our faces, which means I have to make sure that my faces are working, which could be kind of scary. So let me make sure that is doing what I need to do here. All right. Yeah, it'll be good. All right, we're gonna do it. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
So just so you guys know, while doing things live, you don't know what's gonna happen, but it all should work here. So let me go ahead. There we are. There's me, kind of. I'm not like in the center of my green screen, so I need to scoot over.
Yeah, I just need to know.
Oh, you can go. Your camera will be on Discord. If you turn it on there, then that's where people can see you.
Oh,
but right now we see your avatar, so you're here whether you know it or not.
Oh, okay. Okay. Uh,
So it'll be if you go to that stream together window and then turn on the camera there, you'll pop up. Your beautiful face will be here.
so let's see. This. And this. Amazing.
Technology.
Yeah. I
In
think
the
it's
meantime,
great. Yeah.
You're here. Welcome, welcome.
Yay!
So that was round 1, and man, I love a round 1. Someone said, "GG." Someone. JDZ Quest, the one, the only, the man that everybody. I think JDZ stepped on the scene, and we all said we gotta step up our game. My God, because he's on fire every time we see him. So I love that he's here supporting us. Both me and Clara are twinsies. Look at this. We're 20 lore pro, and we both have to be like stand up, like look, it's happening. But yeah, what a game 1. Everyone's awake now. We have lots of fun people in the chat. We have 57 people who are waking up and saying step up the fashion. Did you say a swear word? I don't know. I hope you didn't. I don't know. I don't know. It's a step up the fashion. But I don't think it's a swear word. They wouldn't. Our chat is the nicest people in the world. No one would ever. LOL, no. The other day I said, I'm so excited in all caps, and I got
You're gonna listen to that music and you're gonna like it, Hop. Don't wait. Order yours now at 20 Lore Pro. The ultimate weekly mini convention. Every Saturday and Sunday. Toys and collectibles. Statues. Oh, I missed that one. Tabletop games. Trading cards. I can't do it because Jeebus is laughing. March 29th and 30th, the WCCC presents a 10K so unique, so merchandise, you'll have a modern 20 lore fashionable look. With guest artist Rachel Elise. 20lore.pro presents a unique merchandise. Modern, fashionable, unique designs. 20lore.pro. Explore our collection. Get yours now. Don't wait. Quest. Order. Yours now. The ultimate weekly mini convention. Every Saturday and Sunday. Toys and collectibles. The next round will be starting hopefully soon. Statues. Gundam. Tabletop games. Trading cards. Comics. And video games. Weekly events. Flea markets. Cosplay. Tournaments. Your destination for all things geek at the Charlie's Collectible Show. Also next week, there's a 10K Lorcana weekend, March 29th and 30th, 5K each tournament, start time 9 a.m. 65W Scott seat, yep. With guest artist Rachel Elise. I'm sorry if I said your name wrong. I'm not doing it again. Oh, it looks like we're back in the action. Although, yes. All right, this is our match. And it looks like I will be by myself for the moment unless Jeebus or Wes jumps in here to chit-chat with me. Zan starting off with a popsicle. Dalement? Oh, man. Well, I'm going to apologize for mispronouncing their name right now. Doesn't really... There's nothing in play. They're just kind of staring at each other. They're each going to try to get some ramp going before just really pulling ahead. Let's see if we have a Fishbone Quill here. Or did he already play
the element?
The element. Oh, that would make sense. I guess he played the sail, so there's obviously no Fishbone there. The element. What do you think about this matchup?
I think that build dependent, it can be favored for either side. So I think it's a pretty, I don't know. It is always just, do you have hit your card advantage cards? Do you hit your removal and answers when you need them?
Do we have a Brawl or Sisu to answer this Flaversham?
Right.
If not, I would say it will heavily go in Zan's favor. Or I guess we could try to match card for card.
Sometimes that's the best you can do.
Yeah. It's probably harder for Zan to answer the elements Flaversham first. Without seeing lists, we don't really know.
Welcome to 20 Lore Pro. We are here in round 2 of Charles Collectible Show's Lorcana 12K with Zan Saeed and Dale. Very excited to be here today. I'm joined with Jeebus and Wonderland. Wonderland, how you doing today?
I'm pretty good. How about you?
Yeah, good. Sorry, I had y'all muted and brought you back in, so that may be why there was a delay with y'all. Having a couple of audio switches here today, but hopefully we're getting back on track.
Well, based on the chat understanding that I could not pronounce names, I think we were not muted.
That's great. Well, here we are. How are we looking so far?
Well, it's kind of a staring contest of Flaversham versus Flaversham, and without the element having a Sisu or a Brawl for the opposing Flaversham, Zan's going to get a draw at least 4 cards off of this. It says round 1 on the top, but no, we are in fact, round 2. Zan, not only an amazing player, but lucky as well, had a round 1 bye. I don't actually know if that was due to some sort of qualifier or award, or if it was just luck. Do you know?
I believe it is just big luck. Better lucky than good, but better to be both.
Best to be both, yeah. A lot of people cut that last part out. Mostly it's a little egotistical when you say it about yourself, but it's fair.
It's like we do have, or found the Brawl and the Sisu, perhaps a little bit late. But still, better late than never, I suppose.
Well, while Katie and Clara are streaming this match, you can watch it live. Our community pro Zan Saeed over on Katie's the Lore Keepers Inn's Twitch. We're going to head on over to match number 1. Again, all of his matches are live right now over on Katie, the Lore Keepers Inn, as well. It will be on 20 Lore Pro's YouTube.
I think they've got him swapped around. Do you think he can hear us? Maybe we're not supposed to be watching this match, and they're supposed to be watching that. Do we have a switcheroo? Oh, it looks like we did. Let's see.
Yeah, we are now set on round 1. I'm sorry, round 2, feature match 1.
This explains as to why you saw the Brawl before I did. I was watching the actual stream instead of the Discord feed because I am fantastic at my job.
Wonderland, can you hear us okay over here from the caster's lane?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. Yeah, we are over here on feature match 1. Again, if you would like to watch Zan Saeed, he is live over on Katie, the Lore Keeper's Inn's Twitch. We have that linked in the Discord. We will get it linked here on our Twitch chat. But also all of those matches will be up later on the YouTube. But here we are in round 2, game 1 with our feature match 1 with Kwame with Sapphire Steel versus Caden with Amber Steel.
This is a crazy looking board compared to the last one. They could roughly be around the same turns, yet the other game had like a Flaversham on each side, and this game has like 1,000 characters. We saw a couple Oswalds in the discard pile there, so they obviously hit some things based on the dozens of items that are in play. Whew. But it's so amazing. It's knocking me back to other games. What is Caden gonna do here? At 4 lore, questing for 5 doesn't look that appetizing. We do kind of need to answer that queen before it just continues to draw more. There's at least one workshop hidden in that stack of items to continue drawing cards. Gun could play 2 Scrooges for free at the moment. That's absurd. Just a free 7-cost item, you know. Casual, easy.
Well, Wonderland, the chat over here let me know that Katie is actually streaming this match currently. So we're going to go ahead and switch back to Zan, see how that match is going.
Well, Zan decide. Oh. Did we just switch to the exact same match we were already watching? I was going to say Zan was so jealous of the other match, he put some Oswalds into play. But it is the same thing. Caden scoops it up, going on to the next game. Obviously, you're not coming back from this spot. Caden just needs to start off really aggressively and have the turn 2 storm off of a Cindy to answer those Oswalds before they can really go crazy. And we're rolling dice, trying to get in. We hit. Ooh, a Sisu had wiped one side of that board, and a Scrooge comes down. I did notice earlier, before the streams were swapped, that the Element's first Flaversham was banished. I am interested in how that happened, because Zan doesn't have brawls, and with only a single Flaversham and I think 5 ink at the time, I don't know how he would have done it.
I believe that it was a spell, likely deal 2 damage and draw a card, combined with Zeus.
But I guess... Oh, he did have the Flaversham first, so it was probably a Sang Zeus, and then that.
Correct.
That makes perfect sense. I just only saw a Popsicle in the discard as well, because Zan does a very good job of keeping a smooth stack.
Yeah,
no letting your opponent... Yep, you can't let your opponent look at your discard without you knowing they're looking at your discard. Where I have been trained of years of other card games playing with cards that matter with my discard, I play it spread out. The element here does need to kind of answer this Flaversham, but at the same time, Zan's only at 0 lore. Could maybe start questing as well.
I mean, as we know with the Sapphire Steel decks, 0 doesn't really mean a whole lot. I mean, any deck with Dime, really, it can very quickly turn from 0 to a lot.
I do not like whatever that sleeve was just used. I can definitely tell the difference. Alas, this is a problem with a lot of modern sleeves currently. I feel like all the companies... If that's not an enchanted in that card... Oof, I think I'd be willing to bet $5 that there was an enchanted in that sleeve.
So Sapphire Coil working over duty here, takes out allows the Sisu to take out the whole board. Now this is really where the Ruby Sapphire excels in combating the Sapphire Steel, especially since they've sort of stayed away from the aerials. Like they've kind of gone in a different direction, not requiring or not relying as much on things like ward. And it costs them a little bit. I mean, it makes them a lot more vulnerable to things like the coil, plus all of the normal Ruby removal spells just sort of bullying them.
So I would expect Ariel to come back. We just need that to come around again, basically. Ruby Sapphire just isn't the big bad boy in the room anymore, right? That's Sapphire Steel. So until they need to start really focusing on the mirror or Ruby Sapphire, they're not going to touch Ariel. And currently, Ariel's too slow compared to Big Crab plus Dime. But it would kind of force the Ruby Sapphire decks to play a bunch of Be Prepareds to answer Ariel, and once they're on that, you can get them with your Peats. But if you're not on Ariel, then they just get to use Coil and Sisu, and it doesn't matter if you Peat. I think that Zan stopped for 1 second before drawing those cards because he was playing a Visions, and I'm assuming in the Scrooge deck you're constantly grabbing 4. He was just making sure that he didn't grab too many.
The classic Grammatala and How Far I'll Go problem, where they both do very, very similar things, but they are very different.
Ooh. Would you like a free card? I mean, we were just talking about Scrooge. Let's see. What is he grabbing? Nothing.
Look at the bottom 4 cards. Also a classic.
Well, all the cards were items, or all the items are in play, I mean.
True.
It makes sense there's less.
Ooh, just sending it back. All right.
I think that's a dime and another crab in hand for Zan. So only 3 cards. Could not see what the last one was. So the element definitely needs to answer the crab, but honestly could not really care about that Scrooge. Sure, you can trade your free Scrooge with my Sisu. That's fair. I don't think it's worth answering unless your answer is play Coil, Ink, hit both of them. Because if you're going to Sisu away the big crab anyways, we might as well get the extra Coil activation and answer it. But that is requiring 3 Sisus.
It's not impossible. Ooh, is that a sword that I see in hand? That is an excellent card. And I actually think that is one of the cards that should be seeing play a lot more than it had been.
Ooh.
I don't believe it's the sword released. It is...
It's like, that's the wrong sword.
It should be the set 1 sword. There you go.
Sword of Truth.
Because Sword of Truth is able to take out all the villains, and as most people would feel this set, Tamatoa is a villain, and it is also a villain as printed on the card.
Really, depending on what the last card in the Element's hand, I think that might have been a greedy play. I think I would have allowed the Scrooge to trade with a Sisu or sing a Zeus, I think.
I don't think so. I think the clock is so fast that if you keep both Sisus in play, it's a 2-turn clock. If you let one of those Sisus go away, it's a 4-turn clock. Right? So you're literally twice as fast at closing the game. Zan now has to do something. And that something can't just be play more items.
I was mostly just fearing this. Not having an answer to said Tamatoa it's already going to draw more cards. But realistically, though, Zan has to draw the 8-drop. Otherwise, might not get that.
It just might be too slow.
Yes, and plus, if the Element's last card is, say, a Maleficent Dragon or another Brawl, then I'm all about hitting taking out the Scrooge. It really just depends on what the last card is. But like, look at this situation right here. If we don't answer that crab, Zan now has lethal and Lorthal in play.
Is it enough? I mean, with only 4 items in play, I mean, even if we play
quote unquote 4
3
items.
out of hand, Zan's at 0.
Well, I don't think Zan played any of the popsicles he got back. So it's like 6 items that we know about. And
Okay.
so if there's a dime, that would be 7, 14, 16. I guess you're right. He does need 2 more items after that.
It's not impossible to go from
It
all
would
the
be
way
a
here.
cool way. It'd be a really nice way to finish this game. The 0 to 20, 1 lore swing.
It is certainly possible. Difficult, but now a good draw here would be, but maybe expensive. I don't know if we have enough for it since we played the Flaversham. Would have been like a crab of our own, like the Happy as a Clam, so that we could get back the Sword of Truth.
Oh yeah.
But
In
I
a
don't know if
crab v
we
crab
have
world.
enough. I don't think we have enough ink to do both, is the problem.
I just now realize that both tamatoas are villains, and that's their only type.
Yeah.
I'm a little disappointed. I don't know what the other type should be, but I guess this game doesn't really have crab as a type. So
Yeah, the actual
maybe
like character typing and like the character name is not necessarily type worthy, I guess, in this.
Yeah. It's like
At least not
Greedy
type
Boy.
relevant. Yeah.
Like-
So
I
by
mean-
taking out one of them, that does mean that it is going to be very unlikely to be able to
yes.
gain. You just without getting a free dime, it's going to be hard to actually close out here in a single turn.
Zan needs to Zeus a dragon and hope that there's not a dime into Element's hand and that he's able to keep this crab around for another turn cycle.
I believe at this point it is draw as many cards with popsicles as possible, and then if it doesn't work, you're just going to have to challenge.
Yeah, because now we need 4 more items in play. So a dime and 3 popsicles, is that enough, right? 1, 2, 3. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We need 3 more now. So 2 more popsicles and a dime. And I think that would be enough.
From 0?
We just need
Close.
Tommy to be 10.
Yeah.
We're at 7, 8. So dime itself counts itself. So 1 more popsicle, and that's Lorthal. But looking at the hand, I just see a bunch of bells.
There's also
do
a
see the
world
dime.
where if there's another popsicle in the discard, and there's one on top,
Get lucky. Yeah.
you can get lucky. And then just rip off of that. But do we have enough ink to play something like a
1, 2, 3. It looks like Zan has 10 ink, and I do not think he's inked this turn. Oh, and he's no items in discard.
no items? I mean, they're all in play. Unfortunate. How unlucky.
Yeah. The fact that this Thomas is challenging is also just super unfortunate for Zan. Can heal, play another crab, return that, draw another card.
And just hope that Element doesn't have the ability to win with dime. I mean, that's your only out, right? Is you just have to hope it's good enough.
And now we have to, or Zan has to hope that the Element doesn't have a B prep. While it does stop you, Zan, from losing 2 of his crabs is like pretty big. He would then have to draw another one and hope it sticks. But the Element is down to 1 card. But Flaversham's gonna make us see at least 3 cards next turn.
It'll be a handful of cards, and if any of them are dime, the game's just over. If it's B prep, the game is basically just over like a B prep and a TPO is already a disaster.
Yeah.
Because we go all the way up to
19.
Up to 19, and that's not a good spot to be. There's also
Although
another world
Zan-
where it's rough.
Zan does have another crab in hand, and it's another curved card that just went into Zan's inkwell. And I'm pretty sure I saw strength. So there's a world that next turn, the element quests 19, plays TPO, or plays B prep, plays TPO, then Zan gets to go crab, put a free bell.
This game
Strength
appears to be over. There is a Happy as a Clam in the Element's hand, and that means that at the very least, he can take out one of these crabs
with the sword.
With the sword, which
Could just
given
no
that
way
it's
there's enough
lethal
items.
if Zan doesn't win instantly. I would say that it's pretty rough over here, and this is why I really like the sword. I also like the plank is another one that is kind of an interesting card in these Ruby Sapphire lists, kind of as a one of toolboxy kind of card, because it can take out most of the other type threats that exist in the format, given that it can banish heroes, and also ready your villains, which can be your tamatoas and such.
So it does cost more.
It does cost more, yeah.
Overall.
But it doesn't always necessarily have to be done at the same time either.
Yeah.
It's
And the ready
Dragonfire,
is
essentially.
not that bad. Not that great, but
You can also exert it and still use the ability if you cast, say, Scrooge McDuck, because the ability to banish it
Doesn't
does not
exert.
require exertion, yeah.
does sword?
No. Sword is just sacrifice as well, or banish.
Fancy.
So quest, go up to 7. It is possible that if Zan has a generational rip of items that we could dig out enough to win on the spot. Are there 2 lucky dimes and enough ink to play them all? I don't believe so. I think we're short by
There's another dime.
There is, but I think we're short by 2 ink. Or maybe
He
1
hasn't
ink
inked
even.
this. He hasn't inked this turn and has a fishbone though.
But even with that extra 2, I think we're still short.
Dude, he's gonna double ink. He might have it. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, we need more. Because in order to play 2 dimes and actually
We need 11
do them
ink.
both, we needed 11. Yeah. So
How
he was
much ink
1
do we have?
short.
I was actually counting items.
Oh no, items we were plenty. Because even just with the
Double
crab
dime
alone,
would do it, yeah.
Double dime would do it. Because we were gaining 7 before we played the dimes at all. It was 7, and then that would be 21. We were just a little short. It happens. It was very close, being 1 ink away in a position where I think Zan was behind for quite a while. Given the double Sisu is just such a beating, because not only does it remove the threats on the board, Sisu has always historically been strong because it gives you such a strong 3-quester while removing everything.
I just want to point out how amazing Zan is at how fast he did his counting compared to how long it took the element to do that, going 1 at a time. Where Zan was doing this very smooth slide drop. So he drops into a pile while moving a card to another pile, and it just takes so much less time. This is a Zan Stan stream now.
Always a good idea to count your cards.
Oh yeah. Just make sure you shuffle it nicely afterwards. It is not a proper form of shuffling.
It's just counting. All right, quick alter from our players here.
Whoa, Chuck, whoa, Chuck, whoa, Chuck. Obviously, Zan doesn't know how to count. To be fair, though, I can't count, so...
I mean, sometimes you just have to set yourself up the best you can to try to have that line, and that's the only one that worked. And when you go to play it, if you don't have enough, you don't have enough. There wasn't really another line that existed anyway, so...
He definitely had 2 cards he could have inked, but it obviously was short, because I don't think Zan would have just given the game away. Unless Zan won and us and the production crew were all wrong, but he didn't even show the second dime, so I'm pretty sure Zan lost the first game. Starting off with an okay start, we don't really need a turn 1 Bell. I wouldn't be surprised if Bell didn't get inked a lot of the time in this matchup, which could also be showing my ignorance of the matchup. I have not played near enough Sapphire Steel, but it just seems like if you are starting off with a Bell against Ruby Sapphire, you are going to possibly run out of cards before you can do things.
Yeah, I think hand texture matters. You know, it depends on how much, like, random draw you have. I would think that the popsicles, especially if you have some Flavershems, would have a higher value as items later as opposed to just 3 or 4 lore out of the Bell.
Yep.
Especially when they have the Sapphire Coil set up, your Bell is just going to get eaten for free a lot. And here, a prime example, the classic popsicle into ramp into Flaversham to draw some cards.
Is that a Hades? I can't tell if that's a Hades in Zan's hand or not. I know that Dave, formerly of the Forbidden Mountain, kind of retired, but not fully retired, as he played in, I think, the event Garrick was doing, the Inkables Invitational. I think he made top 4, or he made at least top 8, if not top 4, and he was running Hades in this list, and I'm pretty sure he was quite happy with it.
Hades has been doing very well.
No wheels.
Yeah, especially with a lot less ward running around than there probably ever has been. The Hades definitely is able to take out things like the tamatoas very well, while still developing a threat, which is, I think, the relevant part there. Otherwise, obviously, you could just run, let it go. So, a second item cracked now for the Flaversham, which is a little rough for an element. I mean, obviously, you don't want them to be able to draw as many cards. Ooh, this is a bit of a disaster. No items, so the Flaversham just quests in. Which I actually think is a mistake, possibly, here. Given that there's a 4/4 on the other side, and...
A World of Storms.
Yeah, exactly. In a World of Storms, like, I would be more than happy to trade this 1 lore from this duck for 4 damage plus a storm to take out this Flaversham.
It could be that the element was just like, Zan Zeus'd and then stormed my last one, so I don't want that to happen again. So I'm just going to turn it sideways, which is one way to attack the problem. Might be a worse way, might be a better way. Depends on whether or not you need to get the Zeus also out of their hand. And hey, well, you called it.
Yep. Sisu does live, though, which Sisu would have eaten that storm either way. So the storm was happening, I think, regardless. And if we have, say, the shift Sisu that we're sort of banking on, which in this case I don't think is particularly strong right now,
Does not seem like the matchup for for doing that trade. If this was Steel Song, I could see being like, sure, take out the Flaversham. Please leave the Sisu, but
if
what's
we're
the shift?
itemless, I mean, sometimes there's not a lot that we can do.
Okay.
And you don't
That
always want to be
changes
eating
it.
your coils. That's one of the things I think that's always interesting about Sapphire Ruby to me, is that a lot of the items that, you know, back when it was playing Ice Block and things like that, felt so necessary to have in play that Flaversham, yeah, you could cash them in, but it felt bad when you were using your, like, toolboxy items for cards. Whereas in Sapphire Steel, like, all of your items draw a card when they come into play, or most of them. Yeah,
Chose
exactly
not to
this
draw.
here. Right.
Do you
So we-
have another Storm plus Zeus?
Yeah,
We see a
we need the
range.
Sapphire Coil here to win, right? And you can't really use it to draw cards, which feels pretty bad.
I mean,
There's
we can.
we could.
We just need to not be inking the crab the turn we play the Flaversham if we're going to get
True.
it back. But
All right.
we also needed that coil in play to answer that crab right away, which is
Yeah.
why we did not see the Flaversham eat it yet.
So Zan picks up a couple more items, inks a few more things, plays out the Popsicle and the Fortisphere, draws another handful of cards, and just takes out the Sisu. Probably a good idea to avoid the shift line, in addition to perhaps a double ink or whatever.
Zan opting to do a discard spread this game instead of the silky stack might change with more cards entering there. The coil definitely needs to stay in play here. We're assuming the element has some sort of answer for this crab. It has to hope he wasn't relying on shifting a Sisu, but I see a brawl in hand there.
Brawl and a sword, it looks like. I think debating on inking something and taking both of them out. Inks the brawl.
I think Terrace should be more careful about giving away his house, as there is definitely the possibility of a Amethyst Steel list running Fairy Ship. And I'm going to look through the lists, and if I can find one to put on stream, we're going to make you give away your house.
Unlucky.
Well, or super lucky, depends on who takes the house.
True.
Yep, as Sky says, with Sword of Truth, anything is possible. There's even a Bell's house. I don't know why it's on stream, but oh, it's because we're giving it away. Terraces, I mean. So, what is the element deciding? That's another Sisu in hand as well. Maybe we're going to draw some more cards before, but maybe we should have done that before inking the brawl. So it's probably a Scrooge or a sword. That's a nice answer. I did not see what the coil shrank. I assume the coil shrank the Scrooge, and we probably drew shrank the crab, and then we drew the sword from the Flaversham. That shows a pretty good knowledge there. Some people are going to be like, oh, I shrank, so they know I have the removal, so I need to play it, and they hold the sword. And then they get punished for not adapting to the new scenario. But at the same time, it might have been better to keep the sword, as that actually answers the big Tommy. But if the element has a crab...
Yeah, because when the brawl was inked, I believe that we also had the sword in hand at the time. It's possible that there were no other inkables in hand. So then you couldn't do the brawl line with the Sapphire Coil. And this is one of the issues with Coil over something like Ice Block. Now, obviously, in this case, Ice Block wouldn't have shrank either the 4 strength down far enough on its own anyway. But there is certainly a cost to having to ink for the ability to function.
Did he just visions and take a Tipo to ink it? The other 4 cards looked like crab, Flaversham. That is some insane cards to put on bottom. I'm assuming he took another crab and just moved the card we saw. And I know some people, especially with Oswald, they talked about how they're always bottoming their best cards. And it's just like, yes, welcome to Ariel. This is the thing. If you play 4 Scrooge and Visions and Oswald, you're probably going to go through your deck if you have a medium to long game. So
It just sounds like somebody who has not played decks that you can look at all 60 cards every single game before. You know, they just don't have experience where churning back through the bottom of your deck is possible.
Yep. I like when playing Steel Song and you aerial a card, sometimes you're like, oh, good guy Zan.
With Pete.
No, don't draw that card. Don't get that warning. Don't get in trouble. We got to stop you.
It's not a crime to try and play it. As long as it doesn't go through, everything is okay. All you've done is reveal to your opponent that you have a spell that you can't use. Unlucky.
Yep.
And because we had to eat that coil, we just Sisu and take out only the Flaversham.
Not everyone gets to draw all the popsicles every game.
Well, it helps when you have more popsicles than just the 4.
Very true.
Here's a lucky dime. And a Zeus on the Sisu. We'll see if Zan wants to consume the last card. Likely not. I think it's 2 spells, probably another Zeus maybe in hand. I guess if it was a Zeus, they probably would have just cast it on Flaversham.
Being able to just throw dimes into play and not care if it's removed is such a nice feeling. I mean, yeah, it could be a world where Hideaway hits it and then Hideaway hits it again. But your opponent has to be on multiple Hideaways, has to draw both of them. You just have so much recursion, it just seems so unlikely to occur.
Finally, a crab of the element's own here. Getting some, not Popsicle back, but Vitalosphere. Drawing a couple cards off of it. Vitalosphere, markedly not quite as good as Popsicle at doing this kind of thing. So you just start down a little bit more cards, but... Uh-oh.
We've got Fortisphere at home, kids. It just doesn't draw cards.
Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We go to 14, assuming that we bash with everything. Likely going to use this to take out the Flaversham, though, so we'll go to 13. This Scrooge has done an awful lot of work this game at dealing with Flavershams.
Yes. I think there's 2 Flavershams down on that one Scrooge. You do not see that often.
4/4 is a big card. Once upon a time, that was Medusa's job. Now it's...
Why Ink Dragon? Because it's a double dragon. Maybe even... Zan's like, don't matter.
Fair enough.
What I got.
I got 13 items and... 13 lore and 7 items and just another crab. That'll take care of it.
Where's your find 'em, flatten 'em now, the element?
Yeah, there's very little really good item removal in Sapphire and Ruby. There's a little bit in Sapphire. Most of it has a downside, whether it sends it to the Inkwell, which is not always a downside necessarily.
Most of the time, but yes.
A lot of time it is less favorable, but sometimes there's items that you'd rather just be gone forever, such as Lucky Dime and such, where they can't recur it. Now more than ever with as many crabs as there are. But it's hard to run a lot of that because it makes you a lot less powerful into some of your other matchups. You know, once upon a time we saw like the 6-drop Cusco as an option to sort of take out 1 dime in sort of the mirrors, but it's really narrow and they might not even care.
It's a really good answer. The problem is that it's best at answering and then being used to apply pressure or beat down things. There's just not a lot of decks full of 3/3s that are also playing items. I mean,
Yeah.
sure, Bell's in there, but that doesn't matter. It's the gigantic crabs that just like look at the Cusco and be like, yawn. So it's much better at that point to just play Hideaway and then play a Flaversham as well to try to draw an answer to the other things instead of hoping that Cusco is a solid 2-for-1. Because realistically, most of the time when Cusco is played, it's answering a dime as a Hail Mary or something, or answering a manor. Plus the fact that like you have to ramp the Cusco to answer a manor on curve. And at least with a Hideaway, if they turn 3 it, you can answer it. Although you are helping your opponent a bit.
That's the cost. Much better start from the element this game, given that we actually have a Popsicle and a Vitalosphere. Along with both players doing Sail on turn 2 to take us right past our third turn to the fourth one.
If the Oswald version went super crazy and they were running like 4 dimes, I could see a world where we ran 4 Hideaway. In this same world, we would probably be playing it on turn 2, targeting on Vitalospheres and Popsicles a lot.
Sure.
It is another upside of it. It can be used as turn 2 ramp in a pickle. Can't play your Flaversham the next turn, but
that was always sort of the secret 9th ramp spell or 10th ramp spell for when you were desperate, right?
But if you're playing Scrooges, it's a little bit okay. Like, it's okay to not play Flaversham on curve if you have a Scrooge. It's applying pressure to almost everything except for lore-wise. It's going to answer a lot and draw you the item for your Flaversham the next turn, which you'll have 5 ink, so you should be able to play a 1-drop and then the Flaversham to still not get, like, super punished. And we see a slight Mike Long attempt right there, but it went right in the inkwell, so we know we're all good. Is it a shark?
This time I believe it was a brawl.
Okay.
Very good start for the Almond here, with the double sail taking us up to more ink than what our Sapphire Steel opponent has here, while still being able to leverage the Flaversham every turn up to this point. That is kind of how you have to keep up with these decks that have better cheap items. You know, the Fortisphere being the big separator between the two. All right, we got a coil.
How far will you go?
I really generally like how far I'll go. I think it's a very good card. I like it a lot less in this meta than I did in the previous one, I think. And mostly just because there's so many Pete's running around. I do still like it with Sapphire Coil, and I think you kind of have to run it in the Ruby version, but...
Sisu.
Alright, double coil from the double ink. Sisu the duck here, and put a little bit more pressure on the board, not a ton, but honestly, those Sisus do a pretty good job of pressuring the life total a little bit more than, the lore count, more than they would in a lot of matchups, because Zan does not have an easy way of dealing with them that doesn't cost a lot when the board is not developed, right?
Yep, that is the downside to songs. If you do not have a singer, you're normally paying a little bit more than you would otherwise for the effect. Maybe. So, with that logic, we should have a 2-cost uninkable action that deals 2 damage to a character or location and draws a card. Give me an uninkable baboom that draws. It's a storm that you can't sing.
We got
Make it cost
what
one
is
less.
it? We got one where you can discard a card and then you do an extra 2 damage. That's kind of like drawing a card.
If the world wasn't full of daisies, that would be awesome, actually. But in the current meta we live in, we don't need to shift. We don't need that 3 lore. We need to diversify our threats. So it would take 2 turns of that Sisu questing to make up for not shifting that Sisu.
It appears
Zan,
that we getting rid of the Sapphire coil here is, it could either mean one of two things. It could mean that we have a crab and we're not worried about the Sapphire coil being gone, or it could mean that we have no other items to work with and we're just trying to dig a little bit, working around the idea that we just got rid of one of our
eventually
primary.
get it back.
Yeah, Maui's
that's
real
an
nice,
enchanted
but not
Maui?
here. It's an enchanted Maui. Does look like we have the sword and a dragon, so we're not as worried about
Double
the
dragon.
individual
Quad
crabs
dragon,
here.
no. I guess it is still a human, so still only double dragon. This is quite the clock. It's not
In
looking
hand,
fantastic for Zan.
It does appear that the element also has the Sword of Truth, which can take care of another crab very easily. But this, I think, is the problem with Sapphire Steel. It does a lot of game actions when it's ahead, but when it gets behind, its board really sucks at coming back from being behind. Like, you're just doing stuff. Here's a 4/4. I'm going to draw another card. Here's a crab. I'm going to draw 2 more cards. And they're like, okay, I'm going to quest for 8.
Yeah. If there's
Right,
a dime, this game is over. I don't see a Zeus in Zan's hand.
Like, there's so many characters in play that there just aren't clean answers for in Sapphire Steel because they're just not playing any area removal. We just play this sword, take out that crab, and just
Win.
send in the clowns, and the game is just over. Because there's just no way for Zan to ever deal with this many things in a single turn. It just doesn't happen. Correctly sequencing in such a way that we still have that Sword of Truth, but we're trying to leverage the Flaversham best we can rather than putting ourselves at risk for no reason, essentially. All right, so we quest out, gain another 7. We go to, 19?
We didn't start with the sword because he was trying to find a Sisu to just quest out.
Sure, that makes sense, yeah. I think it is reasonable. It could have been reasonable to show the Sword of Truth. I think Zan probably would have scooped just to the sword to begin with. But I also think that it's fine to play your turn like normal. In the best way possible. I think Zan would appreciate it either way.
Yeah.
Given the caliber of player, right?
And that does it. Ruby Sapphire showing that it can be geared to take down the Menace. If you don't have the combo, it's going to be rough. And with Sword of Truth was doing work, I think it took out 3 at least villains in those games.
Yeah, I mean, Sword of Truth to me is just Dragonfire a lot of the time that you can recur with Tamatoa sometimes. The major threats in the format are heroes, but a lot of the heroes are small enough that you can deal with them with your Sisus, and they're crabs and dragons, which for the most part are villains. Like the Maleficent Dragon is a villain in the mirror. All the crabs are villains. It can also take out, like, Pete's sometimes. Pete is considered a villain, I believe. There's a few other ones that notably that get played. It's mostly villains and heroes for a lot of it.
Yeah, it is a lot of heroes and villains. It kind of makes sense.
It does.
Kind of wished it was more princesses and princes, but alas, heroes and villains also fit the bill.
Well, conveniently, a lot of the princes and princesses are also heroes. very few of those are also villains, so it's kind of one or the other.
We should have more villain princesses, I feel. We have some villain queens.
That would be cool if we had a little bit more of that, but we do have villain queens. That's absolutely correct. The Zan looking up sort of truth here, which makes sense. It's kind of a new bit of a bully, right? The Sword of Truth, that game. It is very, very strong at interacting with specifically those Sapphire mirrors is the major reason to play it. But there is some edge case on it as well, in that you can deal with, say, the Queen out of Amethyst, especially the new one, which can be problematic, at gaining quite a bit of lore and bullying your graveyard as well, which is unfortunate. These little toolboxy cards especially are nice when you have things like Tipo, you have things like the Fishbone Quill, in that even though it is uninkable, that you can still get rid of it if it's absolutely terrible for you. So I think we're going to start seeing more of these Ruby Sapphire lists being a bit more toolboxy with their kit, because a lot of the Ruby items are stronger than the Steel items in this regard. But there are always ways of dealing with Ruby Sapphire. Aerial's a big one, especially now that they're on a lot less Be Prepareds than they probably ever were before. Be Prepared kind of fallen out of favor just because of how many Pete's are around. Sisu is just a better answer that is a better threat at the same time, especially in combination with things like the Sapphire Coil. But as always, Ruby Sapphire is going to struggle a little bit more on cards than Sapphire Steel will. As we saw there, kind of doesn't matter. If you're able to go wide enough and keep up enough answers for what they're doing, especially with something like Sisu, you can still win very easily against the Sapphire Steel. So I would say, kind of like I said when this match started, is it really depends on the build that you're running. Sapphire Steel is struggling into Ruby, can go back very easily to Aerial, and because Sapphire Steel is just almost always going to have more items than the Ruby Sapphire, you can just leverage the Aerial plus dimes to, win out that way, whether it's through questing or even just dime activations. They just don't have enough room for as much item removal as they probably need to deal with all your dimes. Maybe you just go even more dime heavy and win that way. It's always going to be a bit of give and take in what matchups you can afford these more narrow tools. Aerial's very strong, but it is a lot worse. It's just bad against aggro decks because it's slow and it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, you have to have like the Fishbone Quills and the Tipos to be able to not get punished. And that's kind of how like Sapphire Steel of the last few sets, they played like 3-4 grab your swords. They could afford to do that because they could at least turn it into ink the hard way. You can't just sadly ink it. Imagine a sword's power crept that's like a 6 cost but inkable. I mean, I guess we still kind of want it to be 5 for most of the shift characters, or 3 cost shifts for 5. That's like the medium. So maybe that's a way to kind of explore more, give us a reason to play the shift 6s. The same thing with 4s. I kind of wish we had more impactful things at the 4 cost, like Zeus. Give me a reason to play my 4 cost shift 2 characters. Like make Mulan really good on shifting 2. Right now we have How Far I'll Go and Zeus. Like I guess How Far I'll Go is okay on turn 2, but having them hook my Mulan that just like did that. Plus, I'd rather sing with that. I mean, maybe Flynn Rider, but that's still Zeus or how far I'll go.
Yeah, it's pretty limited as far as the 4 cost or less songs that are relevant enough to make it worth not just skipping that slot entirely and going directly to 5. I mean, even the ramp decks pretty much skip to 4 for a character and then they just do something on 5. Like, they don't even worry about it.
So we see friends seeing less and less play every set. Do we think a 4 cost draw 2 gain a lore is just too dang slow? Is a 4 cost draw 2 gain 2 too dang good as a song? Having your rabbit gain you 2 lore and draw 2 cards afterwards?
I mean, is it even good enough? Maybe is the question. You know, the idea of is it too good? Like, is it good enough? Like, is it even fast enough if it doesn't add something to the board and it just gains some lore? I mean, you think about all the lore gain cards that we have, not all of them even see play in the same deck that would want to be doing that lore rush kind of strategy.
Exactly. All right. Well, I think I'm going to be swapping over to the other stream now.
Okay.
You should have a new casting partner. Who knows? Maybe they'll kick me back over here. We shall find out. Otherwise, I will see you tomorrow for the top 8.
Absolutely.
And hey, Jeebus, I am with you. This is Loaf here from Charlie's Collectibles, and we are getting into round 3 of 7 for day 1 here. How have the games been so far?
They've been good. Sapphire Steel has lost twice now, which, being the big menace that it is, it's good to see. I mean, not good necessarily, you know, you don't want to see players lose. However, it's nice that there are other color combinations that are still able to thrive in a world that seems so doom and gloom from a lot of people about how the Sapphire Steel has been looking.
Right, and we were discussing this at the start of the tournament where the Sapphire Steel deck, it hit the ground running, but it is beatable and players are starting to adapt their decks to beat Sapphire Steel and then adapt their Sapphire Steel decks to keep up with the other meta decks.
And this is a thing that happened in some of the earlier sets where, for example, like Ruby Amethyst was, you know, the big bully of the format. But when you have a deck that has such a high percentage of the format for what you're going to see in the room, you now have to tune your list to beat other Ruby Sapphire lists, which then makes your list just worse against the other stuff in the field. So like there's this self-cannibalization of your own deck just to be able to beat the mirror that is going to make it so that you're more vulnerable to attack from other types of strategies too.
Yeah, and taking a look at that previous match that we just watched, the Element had a lot of tech choices that I think are playing really well into this current meta. I mean, we saw the Sword of Truth really come out and paired with the recursion from Tamatoa Happy as a Clam, was able to deal with every threat that Zan produced pretty handedly.
Yeah, any sort of recurable removal just ends up being very strong, strictly because, you know, you just are not drawing cards. Cards are not that useful when they don't do anything. You can have 10 cards in hand, but if none of them deal with your problems, it's not really that helpful.
Yeah, and recursion is the big name of the game in these Sapphire lists. But taking a look at the game before us, we have Amber Steel against Amber Emerald, most likely an aggro list, if last weekend is anything to go off of. We are seeing, looks like Little John, Rapunzel.
Thought I saw an Ursula in there as well.
Oh, and actually, Jeebus, we are going to be watching Zan's match again, so this will be on the other broadcast.
Okay.
Okay, here we are.
Ooh,
So
an
we've got
interesting.
Amethyst Emerald, not a combination that I would expect to be a high frequency of play this weekend, but not Vicky is here with it.
Some nice art sleeves with the outers.
Yeah, Captain Hook, not an Amethyst Emerald.
I like the good bait and switch sometimes.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, your deck box, your sleeves, they can all tell your opponent something that you want them to tell. Especially going into a blind altar, it can be something that actually makes an impact. All right, Vicky's starting off with a Cursed Merfolk on the play. Good start for the Amethyst Emerald deck. Possibly a more aggro-leaning version.
In general, I would think that most of the lists are a little bit more aggro-leaning for this color combo. Not all of them historically, but in order to keep up in this particular metagame, I think that they're going to rely a lot more on some early lore into some of the direct lore gain cards that have come out more recently, alongside things like Goat and the White Rose. We just have quite a few more options for that kind of direct lore gain than we sort of ever did before.
Yeah, and speaking of direct lore gain, we have one of the Emerald options here. Go Tomogo, pretty versatile as we see it just coming out on 2, being an evasive threat that can get in here and there for lore. Matched against a Tipo, and there, the White Rose you were just talking about.
All right, already all the way up to 6, and if Zan wants to take a little bit of the pressure off, it is going to require discarding a card to take out that Curse Merfolk.
Yeah, and in Zan's hand, we do see some options. It looks like there's a Storm in the grip. How important do you think his hand size is in this particular matchup, or is he just trying to survive to the end game?
It's a little contextual, I suppose. If the hand has some cards that are kind of unusable early on, I would imagine that it's fine to just discard one of them and then not take as much pain from the Curse Merfolk. But there are some hands that you have that just aren't strong enough for that. So what he's debating here is whether or not you hit the Tamago with the spell or just the Curse Merfolk. I think you have to hit the Tamago and then still, in this case, is almost certainly going to challenge and discard something. Given that we have what appears to be another bell but no item, it's pretty likely to be just discarding a bell. Maybe not.
Yeah,
the Pete is
Pete
fine.
Go down. Yeah, that makes sense with the unlikely high amount of songs in Vicky's deck, meaning Amethyst Emerald, not known for playing a lot of songs that you'd want to interrupt with Pete. There we see a library, which is pseudo card advantage for Vicky, which I was starting to worry seeing her hand size go down with the somewhat explosive draw that she had.
Opts to challenge the Tipo, which makes sense. Zeus and Bell to take out the library.
Yeah, Zeus being one of the few songs, one of the few actions even that deal damage to characters and locations, you know.
And 5 is a big number. Certainly, Bell being a 3/3 matters a ton in dealing with the library in this case, too. Goes for Lyle on the Bell, which forces Reckless for next turn. So likely, you just want to quest here for 3. Quest to go up to 7 with your 3/3, and then force the challenge back from the other side.
Yeah, and with Xana's 0 lore, that is not a trade he is unwilling to take. And there we see the Storm being sung by Bell, something that this format is starting to become quite known for. We'll just have to see how Xan develops his board. And speaking of 5, there's Tamatoa happy as a clam.
Yeah, Lyle not at its best in this particular matchup, I think. An additional Lyle could be interesting on the Tamatoa, given that it would be able to prevent it from questing, but just sends it back. A little scary here with only the 1 card in hand.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about with the card advantage earlier. We saw Cursed Merfolk, we saw Go-Go Tomogo, we saw the White Rose jumping straight to 6 out of the gate, but the longevity is definitely on Xan's side in this game, and there we see Hiram to further that.
Draws a couple cards. Here's the Visions. Now, I think that this is a more recent inclusion in the list.
Yeah, a lot of players opting for a higher inkable count. I think the early iterations of this game, or of this deck, were playing cards like Oswald, and they were just trying to go big and wide fast, but I think the later versions, we're seeing a lot more stability with cards like Tipo, Visions, stuff that can impact the game, but also go into the inkwell.
All right, Quest Tamatoa here.
Yeah, Zeus and Storm to take out the board of Not Vicky, drawing that card off that Diablo. Let's see what kind of answers they might have in their hand.
Also not a quest then, just singing the song. I suppose that makes sense. It gives you... We have plenty of cards in hand, so being sort of even with resources is unnecessary. You just want to be alive and have a board for the following turn. A little bit of Fox shenanigans to get the Fox into play.
Yeah, Clarabelle potentially hinting at either wanting to just deal with items in general or possibly a shift line in the deck.
All right, now we see the quest here. Running out a popsicle. Likely going to use that to draw a couple of additional cards.
Yeah, paired with the Hiram, Tamatoa, the popsicle, Zan's going to dig a little deeper. Probably try and get that big Tom out soon. Not too worried about his opponent's lore total at this point. Scrooge will help us dig a little deeper, looking for an item.
I picked up a couple more cards. At this point, it's almost with so few cards in Not Vicky's hand. It is sort of just going through the motions a little bit. The initial pressure was sort of stymied by a few timely removal spells. Zan just keeps leveraging the removal spells that are available, keeps the cards alive, and I was just sending it back.
Yeah, seeing a strength come out there and really showcasing what this Sapphire Steel deck does well. Getting Bell out, getting Scrooge. I mean, really his board is all the showcase characters from this deck. But using these characters in conjunction with the songs to cheat the curve, if you will. And at this point, it feels like we're just going through the motions.
A little bit, yeah.
Bonsai coming out.
One of the better 2-drop threats. I feel like it's a little late to the party here, but
yeah,
Dan
we're
runs
starting to see Tamatoa pair with Tamatoa here. Getting back items
Unfortunately,
and playing them for free.
the 8-drop is not at its best here, given that we don't have any items in play because we've used them all to draw cards.
Yeah, although we won't be getting massive amounts of lore when this Tamatoa turns sideways, we will see that recursion element of the deck. Essentially, always being able to popsicle, play it for free, and draw 2 cards off Hiram.
All right, shifting some cards around. Getting just the one off the crab, and it looks like this match should be over in the following turn, but making sure to still play tight. Item. At least they're having a good time with game actions, I suppose. Sing a removal spell, sure. Yeah, remove our thing, absolutely. Is that all you got? Alright, fine. I suppose it's over. And that's the power of Sapphire Steel sometimes, being able to deploy answers as well as threats, just from the ink advantage that you get out of casting some of your spells for free, as well as just some of your characters' bodies being just larger than what a lot of the other colors have right now at these lower ink costs. You know, getting a Scrooge for free is obviously very, very good. Getting a Bell for free is just a lot of stat lines.
Hey, Jeebus, this is Sir Ashtown here. We were able to get Katie and Clara set up with Zan, so we're going to switch on over to our other feature match. Thanks for joining us with casting here today with 20 Lore Pro. Really excited to be here for the Charlie's Collectible Show, and it's now a 13K with over 319 players. Jeebus, Loaf, I hope you all enjoy.
All right,
Thanks,
jumping
Ashtown.
back in here. So it looks like we're sort of deep in the thick of it. It's hard to know what turn it even is. You know, both players only having a handful of ink, it could still be turn 6 or 7 very easily. Now, based on what Ghosty has, this is likely one of the sort of Chernadog style decks where it's looking to do a bunch of things, put a bunch of small characters in play, cast Tramp, and then use that to dig for a Chernabog, and then discard a bunch of random characters, and then play 9/9.
Yeah, and like you said, there was only 3 ink in play for these players, but we did have that 10-drop Chernabog on the side of SSG Ghosty. As we head into... Oh, it looks like that might have been the match, actually.
All right, there you go. There's your answer.
Looks like Ghosty going to 3-0 if our scorecards are right there.
Yeah, we saw some characters in play and some dogs and a Chernabog, and then it was over. That makes sense?
Hey, Divas, this is Ashtown here. We'll have that fixed for the next match. We got them everybody switched over properly, but we're going to watch the remainder of match 2 over here with Zan. Going forward, if you want to watch Zan, our 20 Lore Pro Community Pro, you can head on over to Katie, the Lore Keeper's Inn, to watch her live, and she'll be streaming that with Clara and possibly Wonderland, and then we will be here on the main stream with 20 Lore Pro, giving you kind of a random assortment of different competitive players throughout the tournament. So really glad to be here and for y'all watching. Just as we have multiple casters going on right now, we have here the main stream, we have Katie with the Lore Keepers Inn. We are also offering this stream currently in Spanish with Sarek and his friends casting it, as well as in Chinese on Bilibili with Shi Li. So if you want to watch in Spanish or in Chinese, you can find those links in the 20 Lore Pro Discord, and we'll put them here in just a little bit on the Twitch chat for the stream. So thank you all so much for your patience and for joining us here to watch today's stream.
All right, well, heading into game 2, we see an Ursula getting a storm out of the hand of Zan, and Sail just propelling him ahead. Did we end up seeing that Clarabelle shift line out of not Vicky in the first game?
Yes. It was inked in the last turn to play a crab.
So that being a potential option for not Vicky to have some longevity in this game, along with that library. No bell for Zan, meaning that this game should be a bit more difficult for him to claw his way back into. Then we see the Hiram on 4. Hitting the kicker on Clarabelle to get rid of that popsicle, possibly preventing Hiram from getting another 2 cards. There's a shield in the hand of Zan, probably going to cash that in.
All right, looking for some item here. Bottom 4 cards, put them on the bottom in any order. Something that's pretty important here for not Vicky is a random whiff like that helps a lot. So we don't have a ton of pressure currently, but there's a few characters in play.
We see a
Genie.
genie coming down to draw a card for not Vicky. Curious to see if they will opt to take out the Hiram or if they're more focused on lore. Typically, depending on their hand, you can sort of piece together if you have enough reach to go from, in this case, 8 all the way up to 20, but it is the trade coming out.
I like, since none of them are 2 questers, I like taking out the Flowershem here. It's not a huge cost. So I think that for the 3 lore, I mean, if we were talking about 5, maybe I would have maybe erred on the side of going to quest, but I think for just 3 lore, I think it's probably worth it.
Yeah, and similar to the Ruby Sapphire matchup, the Sapphire Steel deck, as you pointed out, has problems coming back from behind. If they don't have the characters, if they don't have the songs, we really have to deal with the opposing characters one by one, and I don't believe there's a card that takes care of Genie outside of a Strength on a wide board or a Zeus.
Or 2 spells is kind of the way that a lot of times these characters have to be dealt with. Double strength or a storm plus a strength or whatever. Hades, I guess, is able to do it, but that really only answers 1 threat at a time. And not
Hades,
quite yet.
Hades we are starting to see in these Sapphire lists, and I believe there is one in Zan's hand. But especially a card like Genie that replaces itself off the top, it's not ideal to see that causing a 2 for 1 or a 1 for 2, depending on which table you're on. We do see Scrooge taking out that shift line possibility.
So a very strong line from not Vicky here would honestly probably just be another Genie. You take out the Scrooge, you just play more Genies, you just play more evasive threats, keep up the cards of your own, and then just keep gaining lore. I mean, there's only going to be so many answers generally out of Zan. And that is also a strong line.
Yeah, we see a different kind of threat out of not Vicky with this Ursula, Sea Witch Queen.
All right, quest for 3, exert the Flowershem makes sense, and then double challenge it. Yeah. I don't hate that. We still gain the same amount of lore that we would have gained had we just quested without that Ursula, but this way we just get to take out the Flowershem. It costs a little bit of lore to remove it, but again, this is limiting the options that Zan has as far as cards. And it also takes a body off the board, which is nice for something like Strength as well.
Yeah, and notably, the Ursula doesn't allow other characters to sing, so Zan will have to manually trade into that Ursula unless he is about to use this Hades that we've seen in his hand. Looks like we've got 2 strengths, a dime, another Scrooge.
He's debating on the Hades. My guess is Hades for the Genie. Interesting. Opts for the Ursula. Oh, I see. We have the strength that we can sing for the Genie. Now that we have the third
Ursula
character
off the table, allowing Zan's other characters to.
So we sing this way and likely just trade the bell off for the Fox, maybe. Or just the other song, sure.
Yeah, definitely an interesting choice in the game. Whether you want to save that strength for later, but Zan just opts to keep the characters on the board, potential lore gain for later.
Having more bodies is also nice, just allowing you to actually put some pressure on. Even if the pressure just is on the opposing characters. A 3/3 able to trade into most things, Ursula and Clarabelle aside, decides to just take out the duck.
Yeah, not Vicky running into an Amethyst Emerald problem where a character in your hand is Fox and it requires another character in order to play, sinking 8 mana into, or 8 ink, sorry, into a Bonsai and a Fox.
Now, this is the point in the game where we have to ask ourselves, is all the extra lore that we gave up challenging earlier, was it worth it? Was it enough that we are, looking where we're at 8 right now. We gave up 6 lore throughout the course of this game on plays to challenge. Between the Ursula turn where we didn't quest with the genie and we instead took out a Flaversham, and then the other instance where we also took out a Flaversham by combining all of our characters. So that's 2 Flavershams that we took out for a total of 6 lore. Now, does that mean that, we would have been at 14, 16 going into Bonsai, all to take out 2 Flavershams? Maybe there is a world where, in a matchup like this, you're not supposed to worry about the cards. They're gonna have cards anyway. And maybe the idea is that you have to just quest. And if we just raced and developed more threats, made it Zan's problem to deal with, we would have been better off. Now, knowing what was in Zan's hand at the time, that it was a lot of strengths, it probably wouldn't have worked out, because then the strengths would have been a lot easier to get off, and it would have ended up pretty similarly, I think. We would have just had a couple more lore. It's something interesting to think about in a matchup like this. Given a similar run out of characters, we would have been at like 14 or 16 lore. That puts us within sort of that lore rush range where a goat and, another character getting in is enough to sort of finish it out. And now we're at 10, which is quite a bit farther away. Gogo Tamago isn't really able to, close it out either.
Yeah, especially with characters like Chernobog's followers that are able to cash themselves in for an additional card, potentially that Merlin, potentially that Gogo, which Zan seems to be conscious of healing up that Hades.
A little bit of it too is just for the crab to make sure that it gets back more items potentially. But yeah, Gogo Tamago is a very important card to be aware of in these sort of matchups. If you're not careful, all of a sudden, 2 of them come down and they just gain 6 or 8, and then the game's just over. So that's always something to be aware of when you're facing down Emerald these days, because it's a respectable card on its own. Is just an evasive threat, and the fact that it has so much potential for reach is kind of ever present.
Yeah, and here we see Zan cashing in a few items for a bell, for an additional heal, and playing that Tamatoa to get them back.
Alright, we got our Chernobog's followers. We can go up to 11. Draw a card.
Yeah, that striking distance we were talking about is seeming further and further away.
We challenge a Tamatoa.
Oh, okay.
And then kill it with Ana. So that's one of them is banished at least. Unfortunately, the card that draws 4 cards, being your 2-for-1, is not necessarily the best thing that you can be doing, I would say. It is a reasonable line, however, a bit unfortunate with how far behind we are.
Yeah, and there we see Tamatoa putting in Lucky Dime for free, the added bonus for getting to quest with your 6-drop here. Big Tamatoa entering play as well, with the Zeus to finish off the Ana.
Yeah, it's really, there's no reason not to just keep the board as clear as you can, because it is already wrapped up with just the characters that you have on board. And making sure, like, 2 extra lore is not what the issue is going to be here. It's making sure that there's no possibility of recovery. So, you know, opting to generally sing Strength, sing Zeus, all of them are just better than not doing that, you know, than just trying to push more lore or whatever. Because now the game is just over. And as we can see here, if there was damage on any characters, like, there's a world where that would be useful, but there was never any damage past the turn that Zan put damage on his characters, because he would just heal it all up with popsicles, so...
Right, and
just kind of going through the motions here. I would suspect he just
Zan
takes the
here seeing-
popsicle, takes a Scrooge, sure. Takes a Scrooge to look at the bottom 4 cards of his deck.
Another whiff for the Scrooge. That seems to be a common trend for Zan this tournament.
Draw a card off of a Storm. Not really sure why we did so many game actions when we already had 5 items in play, but I appreciate the ability to take game actions. So, not a big problem there.
Sometimes you just have to, you know, see how big you can go when you've got Tamatoa so shiny in play.
I like taking game actions, not a problem. Alright, so that'll put Zan up to 2-1 and 0. And that'll be it for round 3, I believe.
Yeah, that is the end of the feature matches for round 3. We are going to go to a quick break, and we will be back when round 4 is up. right, everybody, welcome back to round 4 here at the Charlie's Collectible Showcase here, 13K here in Atlanta. I'm Loaf, and with me is Jeebus. Jeebus, how's it going?
It's going really well. I'm looking forward to round 3. Oh, sorry, round 4 now.
Yeah, we are going into round 4. All the player information will be updating soon, but we will be watching the 3-0 match with 4 rounds of Swiss left on the day. Looks like we've got another Ruby Sapphire player stepping up to the mat.
All right, an interesting color matchup here. Ruby Sapphire versus Emerald Steel. Sort of one of the classic matchups in previous sets, but not as much in the current one. So we'll have to see what new cards have made their way into these lists.
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen some teched out Ruby Sapphire decks earlier in the tournament, but what changes do you expect the Emerald Steel players to put into their list to maybe combat the current meta?
One of the things that we will likely see is the new Pete. No, not Pete. John Silver, right? No, is it a Pete? The green steel.
There's a 6-drop Pete. That is the shift line I'm throwing on.
Yes, that's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, there you go, the Space Pirate. This has been popping up a little bit in some of the green steel lists.
Yeah, similar to Ursula that we saw in the previous match, opposing characters can't sing, and it has a little built-in protection. Pirates gaining resist 1. Being a space pirate does qualify as being a pirate in this game.
I'm hearing that your audio is a little low.
Gotcha. Let me fix that real quick.
That fix for you guys while we
All right, Jeebus, how is this on volume for you?
still a little quiet. I don't know what changed from before. All right, while he works on that here, our players are getting their alterations taken care of here. Tossing back a few cards that are no good and getting ready to start the match.
All right. Jeebus, am I still coming in quiet for you?
You're still pretty low, yeah. At least compared to how you had it set up before. All right, ink and pass.
Yeah, we do see the altars go through and an ink and pass from Potato. Sudden Chill being the ink with the Diablo, letting us see the hand of Potato. Heading into turn 2, we see a lot of uninkables from Potato, so it could be a challenging game of what do we ink this turn?
Yeah, now that the information is known that there are cards to take with an Ursula. That is a line that potentially can be coming up here. Looks like we're just going to go a little bit more aggressive, run out of Smee, and likely just quest for one. Considering shifting, actually, for the Diablo.
Yeah, we do just see a quest and pass with that Smee joining the table, threatening an additional 2 lore, and another pass from Potato. Not ideal at all in this situation.
Yeah, the hand looked pretty ugly. Since there were 2 Be Prepareds, likely those came from the redraw after the initial alteration, so pretty tragic of a draw, I would say. I'm probably going to see this Sudden Chill come down, make him discard a card, maybe. We're going to get the Diablo out now here, sing the Sudden Chill. Discard a card to draw. Yeah, Be Prepared, not a big shock.
Yeah, notably with that Be Prepared being sent to the discard pile by choice, this Ursula that we do see is going to be able to take the other one, making the options for board removal lower and relying on that Sisu that we also saw from the Diablo, but Brawl cleaning up the big Diablo for the time being.
Alright, there goes Ursula. For a Calhoun, it's an interesting choice. I suppose, given that it has the additional strength, it is less vulnerable to Brawl. Grammatala trying to fix this hand here a little bit. Did find a Popsicle.
Yeah, this hand from the Ruby Sapphire player has definitely been much more slow and steady than we're used to seeing. No Hirams, no Sails. Tipo could have smoothed out the hand a little there. But we do pass over to Twigtwag's 5th turn. Let's see what he's got working for him. Cricky into the Inkwell, and Cricky to the board.
And likely just to put a little bit more lore pressure. Cricky out of these decks generally is one of the higher individual lore count characters, given that it can quest for 3.
Yeah, and especially with the slow start from Potato, it is going to be much more difficult for him to get that Cricky off the board. But we do see the first bit of ramp this game and how far I'll go coming out of Grammatala.
A little bit more ink on the field here. And Maui to take out this Calhoun, it looks like. So between the John and the Cricky, could go up to 13 lore. Not exactly ideal. But I believe that there's a removal, perhaps, in Twigtwag's hand here. Probably not the best one for Maui, but...
Yeah, it looks like the draw for turn was that Pete able to stifle any actions coming out of Potato the next turn. But all things considered, the board is pretty stabilized. The reach of Twigtwag is not what he would like at this point, and just flicking that one card around, looking to get some discard. And it looks like
a Diablo.
1-drop in his hand.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. So just sort of forcing the trade with the Maui here. Given that Cricky is a 3/4. Collect the 3 lore. I suppose just move on with our turns here. Fly over Shim to draw a couple cards.
Yeah, the Ruby Sapphire. Oh. Yeah, the Ruby Sapphire player playing this game somewhat out of order, but still getting to the same end result. And Tala feeling good enough to just start questing in this position. Way better.
Yeah, given that it's generally going to be a race scenario from the, more aggressive player's side here, it's unlikely that they're going to trade into your Grand Metal anyway, so it's kind of just free to get the extra lore point in. Looks at the hand, takes the other Be Prepared, which we knew was going to happen eventually. And unfortunately for Twig here, the writing is on the wall a little bit because Ink into Sisu is going to just remove this entire board, which puts him in a bit of a dire situation here.
Yeah, finally getting some value off that Prince John and going ahead and questing. Hiram not really threatening a crackback here.
I would say it's pretty likely that the Sisu is going to come down either way. Sort of just depends on if we want to cash in +2 cards off this Sapphire coil or not.
Yeah, Sapphire Coil not seeming as impactful as it is in the other matchups in this meta, and there it is, the big Sisu clearing the board.
The ability to shrink the 3 strength characters is quite relevant with the Sisus. However, when we only have 1 card in hand, you really need quantity of stuff to be able to actually do much anyway. So it's kind of tricky here. So Diablo to Smee, okay. Now here's where Sapphire Coil can be a little bit worse than Ice Block sometimes, because we have a Sisu in hand, a human Sisu. So we have to ink this Fatalisphere instead of using it to draw 2 cards so that we can shrink one of the characters to be able to actually take it out with the Sisu. Now, there's a world where you gamble a little bit and you play the sphere first, draw 2 cards, and then try to hit an inkable off of that, so that we still have the Sapphire Coil, but it may not matter at all. Looks like the top of the deck was just all popsicles all the time, so...
Yeah.
And there's our Super Goof.
Yeah, being able to cash in his entire Inkwell for cards ended up being a pretty good run out for that turn.
Here comes a Bruno, or perhaps one that we don't talk about.
Yeah, unfortunately, Prince John not on the board anymore to take advantage of that discard, but now Emerald Steel on the back foot.
Alright, even odd got the Sisu. Alright. That's a start, though Flaversham is able to just draw a new grip here.
Yeah, 2 popsicles in play, plenty of items to cash in. And Super Goof being an excellent threat against this Smee.
Another Goof. And a Pirate's Life.
Just to make matters worse for Twig.
Looks at hand, shows just a Maui. Sends out another one. And I believe that this is pretty well over.
Yeah,
It
while
has
not
been a little
technically
rough for a
the
few
end of the
turns,
game,
but
it is the beginning of the end. The writing is on the wall for this game. What are some adjustments you think we could see going into game 2?
It's possible that if we had the Cove protect the Diablo so that they had to overcommit a little bit more into taking it out as opposed to using just the Brawl, that there's some more lines in there that you can gain advantage out of some of your other cards. It was a little bit of a rough draw from both players, I think. And when you have slightly awkward draws on both sides, generally the player that just has the ability to go over the top is going to be favored, especially when you have things like Sisu in the deck that can, be a very easy 2 or 3 for 1. I think that's some of what we saw here a little bit too, that the few resources that were able to sneak through on the Ruby Sapphire player were enough to keep them alive, just long enough for the bigger cards to come down and sort of clean up.
Yeah, Ruby Sapphire historically being the heavy favorite in this matchup. I was curious about the sequence early on in the game where we chose to ink the Ursula for a Calhoun. We could have possibly seen getting an extra card off the John, getting the B prep out of the hand, and really just leaving Potato on a single Sisu to get through that early game.
We have a Cove in hand, full of a little more expensive cards. See what they decide to send back. So not valuing the Cove at all in this matchup, it seems like, from Twigtwag's side. Unless that's our keep pile.
That does look like the keep pile.
Perhaps trying to plan out the first couple of turns here.
And I believe that was a keep 7 for the Emerald Steel player.
Okay, interesting. Not sure Storm is really the best card in this matchup, but... Oh, well, we just inked Cove. Okay.
Possibly not worried about the Cove benefit with all the coils going around.
Alright, takes a peek at the hand, sends it back.
Yeah, Potato seemingly comfortable to run back last game, just playing Ink Pass and seeing what his opponent can do.
Alright, ink run out of the Smee, and we'll get in for the 1 here.
Getting a strong feeling of deja vu here, opting not to shift the Diablo into play. Getting an extra card there.
Yeah, that is interesting. I assume that they saw removal, probably erring on the side of caution with it so that they don't get totally blown out. So there certainly is a coil. Definitely does make the Cove a lot less impactful in this matchup for sure. Calhoun kind of weird in this matchup. It is one of the better 2-drops in Steel, especially in these sort of mid-rangey style decks. But it is sort of at its worst in this matchup, I would say.
Yeah,
given it's okay at best against what they're doing.
Yeah, the uninkable count, Calhoun being one of the uninkables, is definitely coming into play here, where it seems like Twig is having some challenges inking and developing his hand the best he could.
All right, so get in with
Should be
our
coming down.
with our Smee as well. Do we have a song to shift with?
Well, we definitely inked the Hypnotize. I don't know if there was another inkable that we could have taken advantage of. It did look like there was a Storm Rage on in the hand, but I'm not sure if that might have just been a different steel card.
All right, running out of visions here. Unlucky from the Ruby Sapphire player to not hit any ramp on either turn 2 either game so far. Wasn't a problem with such a slow start previously, but this game I think it'll be a little bit more problematic, I think.
Yeah, so there is a Storm in the hand, it looks like. And that Vital Sphere, probably some foreshadowing, looking towards the Hiram on turn 4 for Potato.
Certainly possible.
Yeah, and the
7
super goof that showed game 1, making Twig hesitant to turn that Prince John sideways.
All right, so we do Flaversham, do eat the Vital Sphere here. Not a big surprise. Pretty typical line here, I would say. And there's a lot of lore pressure on board. 2, 4, 6, 7. If he decides to just send in everything. If we decide to be a little bit cautious on the John again, we'll go up to 12. Trade out the one Smee, cash in for its 6, and then put 1 damage on the other Smee here.
Yeah, 1 damage on that Smee. I'm sure we will catch that up. Opting to manually play the Diablo here. And there's that damage. $12 lore, nothing to scoff at here, but we did see Pirate's Life in game 1 that could be utilized to catch up. Coil plus Sisu taking out the Diablo.
Alright, another Vital Sphere to draw 2 cards. Certainly not as good as Fortisphere in this case, but that'll do just fine to draw a couple more.
Looks like the hand is 2 more 3-drop Diablos and that Storm that we've had.
Could storm this Sisu here. I don't hate that.
Yeah,
At least
preventing the shift line for the big Sisu.
Yeah. Still seeing it with John.
Yeah, at this point, I think we do just have to turn this Prince John sideways and keep it vulnerable to those charge characters we've seen in game 1. Not much we can really do. We just have to hedge what we have on board and see if it's enough.
All right, we end up questing out here. Puts us up to 15. He's got the 2 damage now. And we'll see what Ruby Sapphire's got to be able to deal with this here. So that did take out the line of the Shift Sisu, so that's no longer a possibility.
Yeah, it did look like there was a Maui in the hand. Hideaway going into the Inkwell, not much use in this matchup.
Okay, I believe opts to shrink the Smee. I would say you run out the Maui here, crack into the John, and you could You can take out the Smee with the Flaversham. Brawl would be fine on the bird as well. But I definitely think that the Flaversham...
Just keep his Hiram a little safer for this turn.
Tipo and pass. Okay. So at 15, so pretty close to...
Yeah, Hypnotize in the hand of Emerald Steel. Potentially 2 cards to be netted here. Although we might opt to just develop Calhoun.
Deciding what character to run out here. Opts to draw 2 cards.
Looks like you only drew 1 there.
1 off of the spell and then 1 off of the discard. But drew them separately, which is how you're supposed to do it.
Oh, okay.
Trying to figure out what the play is.
Yeah, it does
from
look
here.
like we can shift Diablo in, get a sudden chill off for an additional card and another card on the draw step of Potato.
You end up shifting. And opt to sing, discard a card. Draw something else, and... Alright, so we discard the last card, which is a Sisu here. Okay. I don't entirely hate it, as long as we draw our card with Diablo. Yep. Okay. And then we get rid of the coil to draw the 2 cards, which, honestly, from Twigtwag's perspective, is actually decent in this case.
Yeah, getting 3 cards this turn, definitely giving him some gas in the tank.
And never didn't have Sisu anyway. Now, the unfortunate situation here is that we only have 3 inks still. So we have a lot of cards in hand and can really deploy 1 of them. So it's going to be...
Yeah, without the coil, these 3 strength characters do present a more formidable threat on the board.
We do have 2 2-drops. We could do Ursula, in case there's something there, and then a Smee. It's not terrible. I might have gone for Calhoun and Smee there, because they only had the 1 card in hand. And then it also limits the amount of damage that the Ruby Sapphire player can do questing wise. Like they're more limited realistically then, because they can't necessarily put the TPO into the red zone. And I think that would have maybe helped.
Looks like we opt to seeing how far I'll go with the Sisu.
It's an interesting choice to do it with the Sisu instead of the Flaversham. I see.
Well,
So we
why
just
not
how far I'll go into how far I'll go. I think the idea is that if we find an item that we would rather cast it to draw extra cards. Down comes a shark. Pretty scary. If we... Okay, so we actually can probably win this game here without the opponent being able to stop us.
Yeah, Pete preventing any sort of actions like Be Prepared or Pirate's Life is going to be really...
If we just ink quest to 18 and then play Calhoun Pete, I think the game is just over. It would require specifically like a coil into ink plus Big Sisu again, like a shift Big Sisu.
Yeah, and that play would require...
Or another hand Sisu. It's pretty narrow as far as the lines available if you shut it down with Pete and then play a second character to make sure that you have enough quest pressure.
So we do see the quest come out. Will we see the Calhoun? And
Okay, so we
not.
just passed here. I'm not sure why, but... Oh, we have the shift Pete. It doesn't matter. We do have the steel emerald shift Pete, so it is
Okay.
giving a false sense of safety here, I think. Where if you take out all the cards that are on the field, that you're safe. However, the shift line is worth 2, which is plenty.
Yeah, taking out that Smee with a challenge.
So I do think that this line is maybe a little riskier if we knew that our opponent perhaps had the coil already. But it also does mean that if they just pass, then we'll take the game and we'll go to the next one.
And we do see Pete's base
Go to
card
20.
come down.
That'll
and
do
win
it.
This game with 3 actions in hand for Potato. Well, an interesting couple of games. Potato will get the choice of player draw this match, and maybe we will see something normal this game rather than ink pass. You know, we haven't seen a popsicle on one. We haven't seen the ramp into Hiram. Perhaps it's Ruby Sapphire's turn.
Yeah, I do think that line was a little riskier. The only thing that I can think is if Pete was the only inkable in hand, that it makes sense to try and hold it because the shift line is safer. Because the Medusa could still just take out the Pete. Ideally, if you have like a different inkable in hand and can still deploy the Pete and the Calhoun, I think that's much safer. Because likely your opponent is going to want to kill the Calhoun since they have to challenge your characters, and then that threatens the Calhoun actually trading for the 2 lore. So that I think that's a little bit safer, but I believe that it was perhaps an inkable issue, which was the debate in that particular instance.
Yeah, and that just speaks to the potential threats that the Ruby Sapphire players have access to. Medusa, Pirate's Life, Be Prepared, Sisu, Coil paired with any of those. It really keeps the other players guessing, especially in a closed decklist format.
Yeah, I do think that Pete is quite strong, and one of the reasons that Green Steel actually is in an interesting position now from where it was before. Shifting for 4 versus needing to pay 6 for it does matter quite a bit, and it shuts off songs as well, which certainly is very good against like the Shark decks. In this case, exactly what we have here.
Yeah, it also just adds a little versatility to the Pete card in general. It's there to stop actions, but being able to turn it into a potential late game threat is pretty much invaluable.
All right, Vitalis Field turn 1, and we'll see what we're working with here. Looks like Big Sisu, Shark, Maui, Coil, and we did find a ramp on 2 this time with a sail. So we'll see a real game here. Notably, there was no brawl.
despite not having ramp in the first 2 games, I think Potato really showed how resilient the Ruby Sapphire deck can be. Coming back from 2, let's just call them slow hands. Able to stabilize the board and almost win 2 in a row.
Yeah, absolutely. So we did not see in the initial reveal any ways of dealing with Diablo here. So we'll see if they opt to shift if they have it, or just quest. Looks like it is just the same thing that we've started with all 3 games now, which is Diablo into Smee. And then we'll send it back.
I don't know about you, Jeeves, but I'm getting quite the case of deja vu watching Twig Twag play as openers.
Unfortunately, this time, the Ruby player has more ink to work with, which can be a bit scary.
And we do see little Sisu take out little Diablo, the daring visitor there.
It does not appear that they have the Diablo in hand, so that is likely why we didn't see a shift here. The follow-up that they've got is not the best. It's okay. This turn is a little awkward at 3 ink. We can really only play 1 card, which in this case is removing that. I think that makes sense. There's not really going to be a better opportunity to remove that card, and we may as well just get it out of here because we need to, at some point, remove that anyway.
Yeah,
I would see the Goofy.
Sphere in play,
Yeah.
not quite as card advantage centric as the Popsicle or Force Sphere Brethren, but it does say that any card, any character in Potato's hand can potentially threaten the board. We do end up just seeing that Super Goof, though, coming in, taking out the Smee, and putting Potato on the lore board.
Yes. So Goofy is much scarier than Maui in this case, given that it does a very similar effect, which is that it just takes out the character, but... Ooh, okay. So, deploy 2 threats here. Calhoun makes the Goofy not be able to get into the zone anymore, likely.
Yeah, and we did see that Ursula discard a Be Prepared with the only remaining card, a big Sisu. So 5 ink for the Ruby Sapphire player with no ink.
So Visions is a very awkward card here because we're limited on our ink, so our resources are kind of capped. And Visions being an inkable, like, do we play it just so that we have our 6th ink? We cast it and just grab something and do nothing this turn? And that's exactly what we ended up doing. I wouldn't even surprise me if they just took the Grammatala. Yep, there it is.
It was the Grammatala, yep.
Yeah, Sudden Chill would have been backbreaking in that spot. I mean, any discard, really. I could see just challenging, and you just don't worry about the Goofy. Goofy can't take out either of these characters without using the Vital Sphere, and you don't actually care if they use the Vital Sphere plus Goofy to kill one of these dorks. It just doesn't matter from the Green Steel perspective.
Yeah, and Goofy's second ability, the lore gain, it doesn't appear that Potato is any sort of racing position here.
This is pretty rough from the... I do agree with the play of casting that to catch up to be able to play the Sisu potentially that's in hand. Unfortunately, this Goofy is just going to get eaten by the Calhoun. We're going to gain some extra lore. So we're going to gain 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 this turn. Go to 11. And honestly, if we have the We Don't Talk About Bruno in hand, I would just slam it on this Grammatala and gamble that we brick the Sisu, that we just pull it out of their hand. Or a Be Prepared if they've got one. If we have Pete, that would stop the Be Prepared. Since we're only at 6 ink, we don't have to worry about the Sisu as much. If they were closer to being able to just slam Sisu, I think I'm more inclined to just try and spin the dice and hit the 1 and 3 or whatever, 1 and 4 to try and make them not have it.
And Twig Twag decides to go all in here.
Draw a different card.
Shifting the Diablo using the Bruno.
That may be enough. I mean, They do have a Sisu, but there's a lot of lore coming through here. Grammatala likely going to take out the Smee. We're still coming in for another 4, puts us 15. And the Sisu doesn't really clear the board completely.
Yeah, we could use the Vitalosphere here to clean up all the non-Sisu threats, and
That's
then
true.
have it be a Pete on Sisu 1 versus 1.
That's true. Use the Grammatala to take out the Calhoun. I don't hate that. It's not like the most exciting, but given if you think about how Ruby Sapphire wins any game, it is not by being dead. If you're still in the game, the top of your deck is always amazing compared to most decks, right?
Yeah, the top of the deck, especially paired with cards like Vision and Maui Shark, How Far I'll Go, you have so much reach and so many options that as soon as you stabilize, you can really pick the answer you need when you need it. Potato here thinking about how to survive. Tala trading with the Smee to start things off, and the Vitalosphere being used. Now you could take out the Ursula here, which does give Twig an extra lore and a challenge, but does force him, if he wants that lore, to trade with the Tala.
Okay, so we gain the extra 2 there. Quest out.
Two 3-drops in hand.
Likely not going to play them given that the Sisu is a possibility.
Yeah, we see
Some
Pirate
threats to
Slip
deploy
coming
after.
back, and there is that Sisu we have been holding on to for the entire game.
Do we have the ability to deploy 2 threats this turn? No. John, we can quest up to 16.
Prince John notably having Ward here, causing Potato to keep having the non-targeted answers, the big Sisus, the Be Prepareds, a pretty limited suite in his deck, but not this game. Sisu coming down and Sisu crashing in to clear up the board.
A lot of Sisu's always online for our Sapphire player here. Alright, deploys 2 threats. That is lethal. If there's not an additional answer here.
Yeah, Potato going over his options. 17 is definitely in striking range. Starting off with a How Far I'll Go to dig. There is the Be Prepared. I think Potato's probably thinking whether or not to sing this Be Prepared, letting him use his Inkwell for other things.
So he sings it, which takes out his own characters.
I think he actually quested there to 5.
and just cast it if he didn't have anything else going
just
on.
played the Be Prepared.
Sometimes hard to know, given that he's untapping his ink every round, which you're actually not necessarily supposed to do.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, another big Sisu. A little bit of missequencing there. Could have sniffed that out with the Diablo.
I don't really feel like there's much else that you could do here. I guess, like, you just run out all your characters and just hope that the fourth Diablo, and I believe that's the second Be Prepared, just aren't there.
Ooh, and you never like to see this as the steel
Alright,
player.
redraw. And pass.
Yeah, one of the draws from the last turn was another keynote card for Ruby Sapphire, this Hiram Flowersham. Drawing 2 cards, potentially giving us enough gas to answer whatever may come next. And the fact that Twig Twag had a song and no character there, really setting him behind. And speaking of setting him behind, a Pirate's Life coming out.
Pirate's Life, a bit of a disaster here.
Playing of Visions here. Once again, we do see that Prince John, which the ward ability forces Potato to have something a little extra to remove it, but the lore totals are starting to get closer here, Jeebus. We've got 11 to 15. Sisu closing that by 3 every time he quests. And Maui Shark plus Visions closing that gap even further. Well, here's a tied up game. Sudden Chill gonna
Alright, and then that'll be the game. That makes sense. Once the Pirate's Life comes down, you kind of run out of options.
Yeah, quite the interesting set. I mean, by no means the ideal start for the Ruby Sapphire player any of these games. The matchup has typically been favored in Ruby Sapphire, and set 7 seems to be holding true. Neither of these decks really getting a ton of new cards. Ruby Sapphire taking advantage of the coils. We saw Emerald Steel rocking the new Pete.
Yeah, the new Pete is certainly interesting in the fact that it allows your already in the deck existing Petes to be better, right?
Yeah. So earlier we saw a Ruby Sapphire deck that was more tech towards the Sapphire mirrors with that Sword of Truth taking out the tamatoas. What are your takes on the 2 lists that we've seen from Ruby Sapphire so far?
I think that the Shark deck is sort of the classic play more to the board and, you know, rather than leaning as hard into items, it's leveraging things like Maui Shark and more of the spells to actually gain advantage that way. And then it also has the the Pirate's Life, to sort of, once you've controlled the board, you claw back some of that lore so that your opponent doesn't have the ability to just slam the door with a single goat or whatever. You now have full control of everything, right?
Yeah, and I'm glad
Whereas
you brought up...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I was just saying, I'm glad you brought up the Maui Shark, because the name of the game for these Sapphire decks seems to be recursion, and while Tamatoa is the recursion for the item decks, Maui Shark is very much the recursion for these action-heavy lists, being able to bring back that Pirate's Life, being able to bring back maybe a Be Prepared that you lost earlier in the game.
Yeah, also the fact that when you get into a situation, because I played a bit of Shark last set, when you get into a situation where you have Shark in play, you have Pirate's Life in the discard already, like the amount of stuff that you need to do from the other side to even get any more lore, you have to have a full 20, or you can't quest anymore, because you make it worse on yourself, because now they can claw it back immediately. And like, that can be really brutal, and that was what we dealt with all last set. But now you have the other Ruby Sapphire lists, the ones that are bigger than this. They're not running the Maui Shark. They're not worrying as much about sort of that mid-range rumble. You know, they're playing the big Tamatoa, and they're playing the smaller Tamatoa, and the big dragons. And, you know, like we saw earlier, they have more tech options. They have the things like Sword of Truth, and they have the ability to get some of these items back if they go away. So it's very interesting in that instance, because those decks, I think, are going to be better positioned probably against the Sapphire Steel than the Shark list, because the Sapphire Steel decks, they sort of just play this combo where they play a bunch of items, and then they just, like, Pete plus Crab, and then they untap and just, like, dime and kill you, right?
Yeah. And I think we'll probably see by the end of this weekend which of these Ruby Sapphire decks has the right techs for the meta that'll get them to the end of the weekend. But with round 4 wrapping up, we are going to go to a break, and we will be back with round 5 shortly. All right, and welcome everybody back to round 5 of the Charlie's Collectible Showcase here in Atlanta. We have 3 more rounds of Swiss today. I am Loaf. With me again is Jeebus. And it looks like we are doing alters for a Ruby Sapphire mirror as we get in.
Excellent. I love Ruby Sapphire mirrors. They are riveting to watch. No, but in all seriousness, these days with Ruby Sapphire, it's hard to know what version each player is playing. It could very easily be sharks versus items. It can be different flavors of Oswalds or Queens, Scrooge McDucks. There a lot more variety in what we can see from these that we have in the past, and we'll see who actually came prepared for the mirror and who didn't.
Yeah, and I really feel like this weekend has been about the tech choices, and we've been talking about Ruby Sapphire, Sapphire Steel items, Ruby Sapphire items, Ruby Sapphire actions, and both of these players are 4-0, so I'm curious what they've gone up against and what they came prepared for.
I assume that they both went up against players that were trying to put characters in play that had less than 2 strength, and Sisu deleted them all. Outside of that, it's a mystery.
Yeah, and it's curious to know if they teched against the Sapphire Steel meta with the tamatoas, or if they possibly prepared for the aggro meta that people have been shifting into to kind of get underneath these late game Sapphire decks.
All right, so leads off on a Vital Sphere and nothing from Logan. Inxatipo plays a sail. Surprised that they didn't just use Tipo there to get some small lore pressure. Maybe it just doesn't matter in this matchup.
Yeah, possibly wanting to keep the cards that are in their hand. We did see the coil go into the Inkwell. What do you think the impact of the coil is in this matchup?
Well, for one, your mic is a little quiet again. But for two, okay, so historically, Ice Block was in an interesting spot where if you had it and your opponent didn't, there was a world where sort of towards the mid to late game, you would be able to hit a Tamatoa with it, with your Ice Blocks, and then clean it up with your Brawls or your Sisus, and actually leverage cards that were kind of not at their best a lot of times to deal with bigger problematic threats like a Tamatoa. So it remains to be seen how important that is once we get that far into this matchup. If the players have tested sort of the mirror or the mirrors, the various, the sort of DKP shark piles versus the other ones, it may not be that important. I will just kind of have to see. Ooh, a double additional ink for Tony Holmes here, and does develop the Sapphire Coil. Not a lot of cards left in hand, but definitely ahead on ink and quite a bit of things on the board. So if that last card in hand is a Flabbersham, we're cooking with gas here. All right, goes in Quest for One with the Tipo. Inks the Dragon, not that uncommon to ink those early. Opts to play Visions here. The bigger threats like your Dragons and your 8-cost Tamatoas, they are very valuable in these matchups, but generally you have a lot of redundant copies of them. Typically as many as you can cram in there, and it is more valuable to be able to play things than not, even if the card itself is good once you get to that point. So it is nice that they're inkable, so you send them when you can.
Yeah, the versatility of these high drop cards being inkable as well as just closing out the end game, definitely what players are electing for them. Neither player has an ideal 4-drop here. We don't see a Hiram. And the Visions, not quite sure what he took there, but both players just happy to ramp and ink back and forth for a bit.
All right, of how far I'll go in this instance. So not a Flaversham, but still a pretty good 4-drop option for getting cards. I do see that card as a draw too, because a lot of times you want to be inking most turns anyway, and it does put a different card in your hand, so card quantity, even if they're in the inkwell, is still pretty good in these decks.
So
Alright,
we
so we have a
do see
Scrooge.
a Scrooge in the hand of Logan.
Which is interesting, because to me that signifies that they likely are not on a crab. Sorry, Maui Shark type of build. Because a lot of times you don't really have the room for the Scrooge package plus the Shark package. It just is way too many cards. So we do have 2 different red-blue decks. They'll have a lot of overlap in cards, but the sort of the finishers and the mid-games should play out a little bit differently between the two. Kind of nice. Ooh, found a Flav.
We see that a Flaversham, a different type of 4-drop card advantage. We did see the Scrooge whiff, whereas Hiram just banishes and draws. No whiffing available.
Now, Logan, likely having played this matchup before, does have some removal for the Flaversham that was kept in hand. You do need, if in these matchups, you need to make sure that the Flaversham is only ever drawing 2 cards. Ideally, it's when you play it, it draws 2 cards, and then you get rid of it immediately. The games that you lose in this type of mirror often are the ones where your opponent's Flaversham rips 6 cards, and you just get buried. It's just too much for you to be able to keep up with.
Yeah, Logan starting off the turn with the visions, deciding on how he wants to deal.
He's going to take that Flaversham for sure.
Yeah, I believe we did have a little Sisu in the hand already for this Hiram.
Yeah, there's a hand Sisu and I believe a Brawl in hand. Likely just going to run out the Sisu so that the Brawl can be ink. Ink this, hit that with the Sisu, get in for 2. Yeah, pretty typical turn, and then the Flaversham sets up for some future card draw going forward. Even if we don't have another item, I could see this coil just getting banished right away to draw 2 cards. Our hand's pretty mediocre. I think it's just a Sisu and a Flaversham.
Yeah, so Tony opting to shrink the opposing Tipo and gang up with his own. No play for the turn. Just
only has the 1 card in hand.
Logan after taking a favorable trade.
So what was that draw? Is that a Great Stone Dragon?
That does appear to be the draw.
I think I like this better. Again, given the matchup, GSD, or Great Stone Dragon in this case, can be very powerful in that it will gain you a lot of advantage over time by just, again, quantity of stuff is very important. And stuff can just be ink in your inkwell so that you don't have to ink for turn. And with Great Stone Dragon, you just, any character that's already been banished is free real estate to just put right into your inkwell. And we know that there's at least Tipo in there.
Yeah, we see another Scrooge and another whiff come down, but like you were saying, that Great Stone Dragon just gives Logan another axis in which to gain advantage in this game. He's able to use his discard pile now as an additional ink every turn, which will, over the next few turns, set him quite far ahead of Tony, who had to use cards like Tipo to get his inkwell so big.
One thing, too, there's not that many characters in there. In fact, there's only the 1 Tipo. It would not surprise me if we just Flaversham and cash in the Great Stone Dragon right away. You know, we got our extra card that we could. You know, Great Stone Dragon only can get rid of character cards from the inkwell, so we don't have any more in there, so we may as well just draw 2 other cards. We have this whole grip of cards now versus 1 in Tony Holmes' hand. That's a tough spot to be, certainly for the Shark player. I would assume that they're on sharks, given that I think that they inked one earlier.
Well,
Maybe they only have the
speaking
one,
of
but who
using
knows?
the discard pile as advantage, looks like Big Tamatoa is coming down.
You
Gonna
get that
our
Great Stone
pick.
Dragon back.
I think Coil is another option in there I saw.
I would see just taking Coil because it's cheaper. With the intention of just doing Flaversham. The following turn.
Yeah, I believe the hand for Logan was actually 2 additional Flaversham, so even if the Hiram on board is banished, he will still have the option to draw cards. And like you said, in the Ruby Sapphire mirror, the Hiram that gets the most cards typically gets ahead.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, this was always sort of a problem with red-blue. It just doesn't have good card draw at all. I mean, the Tamatoa picking up potentially 2 items is really nice. You know, how far I'll go being 2 cards is nice. But, I mean, you think about the first Flaversham from Tony this game, it got rid of a Vital Sphere. So you're really card neutral on the first Tamatoa, or sorry, the first Flaversham activation, because it's only +2 cards, but you have just the character in play and then no item left. So if it gets removed right away, like, you're not really up that many cards. You're just sort of shifting resources around a little bit.
Yeah, 1 to break even, 2 to start gaining. Be prepared clearing the board. Logan happy to just play out that Hiram, use the Coil for a couple extra cards, and it looks like Popsicle is going to be joining us.
Takes Popsicle, draws a card. And likely just ships it back without inking, probably. There's a lot of ink in play already, and the cards that are inkable in hand are quite strong, and certainly better in play than not. I wouldn't ink a Flaversham in this matchup unless you're desperate.
Yeah, and plenty of options in Logan's hand to deal with this Hiram that we see Tony playing. Possibly, too, we could see that Stone Dragon out of the discard at some point to replace the inking that we'd be doing each turn.
There's a crab that can do it.
There's a couple crabs that can do it.
That's true. My assumption here is more... I wouldn't even be surprised if we don't just play the big CC this turn and pass. Like, we can do more than just that if we want. We can happy as a clam and just take out the Flaversham. But I wouldn't hate just big CCing here.
Yeah, similar to Tamatoa, Logan has an embarrassment of riches here. It's really just him deciding how he wants to navigate the board. And you are right, he does take the 2-for-1 with that Sisu, with, I believe, a backup in the hand just in case.
Yeah, and one of the reasons that I think I like this more than, you know, eking out small advantage with your other things is that it puts a little bit more of a clock on, right? Because we're already at 6. But Big Sisu isn't great in this matchup most of the time. Like, there just aren't that many ways to get a lot of cards out of it. So if you can collect 2, that's fine. Just take it and move on. Like, we have a modest threat now. Honestly, that Lucky Dime, you might even just gain 6 this turn. Just, like, play Dime, activate it, and quest. And just, like, close out the game.
His last 2 cards to be Bell and Dime. Not quite what we wanted in this situation. And like you said, Logan's just going to put on the pressure and say...
Just be done with this game, you know? Because we have the Tamatoa in hand. Like, we know if we get the lore high enough, the game is literally just over to this Lucky Dime. And if their play off the top is just Hideaway, like, do you even care? Not really. So
yeah, Logan happy to be in this position. Tony gonna get a couple looks at the top of his deck, but not much more.
Yeah, we're in a position now where it's deal with this Sisu or the game is over. And if you deal with this Sisu, the game is over. So I would say that it's pretty well locked up here, because if you're dealing with the Sisu, that means that you're not also dealing with the Lucky Dime, and then everything in our hand is gasoline, you know? Alright, so there's the Hideaway, but the Sisu's still around.
Yeah, let's see what Visions can dig up for Tony here, but we're just a couple of turns away, it feels like.
That seems like an interesting choice. Just to put some damage on it, I guess.
Yeah, possibly playing around like a Medusa or Coil Brawl to prevent the attack on the following turn, but yeah, that's going to be it for game one here.
We're done. Yep, that makes sense.
So
I mean, we go up to, what, 17? It's already, like, you play anything and it's just already just brutal.
Yeah, some interesting choices in that deck. We actually saw Scrooge come out for both sides and miss for both sides. Not quite sure what the item count is in both these lists, but also not being able to play Scrooge as consistently for free as the Sapphire Steel decks.
Yeah, that was always something with the Sapphire Steel versus the Ruby Sapphire that was an issue, which is why Ariel, the blue one, was always so strong, because it literally didn't, like, even Tamatoa was always much, much better out of the Sapphire Steel deck than it ever had been out of Ruby Sapphire, because you just never get that many items into play comparatively, because you're not drawing an additional card every item that you play. You know, your only card draw is really coming from, like, exclusively Flaversham, right? So you're just breaking a lot of your items, so you just don't build up this big pile like you do in some of the other flavors of the Sapphire decks. So then your things are just a little smaller. You know, I played a lot of both of these colors, and Tamatoa out of Sapphire Steel frequently was worth 5 or more lore, and in Blue-Red it was like 3, and you were happy about it because you were getting items back or whatever if you're questing, and it would build up eventually, but it never really had the same punch that it did out of the decks that are just like Popsicle, Fortisphere, you know, Fishbone Quill, and you just like have all this stuff in play.
Yeah, much to your point, before set 7, we were really seeing actually a decline in the amount of Tamatoas we were seeing. We were seeing them being cut to 3, sometimes 2. The dimes were typically 1 or 0 count. And really with this set 7 and a lot of the powerful item synergies, most notably, of course, Tamatoa, have we seen these numbers increase?
Yeah, the more sets that come out, the more interesting these deck lists and the more variations you're going to see. You know, I know that there's a lot of people who are okay with being at more than 60 cards in their decks that they present, but in general, you should try to stay as close to 60 as you absolutely can, because your consistency in finding the cards that you put in your deck is just higher. That's just math, right? Even if the math says it's not a huge problem if you're at 61 or whatever, it is still worse by a little bit, right? So we're finding more and more of the inkables are becoming like subtly or secretly uninkable. You know, just because a card is inkable, if it's pivotal to your strategy of how you're playing the game and how to win those matches, it's kind of not inkable, right? Is
Right.
Popsicle consistently inkable in this deck?
Right.
Probably not. I don't know if Blue-Red can really even ink Popsicle and feel great about it. Maybe the second or third one, but the first one is an uninkable for sure, right? But it's cheap enough that that doesn't matter. But you're going to run into those questions more as these decks evolve. And it's going to be more interesting to see because, you know, yeah, we ran up against a Blue-Red mirror, right? But is it an exact mirror? Not really. Because they're both offering some different cards at different points in the deck.
Yeah, and here we see Popsicle out of both players. It's Tony's turn to see if he has a better start and possibly a better end game than we saw in that first game.
Sail into ink. Hopefully Tony kept another Sisu or Brawl type of an effect to deal with a Flaversham if and when it comes down. But Brawl is generally something that, the additional copies of it, you really only need that effect like twice to deal with Flavershams, and then if they already have the third or fourth Flav, it's pretty bad for you anyway. So it is a good card to be able to ink in these matchups. They both send back a Brawl. It does look like we have a couple of hand Sisus on Logan's side here.
Yeah, I was about to say, Logan being very conscious of the Hiram, the threat of Hiram. He seems to have a Sisu at all times, Brawl, which he opted to ink there. But we just see a Scrooge come out from Tony hitting a Popsicle to further his card advantage schemes.
All right, Popsicle to hand. Didn't look at the bottom 4 cards this time. Ink a Fishbone Quill to play a Fishbone Quill, and we ink likely one of the additional copies of Human Sisu. Because I believe that there's only one left, yeah. Which makes sense. It's an uninkable, and you have an additional copy of it, and you have the big Sisu to potentially kill a Flaversham as well.
Yeah, once you see that the turn 4 isn't an on-curve Hiram, the value of that second Sisu diminishes to where Logan feels comfortable just putting it into the inkwell.
And here's how far I'll go. I think this is going to be the big major difference in these two decks is how far I'll go probably is not in Logan's list. All right, looks at a couple of cards. Ends up with a coil in play.
Yeah, this game we are seeing both players stack up their item zone. And Hiram for Logan will put him further up in hand size.
It's a first Flaversham, so we'll see if there's a battle over Flaversham supremacy here.
Does look like we picked up another human Sisu into the hand of Logan, which might have gone directly into the inkwell once again.
Yep, did send one of them in there. Debating on the regular ink for the turn for Logan, it looks like the hand is Great Stone Dragon, Scrooge, and a Crab as our options. So we get rid of the Great Stone Dragon, which I think is probably fine. Though it means that we have less items to play with. The other two cards I think are just better.
Yeah, similar to the last game, the Great Stone Dragon pre-beat prep doesn't have too many options to be getting back from the discard pile here. Big Sisu just to take out the Hiram, and I think we're perfectly fine with that.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Because now they have a big Sisu in play. That's always the rub. If they use something like that instead of a Brawl, for example, they just have a 5/4 that quests for 3 in play. So we don't really have an answer for that in our hand at all right now. What's our best line? We play Scrooge and just try to trade with it next turn, maybe? It's kind of rough.
Yeah, observing from both these lists and both these games, putting the clock on the other Ruby Sapphire player has been extremely important because that's how you run them out of cards. That's how you cause them to spend resources to where they're not drawing cards, they're not ending the game themselves, they're just sort of dealing with whatever you've got.
If we can double ink this turn, which I think is the thought process maybe for Logan, we double ink and then Sisu the dragon. If we ink like the Scrooge and we quill something in hand, probably not the tamatoa, I would imagine.
Yeah, I do think we have to keep that tamatoa to get us back in the...
So that means that we got to get rid of the big Sisu, which is a little awkward, certainly. He's trying to figure out what his options are because it just opts to play the Scrooge. Essentially figuring that it's too much of a cost. Oh, unfortunate. Looks at the bottom 4 cards and arranges them in any order. I wouldn't be surprised if we just pass here. that is pretty rough.
Yeah, next turn we do have the potential to ink big Sisu, which is a pretty big difference.
Yeah, I don't know if I like... Well, I guess it's fine. I don't know if I love inking here because we don't have a lot of cards to work with for the double ink. If we wanted to do that with the coil, like, we just don't have enough cards for me to want to over ink now, I guess. But maybe it doesn't, the coil itself effect isn't as important for next turn, is the thought.
So we do see Hiram come down for Tony. Curious to see how bold he feels with his Sisu and Scrooge.
Alright, takes out the Scrooge with a Brawl. Now there is still a Vitalisphere from Logan's side that can potentially be leveraged here to take out the Sisu. The big Sisu from Logan's side does feel a lot better now, given that it would also take out a Flaversham. We have, what, 7 ink currently? Assuming that we have 7, we can ink 1. May as well use the quill to ink maybe the dragon or whatever. And then... ink Tamatoa, okay. Shrinks this, plays Sisu. And then sends it back. So I probably still would have kept the crab if that's what we got rid of there. I know that the dragon is a pretty strong card at dealing with an individual single threat, but we have so little cards here that it's tough. I mean, obviously we have to deal with this Tamatoa that's now in play, but we're going to have to ink literally whatever it is that we draw off the top just to play this dragon here. And then we're just out of cards.
And a string of items coming out.
It's a lot of popsicles.
Tony. Not afraid to just quest that Sisu in front of...
Up to 8. I mean, if you have the Tamatoa in play, you really don't care that much about this, the Sisu. However, it may cost him here because we're going to ink, right? And then we'll shrink that opposing Sisu. And then that will give us enough ink to be able to play the dragon on the crab.
Looks like Kuzco is the other card in hand.
I would hope that we use the quill just to hide that information, but I don't know if it matters that much. Yeah. Does opt to hide the information. Yep, shrinks that. Blast that with the dragon, challenges with the Sisu. So now we have a Sisu with some damage on it. But it's alive, and we send it back. So that as a run out, I think, helps immensely here. Because it allowed us to sort of get that extra 2 for 1. So the coil is coming in clutch here. And just to be prepared. So now we have sort of a raw board, except Tony has an extra 2 cards in hand. Was that a happy as a clam off the top of the deck?
It was.
Say it ain't so.
Sapphire. And you are right, as happy as a clam.
Only the 1 popsicle, but still better than nothing. And an ice block. Interesting.
Block. Okay.
Very interesting. Don't see a lot of those these days, given that it's an uninkable. But as we've talked about a little bit, inking is the cost, and the coil does run out of value when you no longer have cards.
Yeah, and I asked at the beginning of the match what the value of these coils would be in the mirror match, and this game is proving it to be extremely valuable. We're seeing trades being favorable for Logan with inks. We're seeing Sisus taking out Tamatoas.
Not running out that Sapphire. Yeah, not running out the coil that Logan just drew. is a nod to the idea that he may need to use the Sapphire Coil effect to be able to combine with one of his other cards to actually take out a character. This is looking pretty rough, though.
Yeah, Tony seems to be the player drawing the heavy hitters now that we have both players in the 9+ ink club. We'll have to see if Logan can draw something off the top that'll be compelling enough, but no, we just see the concession.
Yeah, the multiple popsicle on top of the multiple flower shams really demonstrates the difference there. When you have that tamatoa, the new Happy as a Clam, when it's drawing 2 items and both of them are popsicles, and then you draw 2 more cards with those same popsicles, develop more items, you're really getting a lot of cards out of that. Only being able to grab 1 back because Logan just didn't have an additional popsicle. It's tough. It definitely, you could feel it in the hand size that was left over.
Yeah, and I'm going to give a little nod to Logan here, being conscious of the round time. You know, we possibly could have seen that game play out for a few more turns. Not in his favor, but, you know, opting to save the time, be on the play for game 3, and finish up this match, not leaving it in the hands of, you know, time, judges, a draw.
Yeah, it is important to be conscious of time when you're playing a slower deck like Ruby Sapphire. Just making sure that you're aware of knowing when the writing is on the wall and not to waste the additional 2 minutes or whatever when there just aren't cards in your deck that are going to recover from the position that you're in. There's literally nothing wrong with conceding a game that is lost. It's fine. You just move on and go to the next. That was a very good alter from Logan's side here. Did not have extra ramp and ripped right into it and a popsicle, so pretty good. It would not surprise me to see that popsicle come down turn 1 with the crab going right into the inkwell.
Yeah, it looks like coil, and I believe there was a Vitalosphere as well in the hand to go with the item synergies of the deck.
And did keep a human Sisu in the opener as well, likely to make sure that at least the first Flowersham has an answer.
Yeah, Logan once again being very aware that Hiram is the key to this matchup, seeming to always have a silver bullet just in case.
Yeah, as somebody who's played a few of these mirrors before, it is like an incredibly pivotal card in these matchups. Again, the person who gets to quest with their Flowersham 2 or 3 times while breaking items over and over is the one that's just going to win most of the games. Opts to ink the Sapphire Coil instead of the Tamatoa, maybe hoping to keep it until a later point in the game.
Yeah, an interesting choice. Potentially a nod to the fact that Logan believes the end game threats are much more important than the early game setup. We do see 2 Hirams, that sale we got in the altar, Kuzco joining the party.
Found a Kuzco, that's probably going to go. That is more of a Hail Mary if they stick a dime. Yeah, really valuing this this Tamatoa.
Yeah, now with 2 Hirams as insurance in his hand, I do see where he's coming from. Even if an answer comes down from Tony on his own turn 4, we will be drawing even more cards.
Given that we drew a Happy as a Clam, this 8-drop did his best to stay around as long as possible, but that's going to the inkwell now. Yeah, he tried. I appreciate the effort to keep it around, but you're not inking Flaversham there, and I don't think that the 8-drop is as good as the 6-drop here, so it's pretty forced, I think.
Yeah, we do just see an additional sale along with Sisu to take out the Hiram.
The extra ramp is pretty rough here too. Definitely puts Tony in the driver's seat over the next couple turns here, because that extra ink does matter.
Yeah, we did just see that Tamatoa get inked, but being able to ramp up into those threats, it's a significant thing, breaking the serve possibly on this play draw matchup.
Interesting decision here. I don't like
think Logan's
this.
questioning whether or not he wants to curve into turn 6 Tamatoa and have two
items
to recur. Yeah.
Honestly, this turn I would have much preferred just jamming the Flaversham here, because our Inkables again are the same like good cards, and if we Flaversham, now we had to ink a Happy as a Clam just to be able to be on that same curve track, and we're still not on it anymore because we decided not to use the Vitalosphere. There was a plan in that spot to use the Sisu to bash the Tipo or whatever, and with the Vitalosphere to try and set up the crab. But I think overall, as a plan, just the Flaversham, I don't know, was maybe stronger.
We've been talking about the cost of, or the opportunity cost rather, of a card being inkable or uninkable, and we're seeing, I believe, 3 human Sisus between the board and hand for Logan are really making his turns much more awkward and uncomfortable than he'd like.
Yeah, there is the very real cost because Tony double ramped, he could have shifted a Sisu that turn. So perhaps there was a concern that if you run out Flaversham there, they just, get out a human Sisu, and it puts you in a pretty rough spot too. It's tricky. It's always sort of that push and pull out of these decks. So we do offer the Flaversham now.
Yeah, fortunately for Logan, the clock isn't too fast from Tony, or really fast at all. And he's got plenty of answers in his hand in the form of those Sisus to answer the opposing Hirams that will eventually come down. Looks like there's some discussion over the lore totals, perhaps.
Is that another... Okay, that's a Scrooge this time. Okay. And sends it back. And we do have a Lucky Diamond hand for Logan now as well.
Yeah. It feels like Logan is definitely back on track for playing this Tamatoa the next turn, getting a couple items, and then just continuing to leverage that advantage into the
This is kind of the spot I think that he was concerned about, is like the big Sisu comes down and is sort of a blowout, but it kind of feels like it's a blowout anyway. That Flaversham was getting hit by it anyway, or either way. But at least now we can potentially ink something and play the Popsicle if we've got the ink. Does not look like we really have the ink either. It's a rough hand, actually. The only inkables are the ones that we just put in our hand from that crab. So now we're -1 item that we can work with, and we just drew another big Sisu. So we are definitely uninkable rich here.
Yeah, Logan seems to be weathering an uninkable storm right now, but I think if he makes it through, he'll be on the brighter side of this matchup. Tony down to just a couple of cards, and even if he's able to find a Hiram off this Visions, he's going to have to deal with Sisus of Logan's, and
another Visions. I think he's looking for a Brawl. If he picks up a Brawl off the Visions here, then it's just ink something, Brawl the Tamatoa, and then you can start getting in with your characters here. Yeah, so Shrink did find the Brawl.
And up to 7.
Up to 7 and sends it back. Now it's a precarious position for Logan. We could just ink this Brawl and, play a big Sisu. I would not hate that at all. Decides to play the crab. And just get the Popsicle. And then play it. Okay, that's fair. Finds a Tipo. That's certainly getting inked here.
Yeah, I don't hate this position from Logan. I think he realizes that Tony really is just playing off the top at this point, and although he didn't ink he did ink, but even though he inked uncomfortably for a couple turns, he's getting back in this game.
Yeah, the hand is a little awkward from Logan's side, but it is a lot of removal, and a lot of it gives you a very good catch-up. So, for example, if Tony finds, a Hiram, it's pretty easy to catch up from here. Or if he had found in this case, another Tipo, now we can untap, quest with our Tamatoa, put in a Lucky Dime, and then just play Sisu and clean up most of the board. And then Tony would have to decide, do you want to deal with the crab by trading? Do you want to ink your only card you drew to not trade? But then still leave yourself vulnerable to the opposing Sisu? Like, we don't put the dime in play, we just put in the Vitalosphere.
Yeah,
because that lets us
Sisu to just trade
Sisu.
Big Sisu.
Yeah, I think that's smart. Given that we ripped the Vitalosphere, I think that's a respectable option here. We do have to sacrifice the Vitalosphere, however. There we go. But yeah, I think that is actually pretty good, given that we found the Vitalosphere. We didn't actually have one before, but once that was ripped off the top, it's great. And now I think it's a bit clinical from Logan's side. We just have all the resources in the world. We're going to put this dime into play for free.
Yeah, not for nothing. Dime the find off of Scrooge for Tony. It will take a bit of a miracle comeback, but he could technically just rip Inkables every turn.
Yeah, I actually like this here. Because we have enough, since we inked this turn, we have enough to play this and then gain the 3 off of it. Which makes it so that the clock of, Tony just drawing the 8-drop Tamatoa and slamming it, and then just untapping and playing dime and having enough lore to just win, is less likely, because now we can actually race in 2 turns. We actually have a race.
All right.
Okay, that's an interesting draw, for sure. Lets us develop the dime, pick up another item, and if we want to play it now, we can. We can also gain 1. I don't know if the gaining 1 really makes a whole lot of sense. Now what this does, because we played so many extra items, I think we should have just quested for 1 there. To go to 12, make them have to deal with it. But this does mean that we're very close to a crab off the top being a lethal threat.
Yeah,
now,
I think Tamatoa is actually just 7.
Yeah, because there's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because the one under the card is the dime.
Correct.
So that's 7. Yeah, I would have liked to have seen us quest with the Scrooge, but I guess we have 2 of them anyway. So if one of them gets killed, I don't love
gaining 8 here, just putting his opponent on a 1-turn clock.
I didn't love not playing the dragon, but
yeah, to take the lore count off the board.
Yeah, I would have absolutely wanted to remove one of the lore off the field, because it makes it so that Tamatoa on its own isn't lethal. Because they can only go to 12, and I guess if they had a dime or something in their discard, maybe they had enough. I didn't count their ink, but I would have made sure that they didn't have 11 ink and a dime, because if they didn't, then you can very easily limit the lore in that spot. But it turns out it didn't actually matter. Likely just playing around Be Prepared in that spot. Though I think if Tony Be Prepared's there, it doesn't really matter, because we still have 2 characters in hand that we can play 1 dime, quest dime. But nonetheless, it worked out for Logan. We didn't get to see all of the techie cards be super valuable in this matchup for him. I know that there was Ice Block in there that we saw. There were some Kuzcos that didn't end up being relevant. But on that last turn, a Kuzco would have slammed the door on that game entirely, right? Because it takes out the dime, and then there's no more top decks that exist in that deck that can win without the dime already in play. So
the ice block representing possibly a plethora of options. Oh, and it does look like we're going to break for the next round, which we will be with you shortly.
Bromley's
Hello and welcome to 20 Lore Pro. This is Sir Ashtown. We are here live at Charlie's Collectible Show for their Lorcana 13K. There are over 319 players in today's tournament, and this is an exciting time to be here as we are going into the Set 7 meta. I'm here joined by Jeebus over also casting with me. How you doing, Jeebus?
I'm doing very well.
Well, we have had a lot of competition here today, and it has just been a pleasure to be streaming this. We are also offering this in Spanish and in Chinese. So if you have another language that you speak or friends who speak those languages and are interested in Lorcana, we are going to put those links in the description for you. But very exciting. Here we are with Logan from World Class Cards, which we're going to be at World Class Cards next weekend for their Lorcana 10K weekend. 5K Saturday, 5K Sunday, streaming all of that coverage for you. Logan piloting a Ruby Sapphire list versus Ezekiel piloting a Amethyst Ruby list. And here we go.
Now, I believe that this is an Amethyst Ruby locations deck. There are quite a few of them. We do have a ferry ship in play already, which is bad news for LSP Terrace, and also probably bad news for Logan here.
Oh, another location too.
And the Forbidden Mountain. That's 2 locations.
I don't know if I'm familiar with this build at all. Have you seen Ruby Amethyst that plays locations?
It puts these really mid locations into play, and then they just gain lore every turn until the opponent loses. So that's generally the strategy with it, I think.
5-0 sounds like a great strategy.
It's pretty good if people aren't prepared to deal with locations. Maui's have been taking a backseat even in the Ruby decks, and they just have not been getting any respect for good reason. I mean, we haven't really seen a ton of spectacular locations in recent memory here. But, they are still very real, and we'll have to see how many of them end up in play.
That's something to really think about every single set, that a good deck builder will look back to the past, see the cards and the play styles, and say, is this viable? Is this something that I can surprise people with? Is it something people have forgotten? Is this powerful and people just don't play around it anymore? And here we go. We see Logan here with that new McScrooge. Say McScrooge, but the Scrooge McDuck. This card has been making a lot of waves this set. A lot of people have only been playing 2 of, but as they've been playing it, we've seen just the advantage that can give a player on the board. It is a really strong card.
Yep, runs a lot of hand Sisu here. Also something that has not been seeing a ton of play recently outside of sort of the Ruby Amethyst type of list. But it is still very, very strong card, especially with so many decks looking to sort of fill their hand with stuff. It definitely makes the brawls and such look a little embarrassing. Now, this Vitalisphere will likely be useful in dealing with a location later. However, right now, it is just another item that likely will be Flavershammed if we don't need it.
Ooh, and here's Ezekiel with another location.
It's like a library. Only 2 cards in hand for Logan, so the Sisu is a little small. It's big enough to take out the Tipo, take just 1 damage. And I believe that we don't quite have enough to, even with the Vitalisphere, to take out this library. Library being 8, we've got 6, 7 with the Flaversham. We could... we're 1 ink short, I think, of being able to Medusa favorably here. So we're just going to opt for the Vitalisphere first. To draw 2 cards with the Flaversham. And we're likely just going to take out the other location, which I think is fair. Now, we have a lot of cards in hand, so the Sisu is quite a bit stronger, but I think we've resigned ourselves to not worrying too much about that for right now. I don't believe that it can be Medusa this turn.
Yeah, the downside of just having more cards in hand, it's like, gosh, I want to draw so much more, but the more you do, the more this Sisu is just ready to challenge in.
Yeah, 1 ink is all you get for the turn there, Logan. We could play a crab and get back 2 items. I believe that there's both a popsicle and a Vital Sphere in there. Sorry, Ice Block and Vital Sphere, rather. I think that's fine. It does allow them to gain a little bit of lore with the library, but library is not a ton of pressure on its own. It does give the ability to get card advantage in trades. Like if they trade with the Scrooge here, they do get to draw an extra card. And now this, I think, is the turn where we'll see what this deck is capable of doing now that it's sort of in the mid-game stages. Draws a card with Rabbit. Probably just Rabbit in the library, sure.
Yeah, I like this library. I mean, I played a lot of Blurple during the last set, and just having characters on that you're okay with questing, getting challenged, that way you can draw extra cards, but especially when it's a Merlin Rabbit. It just feels so good drawing those 2 cards.
Absolutely, absolutely. There is a world where we use this Tamatoa to just quest and play another item for free. We could potentially even just draw additional cards with the Flabbersham, but the longer that we do sort of leave these in play, the worse it ends up being for us. So we play the Popsicle. Popsicle let us draw a card here. Looks like we do the Dragon. Can draw 2 more cards. Makes sense. Now, I know that Logan does have Kuzco's in the deck. And we do have enough ink to cast a Kuzco if we rip one off the top here. Alternatively, we just develop a few items, gain some additional ability to interact with the board, and then we set up a turn where we can take out the library with that Vital Sphere, which I think is most likely going to happen since we do have the Sisu in hand as well. Depends on how much we care about this Rabbit this turn. And how much we care about the other cards in our hand if we want to get rid of them with this Quill. It looks like we do not care how many cards they have in hand, which I think is probably fine. The reality is that we're both drawing a lot of cards here, and what we need to worry about is the lore pressure. We can't win the game as the bigger deck if the game is over, so...
It's a really good point that you're making, Jeebus, that there does come a point where you got to say, hey, I have my strategy, I know what I'm doing, I don't really mind what my opponent's playing because they can continue to draw, and I just need to get to where I want to on the board state.
All right, so they opt to Fox. They don't really advance the board state for themselves at all, but they do take out that Tamatoa so that they can't continue to get free items. I would suspect that this library is going to be taken out with this Vital Sphere this turn, one way or another. We'll probably start with the Popsicle to draw 1 card first, and then see what options we have to really deal with that. If there's another Tamatoa in there, that would probably be the best way to manage it, since it gives us additional card advantage while still giving us those the ability to take it out. So it did look like we ripped a Kuzco. I would say that the library is probably going to get Kuzco'd here then.
Yeah, what a great card to take care of that library versus you spending time trying to challenge into it. Just want to give a quick shout out to those in the 20 Lore Pro community who are watching over on YouTube. We want to thank you all so much for joining us here. We are over about close to like 300 viewers over on YouTube. So thank y'all so much for joining us today. We are watching y'all in the chat along with Twitch. So thank y'all so much for joining us here for Charlie Collectibles Show Lorcana 13K.
So opting to sail first, still going up to the 6 ink to get the Cuzco. But because we have the ability to add an extra ink to the board, it will help us out a little bit in the future turns. Now that we have the dragon, as well as the Vital Sphere, we can take out basically any other location. If they're looking to be prep here, that's fine, I think. Generally, I would say that the blue-red deck is heavily favored on just like a raw board like this, given that the quality of card in the deck for each individual card is just going to be higher in the deck that's playing like 8 and 9 drops versus the one that's playing a bunch of 1 and 2 drop locations.
In addition to that, I mean, that's a lot of ink on Logan's side of the field.
All right, up to Flaversham, draw a couple more cards. Now we find the Popsicles. A little bit late to the party, but still very welcome to find even at this stage in the game.
Debating on those items are always great when you want a Tamatoa to bring them back from the board and just replay them, and reading cards in your hand, really great to have just a Popsicle back on the board.
Debating on the ink here, I would just ink this Quill. It doesn't seem like Quill is what we're doing this game at this point. And then you can also still play that Popsicle. Pass is also acceptable here.
Here's Logan kind of fanning out his banish pile that way he can see his items and figure out what he wants to bring back.
So Goat goes up to 7. There's a library with a Goat in the library. That's fine. The Dragon is a little bit of an awkward solution to the Goat problem. Because they do get to draw the card off the library. You still get to take out the library with the Vital Sphere if we still had one. We did end up eating it to find the other items. But it's just awkward in sequencing wise because they still get the extra card. Not that big of a deal though. Possibly opting to keep the Fishbone Quill just in case you need to double ink with the coil to deal with a problem.
I don't think he was trying to sing with this Flaversham.
He quested and got rid of the Popsicle.
Gotcha.
So, just trying to figure out what the play is in this turn. There's a lot of lines that are all decent. Some better than others. You can Crab, hit it for 7. Don't really love that. With the Vital Sphere, you can play the Ice Block. You can shrink it, ink something, shrink it again, and then Sisu. The small Sisu.
The latter looks like what he's about to try to go for.
It depends on the breakpoints for the other cards in hand, like if we're able to do more things or not. Ink does that, draws a card, goes up to 8. Again, not that big of a deal. I would expect the Popsicle for sure, which if you were going to play that, you should play the Popsicle before doing any of the other game actions. Not that big of a deal either. Again, we have a lot of resources to work with, so it is okay to sequence some of them a little bit less optimally.
Yeah, for that sequencing of playing Popsicle first, you're doing it in this case, I believe, just so that we have more information. Is that normally why you tend to want to play that Popsicle first, just to have
Correct.
more cards?
Knowing what was in Logan's hand, we didn't have another play as a follow-up after the Sisu anyway. At least not one that was costing all of our ink. So we could have decided, hey, let's play the Popsicle first, since that's already on the list of stuff to do. And then after that line is done, like after you already did that, then you can have more information to work with. What if we rip a Cusco? Then we can Cusco first before removing it. It just gives us other information to support our plays better. So leveraging the library with the broom, this is a pretty common sort of newer thing that has been going on with the library since it came out. I guess not newer, I'm just old. But new relative to maybe last set or perhaps a little bit before that, where they're really going out of their way to leverage the brooms and the Diablos with the library to get 2 cards, 4 cards out of the resources that you're going through.
I mean, it's definitely not a bad play at all when you have a character on the library that's either when it leaves, like we saw earlier with the rabbit, or from the broom to help you draw an extra card. That is a great strategy to see when using that. And if you're going to play a bunch of locations and you're in Amethyst, I mean, the library is a great one to add. I wonder if they're even playing the Queen's Castle. We hadn't seen that. It kind of fell out of popularity a little bit last set. We didn't see it as much.
All right, we got another Cusco, which the Cuscos have looked stellar in this matchup, really bullying these libraries.
This is his second Cusco that we've seen, so I wonder how many he has in his list.
From what we saw in the previous game and this one, I would say 2. Based on, we've seen most of Logan's deck at this point. Between the red-blue game, the mirror last round and this round, I would guess that there are 2 Cuscos in the list. I could be wrong, but we've seen the majority of the deck, and I don't think he's popped up enough for 3 of them to be likely.
Yeah, 2 feels like a nice spot to be in, especially when you want to take out items, but he is a higher end card. And I guess now with this Ruby Amethyst list running around with locations, that's not a bad viability.
All right, we shrink the goat, and we're going to send everything to the Shadow Realm here. Ooh, we decide to shift so we can get some lore in. I like that play a lot. Ezekiel up to 11 and does get to draw 2 cards. Kind of the flavor of this deck here. Now, I actually like just dumping the rest of our ink into Cusco here instead of passing. But it's fine. We don't care about Fox, right?
We know Ruby Amethyst doesn't do foxes too often.
For those that are unfamiliar with Cusco, if you'd bring him up for us here, Cusco has 2 things on it, not just one. The main ability is that it is able to ink an item or location face down and exerted. But the other ability is you can pay 4 and gives your characters resist until the start of your next turn. Now, obviously it costs 4. I don't believe that we had 12 extra ink to protect from the Maui. However, there is a world where there are slightly smaller rush characters that you can just protect your stuff from enough with just the resist, right? So jams, another couple threats. I believe that is the hearts, right? King of Hearts. What is that card? Oh no, that's the cards, right? The new one here.
To look.
That is, I know what it is here. Card soldiers, right? No. Well, no, I don't know what it is. I thought that was the new card soldiers, but I could just be wrong. Somebody will correct me in the chat. I'm just going to keep getting it wrong. Oh, yes. No, that is the 2-drop one, right? That's the it's a 1/4 that if it has damage, it's a 4/4. That's the 2-drop cards. So I'm right. I'm just at the wrong color cost. Yeah, sorry, that's Queen of Hearts. When this character does damage, she gets +3. So I wasn't terribly far off. I just couldn't remember if it was the cards or the Queen of Hearts. So it is actually Queen of Hearts.
There
2-drop.
you go. Found it.
Find it. There you go.
Good call out on that, Jeebus.
I knew what it did. I just couldn't remember if it was a 2-drop because I hadn't seen it very often. It's the first time that we've seen it today. I believe that the game is just over with the dime here. If we're at 16 from Logan's side.
Is that another dime in hand too?
It is a dime in hand.
Oh, I even
And
showed
they
it
show
to
the
him.
lucky dimes so that we can move on to the next one.
Yeah, that's
The reason that you don't dime in that spot is if it doesn't win that immediate turn, you can just protect it and then wait. You don't have to run it out. You can make it so that you are not going to perish. I know that Red Purple has no way of dealing with items. However, if you want to make sure that you are always alive, you deal with your opponent's things first.
Yeah, Logan doing a great job there. I missed his last round, but clearly his list is doing well for him as he's here at 5-0 and going into round 6 here, game 2 against Ezekiel. Jeebus, we had an interesting question from our YouTube chat because this is something that we were talking about earlier. Is Logan, and I've done this in other card games, but I have fanned out my discard or banish pile. That way I can see the items of the characters' cards in my discard. Have you seen that in gameplay, and how is that looking like here in Lorcana?
So there's no way to take notes in this game. So the only way to get information, especially in the, paper card space, is that you have to look at it, right? So there's a double-edged sword for fanning out your discard, which is that your opponent also then gets to see your discard without necessarily touching it. If they have a card in their hand or some way to interact with the discard, or they're concerned about something, they might be able to see your discard and, have that information readily visible to them, assuming that they can't just remember it, by just glancing over at it. And then you don't necessarily always know that they are doing that. If you do stack up your discard, like a lot of players tend to do, then your opponent, you as well, right? So this is the double-edged sword part. But in order to know that you're looking at the discard, you have to actually look at the discard, right? You have to, ask, hey, can I look at your discard? You pick it up and look at it. Now, the same is true of you as the person doing that with their discard, because let's say that you have a tamatoa in hand. If you want to know if you have the items to be able to bring them back, you now have to touch your discard too. So it does work both ways a little bit. It's just information, right?
And that's something I think can be both beneficial, like you were saying, and your opponent, something that they can be mindful of, but you can always at any time look at your discard pile if you need to. So
Absolutely.
Those are things that you should be aware of as a player, just the odds of you getting into the next card that you need in order to help you finish out the game.
And sometimes, like, fanning it out, especially at certain points in the game, saves you mental energy from having to remember all the cards, because you can just look, right? And over a long tournament, in a single match that may not matter, but over a very long tournament, it can matter a ton. So start off with a 1-drop, in this case a broom, into the Forbidden Mountain, which is a slow but steady lore gainer. I expect that to gain at least 3 or 4 this game, especially being on the play from Ezekiel's side. It is very difficult to get off the table comfortably, at least for a little bit. What's our best case? We play a Scrooge maybe next turn, and then we Vitalosphere it. I'm not even sure that that's great of a line, but that's about the only way to get it out of the field soon. Assuming no Maui, of course, because Maui can always rumble it and bop it.
That's
Have you
something you
seen-
got to think about too. Is it worth me using my resources on this location when there could be something like a library later on, or who knows what other locations Ezekiel is playing right now?
I think that's how this red purple location deck gets you. Is you're like, oh, I don't really care that much about this medium location, and oh, there's this other kind of medium location, and then all of a sudden they've gained 8 lore over the course of the game, and that's not any different than like just a character that had quested that long that you just ignored. You know, that sets up red purple to be able to close out with goats now all of a sudden because they gained all this extra lore throughout the course of the game.
Yeah, that's dangerous to think about, because there have been times when I'm playing that I think about location, I'm like, oh, I can worry about that later, and then you realize later is kind of too late. It's already passed. It's for lore gain later.
Yeah, and I think Logan recognizes that, like, this is a lore gain battle, right? Red Purple is just trying to put things on the field, sticky, difficult to interact with threats, locations, characters that draw cards when they enter or when they leave, so that the interaction that you're using is just not good. It's just not at a high premium. So, like, you need to battle against just them gaining too much lore. I don't even know if Logan is playing any Mauis at all. Another fairy ship.
Wow, a Sisu and a fairy ship. That's
Pretty good run out for this turn. That's a lot of locations, and with no Maui, no Scar, no large rush character to sort of interact with what's going on here, this is a lot of lore pressure that we're just not dealing with very favorably at all. So we do have the ability to take out one of those locations this turn. As long as we ink, we can play this Scrooge, I believe, that we have in hand. I don't know, maybe that's a sail. Oh, that's worse.
yeah, I think that was a sail. That is.
That's worse. I thought that was a Scrooge. That would have actually been helpful here.
A Tamatoa. Man, and he has a big Sisu. Wow, a lot of big characters in his hand.
Are we thinking about... So here's what I think we might be considering is play Sail, draw a card, double ink, play Flaversham, draw 2 cards. Which is not awesome, given our options to ink. Our hand is bad, and we're not in a great spot here. But I think it's the only way for us to take out this Sisu and maybe still pressure the locations. Like, it would not surprise me if we have this Sisu swing into one of the Forbidden Mountains this turn, and then get 1 damage on it, and then next turn we shift Sisu with the intention of trying to just bop it for 5. Yeah, so we do double ink and play the Flaversham, draw 2 cards here. And it's just another Sisu. We just have 10 Sisus in hand that are not good here.
That
At
is
best,
tough.
At best, they're okay.
We can handle 1 or 2, but the third one is that's a lot of unink, and also when the board states like this with locations is tough. Those Sisus might just need to get played just to start swinging in.
Yeah, it is very likely that, if possible, that we're going to want to play this coil to take out the Sisu. I think we have too many cards in hand for this shift Sisu to actually deal with the... So we just opt straight up to shift it, and... Okay. Yeah, I think that's the line that we have, and maybe just ink Tipo here. Probably
Yeah.
not use the Flower Sham at all.
Yeah, at this point, those locations were already doing so much. The Sisu, not taking out any characters when you need to get rid of them is kind of what you have to do with how his hand's looking.
We could always just quest for one, but that feels kind of middling. I really want to use this Vital Sphere as a way to rush a character. Like, I almost feel like it's pretty important. We're just putting 3 damage onto the ferry ship. Okay. I don't love that, but I can understand the vision. For my money, I think I would rather have just challenged the Forbidden Mountain to put 1 damage on it, so that a follow-up Sisu... Oh, Dragonfire!
Oh my goodness.
That's real nice here, and now we don't have that Vital Sphere any longer to challenge at all.
Yeah, I like that Dragonfire here, especially when, I mean, Ezekiel's Inkwell, I haven't counted, but he's not ramping, so Dragonfire 1 of 2 of is pretty good when you just need to get rid of big characters that can challenge.
So
These
here was
locations are just eating him a lot.
a little awkward sequencing, I think. I don't know if it's going to matter a ton, but I don't really like inking the coil first and then casting the vision. And this is the same popsicle before doing other things when you have the ink, just for more information. If there was a better card to ink, which we know that there's only Sisus, ideally you should still vision first and then make your ink choice. So that is an awful lot of chip lore coming on from the other side. We can take out both of the locations this turn if we want. Are we just questing to play this? Maybe we don't have enough ink to do the Sisu plus the Vital Sphere. No, it looks like we only have 8, so we do need to quest here. We'll be able to take out the Forbidden Mountain as well as this Shernabog's followers. So we have Tamatoa play the Vital Sphere for free. We will cast our Big Sisu, run it out here, and challenge into the slightly larger of the 2 locations. Ink and pass, so up to 15 just from the ferry ship. A quick untap from Logan, feeling like there's a chance that the corner has been turned here. Challenge, go up to 5. I would have liked playing the popsicles before making those choices. Again, just more information.
Yeah, I see what you're saying on that, Jeebus. That I was trying to think of Logan's background in cards because he used to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And shifted over into Lorcana.
Is that
I
a
think he played DC
Scrooge?
deck building too.
Is that a Scrooge McDuck in hand? I think I would ink the Scrooge and just play the dime. Yeah, I think that's a respectable line here. There's a world where if you want to rely on this crab to be your carry, but it's more likely that that is what they were inking towards. So now you kind of just play out these Sisus and gain 3 until the game is over.
Wow, talk about taking a tough situation that Logan was in earlier with his hand and making the most out of what he has. And there's another Sisu.
And if it's not a Be Prepared off the top, it's pretty rough. So Diablo is a card, but a Diablo on its own is not necessarily a massive threat here. Now, I would say we certainly want to kill or banish the Diablo here if possible. We have a brawl to do that. We go up to 17 off the lucky dime. Banish that, they get to draw a card. And now it is rush or bust, and there's no rush, so that will be it for round 6, leading into round 7. Logan is undefeated here with this take on Ruby Sapphire sort of control. The Cuscos did a lot of work this game dealing with those libraries.
I am really impressed right now, not only with Logan's gameplay, the way he was able to manage the board state at where he is at with what he has in his hand, but also with Ezekiel. I mean, he's 5-0 with this Ruby Amethyst locations list. We kind of saw how those locations, when you have multiples of them, even though they're low and they just gain you one turn, can really chip away. And like you were saying earlier, Jeebus, you're still playing the Amethyst bounce package, so you have the goats, you have things that can allow you to gain that free lore to finish off the game. So really a great match here in round 6 between Logan and Ezekiel.
Yeah, the fact that Cusco was able to deal with 2 libraries in the same game, normally the benefit of library is that it has 8 willpower, which is a lot. I mean, 8 is a big number. 7, even from the Queen's Castle once upon a time, felt like a lot, but it was more manageable. Breakpoint wise, 8 is just a lot. So you really need to either 2-for-1 yourself a lot of times, or have a card like this, which just straight up deals with it as a thing. But you're also developing a threat. So not only are you dealing with a big problem, you're also adding a reasonable threat to the board.
This has been a great round 6 here at Charles Collectibles Show's Lorcana 13K. And Jeebus, we really appreciate you and your analysis and your commentary that you've provided. It's been a really great tournament so far. We are going into round 7 here in just a little bit. It'll be the last round for today's tournament here Saturday. And tomorrow we will be live around 10 a.m. EST for rounds 8 and 9 of Swiss. And then we will cut into the top 8. We will have all of these tournament rounds up for you on YouTube later on this week, as well as the matches from our community pro, Zan Saeed, over on Katie, the Lumineers Inn, the Lore Keepers Inn. We're really excited to have Katie with us and the Lore Keepers Inn. She's over there commentating, I think right now with Wonderland and Clara. They've been providing some great coverage for Zan Saeed's games, and to kind of see his journey. I believe before round 6 he was 4-1 heading into it, and we'll have all of his rounds up on our YouTube later on this week as well for you to watch and to enjoy at your pleasure. Again, 20 Lore Pro, we will be live next weekend over at World Class Cards in Wisconsin for their Lorcana 10K weekend. 5K Saturday, 5K Sunday. So lots of Lorcana, lots of competitive tournaments here in set 7. Lots to go. We're going to see if we can go over to Zan's match and see if we can catch a little bit of their commentary. They might be done though. But let's see if we can swap over there and catch the action.
Great there, because we are at a point that anything can make a player win.
This game is insanely close.
Yes, even though Jose is at 17 and Zan at 7, do not trust the points as they are right now.
And Zan also has a crab in hand.
Oh, the
Questing
big time?
because of yep, he has a big crab in hand, 1 dime in play, 1 in hand, so that lets us crab, activate dime next turn, dime win. most likely, or just we're playing another dime, and then the next turn, crab double dime win. He just has to prevent Jose from winning. Oh, I mean, that's good and bad. That's really frustrating for Jose because he didn't get a draw card from the broom and a diamond play and that much lore. It is possible that he could have played a couple items and gone off, but we're gonna see that kind of happen now. You activated my trap card. You playing your own card. He's summoning a place so strong, it made my stream cut out.
I see Dan is kind of playing with his ink in a way to say, okay, playing for a certain amount. Okay, happy Tam.
So if it survives, it puts a dime into play, Tamatoa comes into play, puts 2 dimes, wins. Or we're just hard casting this time. We don't need it to come into play. We're just winning the game next turn. You're just in an illusion that you got something. That is not what Jose wants to be seeing. He wanted to go goat bounce, but I guess he still has the ink for it. Does he have the goat? Oh, well, I do believe that is game. Yep. Unfortunate for Jose, a goat there. Probably would have won it if he had the bounce.
Well, that was a formidable win for Stan. Like going into a matchup as Ruby Amethyst against Sapphire Steel, how it's not the matchup I've been used to play. Do you have better input as to how to feel?
What was that exactly?
How do you feel as either Ruby Amethyst or Sapphire Steel going into this specific matchup?
Well, I'm assuming if you're playing Amethyst Ruby that you assume your matchup is good. I don't think I would want to play it if I don't think I'd want to play any deck if I thought I had a bad matchup. It is possible that Jose has been beating up on players who are just not as good as Zan. So they are possibly doing lines that allow Jose to win. And as we saw, the games did look kind of close when they were close and were blowouts when they weren't. But that's just Lorcana, especially when you're putting free dimes into play. And so there could have been plays that Zan did differently that would have cost him the game. I mean, we'd even said that. I was just like, I think Zan is super far ahead. I don't think it's possible for Jose to win this. And it came down to Jose having a turn that he could have had the goat bounce win, and that's what his deck is geared to do. So it's quite possible that he knows what he needs to do to win, but Zan could be aware of that and prevents it from happening.
And we've seen in some aspect both players targeting the key value engines on both sides. And another thing I've seen is the start of game 2 that was like not necessarily the best on both sides. Like missing efficiency in terms of cards to play. Maybe they didn't draw the correct cards to be on curve. Those things can happen at the same time.
I ate food.
What?
I ate food. I'm back.
Oh, your voice was a little choppy, so I was confused.
Yeah, I'm gonna do something. So you guys just keep chatting, and then hopefully, actually, no, we're gonna all take a moment of silence for Ruby Amethyst, and I'm gonna do something, and you guys might say, "Oh
Moment
my
of
God, what
silence?
happened?" Yeah,
A
it's
moment
more
of
because
celebration?
it's because I have to do something. I have to exit and enter the Discord to hope that this Robo Katie stops. So, it's gonna be sad. Don't be scared, everyone. Please don't get scared. Okay.
She was just Robo Katie was jealous of Robo Breezy from the other day and was like, no.
All right, hello and welcome everybody to the final round here at the Charlie's Collectible Day 1, Round 7 of 9. The next 2 rounds will be tomorrow, followed by the top 8. First of all, everyone, thanks for joining us here on Twitch, YouTube, and if you're watching another stream, thank you for viewing as well. I'm Loaf, I'm here with Jeebus. How's it going, Jeebus?
You know, it's been going very well. We've had a pretty good mix of matchups today. Even some of the mirrors have had sort of different flavors, and it's always good to see strong players playing good games.
Yeah, so on stream here we have Sasuke, who was an original 20 lore Lorcana player. Seems like he took a bit of a hiatus, but he's back and he's at the top tables here at X1.
It's like on Sapphire Steel.
Yeah, paired up against Ruby Sapphire, which we've been seeing a lot of today. A lot of different versions running around and a lot of aggro at the top tables that we just haven't seen as well.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of the aggro decks running around, and it really does feel like some of these Sapphire lists just don't have the type of removal to deal with go wide sort of strategies, and that is probably serving them very well. So I think we'll see them quite a bit tomorrow.
Yeah, and we do also have on the right-hand side of the screen Hector from Southside Gaming representing at X1 as well, closing out day 1 strong.
All right, our Ruby Sapphire doing a 5-card altar here. Looks like maybe 5 for our Sapphire Steel as well. Now, these Sapphire decks, especially now that we have both Tipo and Sail, generally are able to have a much better inkable count than maybe they did in the past. They can afford to mulligan a little bit more looking for their ramp. So a strong altar to find that 2-drop ramp, send back any uninkables, any really high-cost cards that you want later, but not necessarily early on.
Yeah, I think we've seen that the consistency of these decks, along with the flexibility of our ink counts, cards that let you ink uninkables, really allows the altars to be much more flexible, much more friendly. You're really worried about just getting a good opening hand and progressing into the late game, which is what these decks do best.
Now this looks like Hector is on likely a shark flavor of Ruby Sapphire, given that we just saw a Pirate's Life be the first inkable. Runs out the Popsicle, pretty standard line, very good for Ruby Sapphire. Certainly exactly what they need. More so than, it's a lot less impressive when Sapphire Steel has the 1-drop, given that they have 8 of them instead of just the 4.
Well, and very fitting on the other side, we see Steel go into the Inkwell, a Fortisphere match the Popsicle, and Bell come on down.
All right. Sail into inking something here. Inking a Popsicle and running out Popsicle number 3. So that's 2 out, 1 in the Inkwell. 2 is a good number of Popsicles. It allows you to, if you're playing the Happy as a Clam new Tamatoa, that is the number that you would need to be able to get back. So,
yeah, and we are seeing 3 for 3 Popsicles to Fortisphere in this Steel Ruby matchup.
So, Sasuke not playing that Sail this turn is very indicative of an awkward draw. Likely just very low on inkables and needed to dig deeper to find something that is more reasonable to be able to play here, given that they just are not ramping.
Yeah, trying to get a good look in the hand. We do see Let It Go join the Inkwell and Pete come down.
Pete is certainly not the strongest turn 3 play that I've ever seen out of Sapphire Steel. Now, this does threaten to challenge into this Flaversham. to take it out, which we know that Sapphire Steel struggles a little bit to deal with the 1/6 body compared with, Ruby Sapphire. Ruby has plenty of tools to deal with a 1/6, whereas both Sapphire and Steel struggle a little bit. The chip damage sometimes needs a 2-for-1, or in this case, a pair of 3/3s can take one out, but Hector just opting to simply cast another one and leave them both unexerted.
Yeah, and I really like this play from Hector because, to your point, these unexerted Hyrums are in very little danger and will require multiple cards to be dealt with. Here we see Let the Storm Rage On, get 2 damage on the first Hyrum.
And it looks like it's maybe going to be Zeus plus... No, we just play a Hyrum of our own. Okay, there is a Zeus in hand, so that was an option to take one out, but opting just to draw a card and then cast our own Flaversham here.
Yeah, and in playing these matches yourself, how do you feel staring down the Hyrums when there isn't an active item in play? We've seen 3 popsicles inked or played in this case. Some cards to consider would be how far I'll go, but how threatening are these Hyrums, do you think?
It is very easy to get items back, certainly with the new Happy as a Clam. That allows you to go find 2 items, so having targets for them is not unmanageable anymore. However, once they already have 2 Flavershams out and they're willing to just cast them, like we had a Flaversham already in play with the ability to quest to draw the 2 cards, and they opted to just play another one, which means that they likely even have a third copy. They're just trying to get rid of this glut of Flavershams in their hand. I would not worry about them at all, because I just don't feel like we have the luxury of worrying about them that much. Now, that being said, it's not like Strength is an amazing card in this matchup. Often, by the time that the bigger characters are coming down out of the Ruby side, you're going to not have a big board. You're really not going to have enough characters in play to, say, Strength a Sisu. You need 4 characters in play, like this Flaversham would be taken out if it was a Sisu or a Shift Sisu line in this case. So that is probably one of the less powerful cards, especially in this matchup. It is inkable, so that is another consideration, but if you are trying to threaten the Flavershams, if you think that is a high priority, then I think double casting or double singing it in this case is probably fine.
Yeah, and Hyrum taking these early hits from Strength of the Raging Fire, Let the Storm Rage On, it makes it much more likely for your Tamatoa Happy as a Clams to survive. I mean, there's always the option of Zeus, but limiting the removal options from Sasuke's side and setting up for a better endgame is really where Hector's looking to be, and we see a brawl just to deal with the opposing Hyrum.
Yeah. From the Ruby side of this matchup, you essentially want to make every Flaversham... I mean, this is just the case in almost all of these Sapphire-type mirrors. Any sort of Flaversham battle. You want Flaversham to be able to draw 2 cards, and 2 cards exactly. It's the one that is the enters battlefield, comes into play trigger, right? We've played Flaversham, we banished 1 item, and we drew 2 cards. You want to get rid of it immediately. And almost every Ruby card in your deck has the ability to do that. So as soon as it comes down, you get rid of it, problem solved, you limit the card advantage that they're getting, at least out of that avenue. We're in an okay spot from Hector's side. We have not used a lot of our cards, we still have a pretty big grip, and they're only at 3. There has not been a lot of lore gaining going on, and we still have this Flaversham. If we just play the Happy as a Clam that's in our hand, play an item, we can quest and cash it in for another 2 cards. It looks like we might be what we're doing right now. This is why we wanted exactly 2 popsicles, because you can always banish them for essentially any reason if you want. And this allows us to now, pick up some additional cards if we want.
Yeah,
It
and
sort
there
of
is that
depends.
tamatoa, like you called out. And
Yeah.
I like the way Hector's sequencing this. He's looking at the most cards possible before making his ink decision. He's really just playing very crisp this entire game, and it's no wonder he's sitting here at X1.
Those are some pretty good cards to pick up here. Now, Hector's list appears to be pretty interesting. So it does have the Pirate's Life and, you know, the Happy as a Clam, which we would expect. But there's not a lot of room for a ton of 6-drops in this deck, right? You can have some Pirate's Life, some Sharks, some, you know, Tamatoa, Happy as a Clams, but eventually you're going to sort of run out of room for more 6-drops, right? I wonder what the number choice was on these different cards. You know, if we have a lot of Maui Sharks, if we just have a couple of them. There's the Zeus taking out the Tamatoa. Not a big surprise, actually. It is pretty common now, I think, for Zeus to be the major removal that Steel has for that card, being a 4/5. Now we see today our first workshop. Well, we did see one briefly in the second matchup area, but the workshop is a very, very powerful card in these matchups.
Yeah, especially with a lot of the items coming into play for free or coming to play for very cheap. This is a engine all on its own, and honestly, Hector B-prepping here gives
Isn't that
Sasuke some
bad?
breathing room and allows him to potentially draw some cards this next turn.
It really doesn't hurt Sasuke that badly. I mean, there weren't that many characters in play, but it's kind of what Hector has to do to keep pace with what's going on here. I wonder if Sasuke is playing an Oswald list and we just have not seen Oswald yet.
Yeah, there is.
Well,
the
pre-inking
potential
there
for
makes
that.
it kind of unlikely, at least not in hand anyway.
And was that an ink and pass that we just saw from Sasuke?
I think so. Ugh. Don't like that. I wonder what's in hand if we're just doing ink pass. We have a lot of cards in hand. A couple of items, too. I wonder.
Taking a look at the discard pile for Sasuke, I do like how Hector has been playing this. The Be Prepared, although it wasn't a substantial board that Sasuke had, we do see an extra copy in Hector's hand, and sometimes just getting 7 ink, you know, sunk into your game.
Looks like there's a Zeus, and an 8-drop Tamatoa in hand. Unsure what else, though. But having a hand of removal and 8-drops certainly would make sense, given just the do nothing and pass. Certainly, if we had any item, maybe other than exactly Lucky Dime, because we want to draw a card with it, we would have probably done that. Oh, we have a Bell as well, so that makes sense. So we're going to go grab Fortisphere, and then now next turn we are set up to be able to follow up the likely cleared Tamatoa with drawing a handful of new cards. And especially since Hector has not really progressed the board state to an, huge amount of pressure, we probably have time to draw a few cards and rumble in the game. Now, if our Sapphire Steel player does not have anything like Aerial or multiple dimes, this is still going to be a pretty tough battle, given that, Sisu can take out a lot of the threats, especially with the coil. There's multiple coils. Almost any threat can be pretty easily dealt with. Again, this is just a single coil ink to deal with the Tamatoa. That's kind of rough. It allows them to develop a little bit. I wouldn't imagine cracking this coil to draw cards. We have plenty of cards in hand. Yeah, we're going to leave it in play. Nope, opts to draw the cards. Okay.
Yeah,
Perhaps because we have another one?
Yep.
Yeah.
We had
Just
the
looking
backup.
for another ink. Ops to Inca Flaversham, again, we have plenty of cards in hand, so... Alright, draws a card, decides to draw another card. Probably going to run up that same play again. Draw a card, draw a card. Looks like we ripped a Scrooge, so we're likely going to be able to cast that. Do this, draw a card. Let's tap, exert 4 items to play a Scrooge. Look at the bottom 4 cards of the deck and rearrange them in any order.
That must be the play we've seen most this weekend, I think. The Scrooge and...
That happened a lot when Ariel, the song Singer 5 Ariel, that also happened a lot. It was look at some cards, put them on the bottom, gain no value out of it, It's fine. It gets value often enough that it's still a worthwhile card to play, but it is a very similar type of feeling when you brick. It hits probably just as often as it misses. But it also was cast for free, so I think they'll survive.
Yeah, so we do have Hector developing that wide board that Sapphire Steel has trouble dealing with. We've got the Coil online for any future threats, and I'm curious to see what kind of engine Sasuke has in his deck that could bring him back from this. I mean, this is the first Maurice's Workshop we've seen, so he can filter through his deck tremendously quick, but the clock has been set by Hector, and
all right,
there's not
so
many turns left for Sasuke.
What we're seeing here is leveraging the amount of cards in hand in combination with the Sapphire Coil to, drink the Scrooge, run out a big Sisu to put more pressure on the board. Even the small Sisu here is a nod to likely, Hector's played this matchup all day and has realized that they just don't have in Sapphire Steel a great solution to the problem of they got a bunch of things in play. They're not playing swords, they're not playing Tinkerbells, Bagheeras, really anything that can deal with a wide board. So if you just play a handful of things and then just keep questing with them, that's good enough a lot of the time. They do sort of play like a combo deck in some aspects where they can like run out a crab, use the crab, the happy as a clam to put a dime into play, use that dime with a freshly played large tamatoa just to gain a lot of lore kind of out of nowhere. And we have a lot of items in play to angle towards that. Zeus taking out one of the bigger threats, which was that Sisu.
Yeah, a pretty good turn from Sasuke, but it might be a little too late. It does feel like the Coil is online. And there's that Maui Shark you were talking about, and I agree with you. I'm interested to see the numbers of this list.
I think that there's another shark in hand as well. I mean, the Happy as a Clam really doesn't need huge numbers for it to be a good card. It's still something that when you draw it is going to pick up a couple of cards, on turn 5 or 6, but it'll also do it on turn 9 or 12. Just runs out double shark.
Yeah, and I have a feeling Medusa's
and
about to be singing
Let It Go, which is just as problematic as anything here. It gains 2 lore immediately, quest out, gain another 3, and this looks pretty over. Yeah,
to pick him up. Now, in between games here, who do you think is winning the flavor war? On Sasuke's side, we had the Karibos constantly switching between attack and defense mode.
True.
Whereas Hector, I believe, One Piece sleeves?
I would have to look at them again, but I thought that was My Hero Academia. But I could be wrong. Wasn't looking too close at the sleeves. Yeah, that's definitely My Hero Academia. So, is it the anime sleeves or the anime / Yu-Gi-Oh run out? You know, it's tough. One's a little more modern, I would say. And the other one is a callback to simpler times, perhaps. I generally
Sasuke coming back from those earlier sets, bringing some old friends with him.
Yeah, I generally tend to err on the side of any picture sleeve is where I would lean towards. And the only reason for that is it makes using those as your inkwell much easier to identify just in general what the face-up part of your deck is. You know, are your things tapped one particular direction, etc.
Right.
So I usually err towards some sort of sleeves with art on them. I've been using some older Disney licensed ones that I like quite a bit.
We've got some lore coming from the Twitch chat. Apparently, Hector went away from the anime sleeves, but a 1-2 start swapped him right back.
Makes sense. Why change what's working, you know? Alright, a quick alter here. Another 5 cards from Sasuke.
Yeah, and like you called out in that first game, I'm curious to see if we will see Oswald potentially this game. Another engine along with Maurice's workshop that can really accelerate the Sapphire Steel colors to a really explosive draw. We saw pretty much everything but.
Yeah, Oswald in the first week or two of set 7 really had a lot of popularity. I think because players maybe didn't have a lot of answers for them at the time, so then you get an Oswald or two in play, you ink, twice in a turn and flip up 4 cards or whatever. It can go pretty crazy. But I feel like now there are a lot more answers that players are more willing to hold on to out of respect for a card like that, because it definitely can just steal a game pretty easily.
Yeah, and here we see another Force Sphere on 1 for Sasuke.
You can get Fishbone Quill. I appreciate the thought of immediately inking a Flaversham and then realizing, oh wait, I'm going to need that to win. Goes back to it anyway. Inks happy as a clam. I think it's fine. I see why Hector was considering getting rid of the Flavershams. There are no popsicles, which makes it certainly a lot worse.
Sasuke starting with the traditional 1-2 here.
Fortisphere into Tipo. This is the classic from a couple of sets ago. And now with the third, is that the third Flaversham? With the third one, I would say it's probably likely that one will get inked here. People of our own, or are we going to go with Sail? I think it's Sail to draw a card to dig a little bit deeper to look for items, potentially. Ton of visions. Yeah. That visions is probably going to come out at some point here to dig, looking for, likely a popsicle. That would really unlock a lot of Hector's hand.
Yeah, this reminds me to Logan's game a couple of rounds ago, where these Hirams aren't having an immediate impact on the game, but if the game goes long enough, he's got plenty of insurance to ride out the rest of the game.
Yeah, and that's why it's sort of making sure that you have like the resources available to be able to take care of a Flaversham, it's not very hard for them to run away with the game if you don't respect that it's a card. So we did find a Vital Sphere. We get to use our turn 4, or turn 3 in this case, our 4-ink turn, to run out a Sisu, take out that opposing Flaversham, which, especially out of the Sapphire Steel deck, is even more dangerous because they have so many of the 1-drop items that draw you another card. Second Flaversham is problematic for us here.
Yeah, so both players are down a Hiram, one in the Inkwell for Hector, one in the discard for Sasuke. I would expect us to see Hector play his first onto the board.
If Hector has an answer to Flaversham, I would suspect that it's going to get used over playing a Flaversham here. So we're going to start with Visions, which I think is likely looking for either, in this case, possibly just that Sisu, or a Popsicle to set up for the following turn. I'm thinking that this Pirate's Life is going to get sent to the Inkwell. The Sisu is going to get played this turn,
look like
probably.
The hand for Hector was B Prep, Pirate's Life, Hiram.
Yep, there's the Sisu. We'll ink this Pirate's Life. Play the Sisu out, quest for 1. And hopefully there's not a third Flaversham, though Happy as a Clam would also be a bit problematic here because we just don't have a good answer to it right away. And it does have 2 items to get back right out of the gate. That is the third Flaversham. Bit unfortunate. So I don't believe that Hector currently has any clean answers to a card like that in hand. Obviously, Be Prepared is not really a great solution to this problem. Which means that more than likely, Sasuke is going to get to draw a lot of cards with this Flaversham.
Yeah, we do have a How Far I'll Go being the draw for turn.
Is that a Brawl and not a Be Prepared?
It does appear to be a Brawl, yes.
If it's a Brawl, we'll probably be alright here.
I mean, surely you can't have a 4th, right?
Surely there can't be a 4th. Deciding to just allow some additional card draw to maybe play a catch-up. One of these Brawls is going to go to the Inkwell, setting up Shift Sisu, or even just a hardcast Sisu, depending. I mean, look, I get it. We don't really have much that we can send to the Inkwell here, and if the play is just Brawl your thing, say go, that is not great when your opponent already has 8 cards in hand.
Yeah, both players choosing to progress the board here at a steady pace.
Look at the
Falling
bottom 4
behind
cards of
seems
our
to be
library.
The nail in the coffin for these Sapphire decks.
Run out a Fishbone Quill, use the Fishbone Quill, and probably immediately draw 2 cards with it. That makes sense to me. May as well use the Flaversham while you got it. We're working on the assumption that it's not long for this world.
Yeah, the foreshadowing is for sure here. As I believe we did pick up that big Sisu on the previous turn.
So unfortunately, we don't have enough to play the coil, ink, and then do the Sisu, which is what the ideal line would be for us. It is possible that what we're going to do instead is just sing with our Flaversham and do How Far I'll Go. And then we'll just shift a Sisu this turn. And then next turn we have an additional shift line if we want, but we also still can do the coil shift line or just cast one. Gives us a little bit more options, a little bit more information to work with here as well. All right, so we do have the shift. Now, this Sisu does not have evasive. So if we opt to quest, then we are offering the trade with the Scrooge McDuck here, which I think is okay. Because it sort of protects the Flabbersham a little bit. And we don't really care that much about this big Sisu. We just need to catch up on cards a little bit. So
Yeah,
here's the Zeus.
I would opt for the trade as well, seeing as the Zeus is likely to be in the hand after drawing so many cards.
Yeah, they have a lot of cards. Like, we don't have the luxury of being slow with what we're doing. I think we kind of just have to commit to being okay with getting a little less advantage out of our stuff. But we can collect our 3 lore and at least get to the point of maybe closing out the game. So they decide to Tamatoa, Popsicle. And now it's on Ruby Sapphire to figure out how to not just lose to this crab. Now, it's not like Sasuke has a ton of items in play, especially for Sapphire Steel, but we know the reason why. It's because they've Flabbershammed 4 times this game already.
Yeah, looks like Hector is about to start doing coil stuff. Question
Now,
is if he can get rid of this Tamatoa this turn, or...
Yeah, it depends on if we have either a Medusa or double coil or something like a How Far I'll Go. Because it really needs to be some combination of those in order for this to work. Now, it does look like, I believe that's a Let It Go. I would not be surprised if instead we're just going to let it go the Tamatoa. I think we're going to draw first, which is a little scary because it means that we don't have our coil anymore. But there are happy as clams in the deck somewhere, so we can find it again. Is that an ice block? Nope, that's just the Let It Go. Right. And then we run out the Vital Sphere, get in for our 1 with our Sisu. Now, notably, Hector is at 9. So, despite the, sort of lack of card advantage compared to what, Sapphire Steel's working with here, there's been a lot more lore pressure going on.
Yeah,
obviously,
mentioned when we shifted the big Sisu, the human Sisu, this 3-drop, has evasive, and it's just ticking away every single turn. It is easy to remove, but not by challenges on the side of Sasuke.
If Sasuke is playing Storm, which we saw strength in the first game, but if they're playing Storm, I would expect one to come down at some point to zap it. It's possible that they never drew one, but if at any point we've got one, I would imagine that's what's going to take care of it. All right, double ink, 1 for sale, 1 for not sale. There is a Storm in hand. Just opts to put 4 damage and then send it back. All right, now this is the Ruby turn to be able to clean up the board again and still continue to develop the board. Now there is another pretty clean answer to the crab, at least, in the coil, as long as we have enough cards to work with. Goes up to 10. Draws 2 cards. I think that makes sense here. The Vital Sphere, we don't really have enough resources to be able to be trading our characters with the Vital Sphere as well. We kind of need the cards more. We have enough ink to run out the popsicle first to get more information. Alright, so we do have a big Sisu.
Like we have options to remove the tamatoa here, which has to be the priority for Hector in these situations.
I would think so. I don't believe that we have the ability to remove both. However, it should not be particularly difficult to remove at least one. I think debating on whether or not the shift makes more sense or just using Brawl here. Certainly want to keep that Flaversham, assuming the one that's in play right now is going to be taken out.
Yeah, Hector keeps fighting with his inner demons to ink this Hiram each turn.
I mean, I get it. The Maui could have taken out the Scrooge, but I don't think Scrooge is the real issue here. Yeah, now it's do we Brawl or do we be more ink efficient and just shift? I think, honestly, I'm happier with a Brawl. But I can appreciate the shift line. Just to get in more lore. But this does take our clock away with our evasive here.
I'm curious if Hector's logic here is protecting the Hiram from a challenge, you know, offering up the Sisu, saying, hey, you can take this Sisu, but I'll draw a couple more cards.
Sure. I could absolutely see that. Now, with only 2 willpower remaining, there are plenty of ways in Steel to deal 2 damage. I don't think it makes sense to banish the Popsicle to heal 2 here, because it doesn't really protect it from much. It protects it from some things, but like the challenge is still there. I just don't think it's worth losing a Popsicle over. I would rather just hold it for the Flaversham that we have in hand still.
And Scrooge McDuck giving Sasuke a look at the bottom 4 cards of his deck, as the card seems to do.
Does, of course. Couldn't imagine it any other way. We've only done that, like, 4 times this match already. Opts to heal nothing to be able to get a Popsicle back so that our Tamatoa can draw us a card. And another Haymaker. It's kind of just Haymaker after Haymaker. And this is one of the benefits of Sapphire Steel. It has so much card draw that it's able to keep deploying these big threats, and especially without multiple coils in play, Hector's just running out of resources to be able to deal with them without spending something like a Be Prepared.
Yeah, and we do see that Be Prepared comes out, but now is the clean slate for Sasuke. He can do whatever he wants to get ahead, and Dime plus Pete is the choice.
And gain 1. Now, I don't know if the Pete itself is something that you particularly care about. It does allow you to protect your Dime from something like Hideaway. It does not save it from something like Cusco, but it does make Hideaway not an out. It limits some of the options from Hector's side. How far I'll go, obviously, being cut off. Yes, it stops Be Prepared, but it's unlikely that Be Prepared would be cast to take care of a Pete here. Pirate's Life is another thing that kind of gets cut off. This would have been an okay turn to cast it. It's possible that what we're going to see is just a Shark.
So that's 13 ink on the side of Sasuke. I believe Hector was asking just to see what options his opponent had available.
Here goes another Maui. Run out the Shark. Maui is good and also not so good in a matchup like this. There are a few times where it can take something out, but most of the cards, you really want them not to be in play as long as it would need for them to be turned sideways. If they're questing, it's generally not great for you anyway. So this takes out the Flaversham with the Hades. And then the Shark gets hit with a Zeus. While normally reserved for Happy as a Clam Tamatoas, it does work just as well on Shark as it did in the previous sets.
Yeah, and we had a perfect ink there to activate the dime on top of all that, bringing Sasuke to 9, closing the gap on Hector here. And with, what is that, 7 items in play?
There's a lot with a lucky dime, so I believe it would be the third Tamatoa, would be a pretty big gain of lore, almost enough if they have another item to just finish it. Quite do the math on it, but if nothing gets removed from the board, it wouldn't surprise me if that just closes it out.
We do see a Tala coming down, and I don't think Hector's seeing the cards he's looking for at this moment.
Alright, got Tala. Tala gave us a Visions here. I believe that this is a Medusa. Medusa taking out Hades. Also another classic. Here's our Sapphire coil issue. We don't have infinite cards, so this coil is getting much worse. So we play a Tipo as a body, ink nothing, with the intention of adding additional lore pressure to the board.
Oh,
because
and
with
wow,
this
ink's
dime,
going sideways. Oh,
oof, that's a second one. And I believe that that is the last card in hand. So that was a dime off the top for Sapphire Steel. Really, at this point, it's can you get to 20 this turn? And if not, is there a crab on top? Or a Sisu?
Yeah, Vision's making it likely for Hector to find an answer here. It does look like a 2-turn clock, though, so Sasuke might have 2 peaks at the top of the deck.
I would say that it is more likely that they're going to want to try and shore this up this turn. I wouldn't want to give them... I would think that Hector's trying to set it up so that it's just one more turn. Yeah, so here's a Shark. So then if the Pete quests, it is rough, or if there's any additional actions like this, how far I'll go, does gain us an additional 1. So if one of those is a Pirate's Life, couldn't tell if that was double B prep or a Pirate's Life and a B prep. I suspect we'll take out the Pete then if it's not. If it is Pirate's Life in hand, I would expect the Tipo and the Medusa to sing Pirate's Life here. It is Pirate's Life. So I'm imagining that we... Oh, right, we don't need to use both of them. We only need to use one. Sorry, I forgot she costs 6. So long since we've seen a Medusa in play that forgot she can just sing it. So it's this, then we'll challenge, put 1 damage, and then we'll go up to 18. And it's still the same if it's a crab, it's over. Yeah. It's still kind of the same, like it really doesn't matter. It's either you win this turn or you just hope that you dodge a 3. Like there's multiple crabs. If they have aerial, that would be an option.
Yeah, players seeming to opt out of aerial. Well, a couple.
It does not look like there was an aerial.
These players.
Yeah, I saw Sasuke flip through the list a little bit. There was no aerial in there, so it was essentially a couple of dimes or kind of bust there. Once the Shark came down and the Pirate's Life.
Yeah, we saw Cogsworth here on the screen enter the Inkwell a couple times for Sasuke. I'm sure that shored up a few of the aggro matchups. I think we saw Let It Go on both sides.
The Let It Go, generally very good. The Cogsworth, certainly not for this matchup, but it's very good in the mirror. given that all of the removal that Steel has to offer is generally pretty terrible when there's a Cogsworth in play. Giving that one resist makes all of your characters just survive effectively everything. At best, you're trying to 2 or 3 for 1 yourself to remove anything. We've been seeing a lot of Hades this weekend, which I like quite a bit.
Yeah, Hades has been the top end tech for a lot of these Sapphire Steel matchups, letting them take care of, it's their version of Maleficent Dragon. We saw the downside in that last game where Medusa was able to just take it out on the back.
Yeah, but being that it only costs 7, it certainly helps a lot. It's very castable at 7 and is a good removal plus threat. It helps increase your density of characters for something like Lucky Dime. As we saw towards the end there were 2 dimes in play, but essentially no characters. So something like Hades over perhaps Let It Go or just another removal spell, it's a character as well. So it allows you to sort of double dip a little bit. Even if it is a little more vulnerable to things like Medusa, though Medusa has kind of fallen out of favor. Coil plus perhaps a Sisu or a Brawl is what you would expect to see a little bit more frequently, I would think. But not in this case. The Medusa looked pretty good there.
Yeah, congratulations again to Hector here, winning in round 7. This is the final round of Swiss for today. So if you want more Lorcana action, join us here tomorrow, 10 EDT. We will have 2 more Swiss rounds, round 8 and 9, followed by the top 8. You won't want to miss it. Jeebus, it was great casting with you today, and we will see you tomorrow.
Yeah, bright and early.
along with 2 fishbone quill and 2 popsicle to round this up. So Zan just drew a bell off the Daisy Duck questing. As it is right now, Hector has a Gaston singing Whole New World, and we have a Bianca that can do something more in the turn. And both players have a fresh new hand of 7 cards, and I bet they are looking at those
They
cards
count it.
closely.
Yeah, we're at 1, 2, and they're gonna do it again, which is an interesting thing here. Now, this is very interesting. So something that me and Clara have seen many, many times is Zan draws and draws and draws off of this deck. He is digging and drawing, and so this Whole New World plan is very interesting to me because a few times this weekend, well, last weekend for sure, we said, is he gonna run out of cards? So I'm wondering if that was on purpose here to get him where he knew that he could not draw more cards. And if he won based on being, as they call it, decked or milled, basically, if you get to 60 cards and you still have, or if you go to draw a card and you have none left, you lose. And so we do know that Zan has been drawing just a spectacular amount of cards. So you'll hear the term deck out, milled. All of it means that Hector went to draw cards and could. Zan went to draw cards and he could not draw the cards necessary. Are you surprised to finally see that? I've wondered if that's going to happen, but we have not seen it. And I wonder if it was intentional, and it feels like it was.
Yeah, I think Zan got milled out. Yeah, that was game 1.
That's a spectacular end to game 1. I mean, and it's crazy because, I mean, if you think about it, milling someone out, decking someone out, getting them to not be able to draw cards anymore is hard to do in most scenarios. But when you have a deck like Zan's, where you're constantly trying to get more cards, I've said many times, it looks like he's doing a deck check on his mat because you see all of his cards on the board, where suddenly maybe that's now the people are seeing through the meta is, hey, if you're playing against a deck like Zan's, just keep playing a Whole New World and they're gonna run out of cards and you won't.
At the same, yeah, in the chat, there is a comment saying Hector showed the 3rd Whole New World.
And he said it's coming.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Man.
So there was nothing to be done here. But it was done really quickly, so we missed it.
Yeah. But it's not surprising. I think, yeah, I mean, this deck draws a spectacular amount of cards and just keeps recycling them over and over again. So even after you're like, okay, I'll just put them in my discard, you keep playing them, but then you're still digging through your deck. So he got 3 Whole New Worlds played on him, and then the 4th just menacing in his hand was enough to say, let's go to game 2, because as you can see, we just wrapped up game 1. I believe they got a time extension, so they don't really have to worry about the rules causing them to run out of time necessarily, but they don't want to tie. They want to win this match, and so it's in their best interest to keep playing and get somebody to have the win at the end of this day. And yes, to Virgie 19, they are both 6-1, so they both would like to take home a win here if they could. Vibing.
Yeah,
Oopsie
yeah,
doopsie. Sorry. Thank you. I knew it was something in 1. My goodness. Yes, playing for 6-1. And like we mentioned before, this will be the last. And I'm going to go put the ad here so it doesn't start in the middle of the round. I know you might, well, is it better to do it now or wait until the things get going? It's stressful. Now. Okay. We'll just do it. So we'll catch people up. These are the most exciting parts. But for people that are still watching, it's a classic. It's a Daisy Duck. Now, Zan has not played anything but sail here. He played a sail. He inked. He played a sail. So Zan's got a very, very slow start here. But he is on the play. So, and we do know that the momentum can turn very fast in this direction.
Yeah, it could be setting up for a turn. It could be setting up for a turn 3 Scrooge McDuck to counteract anything on the board.
wondering if this name is right. I've heard a few people be like, is this Hector? Is this Hector? And now I am like second guessing myself. So let me look and see. So he's playing against Heck 400. So the person in the chat being like, is this actually Hector? I mean, the person is Heck something. So I think it's possible there's just two Hectors in the world, which could happen. There's Hectors all over the place. But I do the conspiracy. This is the second time someone in the chat has made me go, I don't know. I think it's Hector. All right. Are people back? No, they have 12 seconds. And then we can do the quickest recap. What a conspiracy. Are there two Hectors? The answer is yes. And 3, 2, 1. People are back. Did they miss anything exciting, Clara?
Not really.
No.
We got the third 3 fishbone quill.
Burger in that daisy. Ooh, that feels good. Not for Zan. Feels bad for Zan. Because Zan really would love an Along King Zeus. Yeah, the word Hector doesn't sound real anymore. It's real, I promise. There's one right in front of you. And the Troubadour. Ooh. Wow. Well, that's not the worst thing to draw a card. You sing it on yourself, which is not fun, but he does have resist 1, so. And Zan has nothing on board right now. No singers, nothing, so he'd have to hard cast any song he sings.
So I'm wondering, the singing of the Storm Rage on the Troubadour to ink a Gaston and play our Aerial. But is it that Hector had the Aerial and only uninkables? And didn't want to play the Aerial? To ink?
I mean, it makes me think, yeah, he needed to get some ink in his hand. He's like, well, this Troubadour, if I have Aerial, then I have another singer. So that does make me think he's just trying to get... now, did he hit off of that, looking for a song?
I think he did hit something.
You'll have to bear with us. We've been watching this match for a while, so if our brains sound frazzled, it's because they are a little bit. Alright, so let's see here. Let me make sure my card...
So Dan played the Scrooge McDuck, and got the popsicle, banished the played the popsicle, banished it to play a bell, and then inked a card. We are pondering if using the fishbone quill or not, and we will do having 2 ink and pass turn. So I think we are setting up a lot of ink to respond to anything the whole new world might do.
Yeah, because now Zan has seen through the horrors of Whole New World. We see a World's Greatest Criminal Mind, but he goes for the strength here. To Nate, yes, this is game 2. Hector won game 1 through a very, very devastating mill out situation where Zan had to go ahead and concede because he ran out of cards. Yeah, and this inking a Pete is interesting here because, well, I don't know. It's hard because we know that Zan just got, or no, he didn't play Whole New World. Oh my gosh, I'm just so afraid of Whole New World that I can't stop thinking about it. So yeah, inking the Pete might not necessarily be the worst thing because ultimately clearing his board feels very good in this situation, knowing how much his board can get out of hand quickly.
So interestingly enough, we are dealing with the board. We are questing slowly but surely and denying any board presence to Zan, but Zan brings up a big tamatoa, a shiny tamatoa, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
And that is huge.
It is, but especially because we saw that there was a World's Greatest Criminal Mind. He said, I don't want it, and that would be quite helpful right now. But he can start whittling away because a Zeus plus a Storm Rage on, or, well, actually, no, that doesn't work. Still, he can start whittling away, but yeah, it takes a lot more work now than it did when he had just a simple song of World's Greatest Criminal Mind, but he did opt to get strength over that song when he played Ariel. Ooh, 2.
Double Zeus. Wow.
Ooh, that's all. He really didn't like that crab.
Well, the crab staying in on board means playing popsicle, popping the popsicle, and then replaying it again after the quest with the shiny tamatoa. So we are returning the popsicle to hand and then play the popsicle. It was done really fast here. Inking with the fishbone quill and passing turn. We're trying to get as much card draw and much resources, but I think Zan has no card in hand, right?
Which is kind of crazy. We have not seen that happen this day. He's been very, very filled with cards. So he's going through, he's like, what do I got over here? Because
the whole new world played means a whole new hand of 7 cards.
Yeah, 7. Count it again. 7. That's sorry.
Yeah.
No, it's just, you don't think about these things, but now they do.
Once you experience it, let me tell you, you double check and you become paranoid. Like, okay, 7, yeah, 7. You have 7, yeah, go, okay. So, oh my, it is character galore on Hector's side. It is big. With no characters on Zan's side, being able to go wide and maintain that advantage will be the winning point for Hector.
Hard, because I think something that's going to come up after today is the concept of tilting, and being tilted is not always like something that was done to you, but it can be really hard after a match like this. And so I'm not saying Stan is making any misplays. It looks like he's playing fine. But being in Zan's shoes after what just happened in that last match where a judge came over, they had to stop. This is the kind of match where it's hard because you just feel like, oh my God, you kind of feel like you just can't catch your breath. And Zan's a professional, so I think he's probably handling it very well and is probably not that stressed. But if I was in his shoes, this would just be hard. I'm on a featured match. This is game 2. This is the last game of the day. So we are looking here at, he's counting if he's at the Lorthal right now. Which 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So he is not, but we have seen that we've seen him ink a Cinderella deal stout-hearted. So he has to play in that thing where he knows that there's still several cards in Hector's hand, so he has to pretend that that's Cinderella could be stout-hearted.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9 of them.
Oh,
actually.
so I can't count.
Because
so
Daisy. Yeah.
So this is a very, very, very pivotal turn for Zan, and we just saw Hector have removal after removal. Trying to see which of these items do I want.
So we're taking a look at his hand, then at the 4 cards. I think there's a choice to be made, and Popsicle is chosen to probably have more card draw.
Yeah, as Forbidden Mountain just pointed out, I mean, the big difference here is there was no Hiram this game, and Steel Song just goes wider and wider and wider, and it's difficult. You have the spot removal, you have challenging, but obviously you can't if your character's just being played this turn, and then that spot removal, you run out of chances to play your character. So Zan just had a really rough start. I mean, he inked turn 1, played fail. He has right C the second turn. So I mean, he had a slow start and then just got completely this wall of fairy tale characters on the other side of the board from him.
So something has to go on the other side, and there was no character there at the beginning of the turn. In that case, we need to have an answer to at least something on board.
It's hard. I don't know. So he could get rid of a daisy. So he basically got some bells. Got enough characters out there to get rid of the daisy. Which, if that Cindy shifts,
There we go.
that was a game. And I don't know. I mean, yeah, he's double counting here, but that is what Steel Song can do. I mean, my goodness. Steel Song has been a contender in this game since set 1, and it is just because it is a very, very powerful mid-range deck, and it can be very, very, very powerful in the hands of a player that knows how to time some of these things. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and switch to me and Clara, and we'll do like a little debrief. But that was quite the match, so thank you to everyone for sticking with that. And if you have any questions, let us know. But Clara, that was crazy. What are your first thoughts? We're headed. That was the end of day 1, so we get to go lay in a dark room. Everyone's probably gonna lay in a dark room. But that was a Steel Song 2-0 after watching a lot of Sapphire Steel winning.
Yeah. Well, impressive wins on both times from Hector. We saw the mill opportunity that was taken beautifully. Also, we've seen Zan trying to defend himself against the widening of the board, and when you don't have a board to answer with because it has been answered at every step of the way, that's what happens. So beautiful games. Both players played to the top of their knowledge and skills, and that's what we want.
Yeah, it was intense and it was very exciting because it was definitely 2 players. Obviously, we had the judge call, so people, I am sure, will be tweeting. I can't wait to see that. But I also know that somewhere in the world, Joe has been activated. I just trust that whatever something people have questions, Joe was on Reddit somewhere, who's Googly Glimmers on most social media platforms. But yeah, so I would like to thank all the viewers that are still with us. We're going to chat a little bit more, but I know at this point people are like, I gotta go, I'm tired, and we're all tired. So I will say thank you for everyone who's followed. Make sure you go to Clara's channel. I know Clara will say, well, I'm not streaming a lot right now, but just go and subscribe or follow, so that way when she's going live, you get a notification. And then also hit follow here, because we're going to be going live tomorrow morning to finish us all.
Yeah, Katie, Clara, we want to thank y'all so much. Y'all finished out the match for us over on the main stream for 20 More Pro, and goodness, that was a game.
It was hard. It's one of those matches where you're like, I need to think about that. That was a lot, but it was very exciting play to see.
Well, I just want to thank y'all so much for being here with 20 Lore Pro. We're going to do a quick sign off for here. I know, Katie, y'all are still going to be streaming on your end, but for 20 Lore Pro, thank y'all so much for watching the main stream. We are going to be live tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. EST with rounds 8 and 9 of the Swiss, followed by the top 8. And then don't forget, next weekend is World Class Cards Lorcana 10K weekend. And the Lore Keepers in, Katie, Clara are going to be there. We're really excited to have them again. With 20 Lore Pro, we want to thank y'all so much for watching here today. Give us a follow. Give the Lore Keepers in, Katie, give them a follow. We want to thank them so much for providing excellent coverage for us as we watch Zan play. He is our 20 Lore Pro community pro. That means that we have been following his entire CCS journey from beginning to end. We'll see how he does tomorrow. And for the mainstream, we'll continue to have a mosh posh of players, the best around, along with Zan. But it should be an exciting time, especially as we go into the top 8. So thank you all so much for watching here on 20 Lore Pro. Katie, Clara, again, thank you so much.
Absolutely, and thank you guys again. Clara, do you want to drop your link tree? You just have it copy and paste it all the time, so that I'm trying to find mine. The reason I said like, do you want to drop yours is because I'm clicking really fast to try to get to mine because I'm like, I have it.
Getting to mine quickly right now, so here you have it.
Yay! And I mean, you're already on my channel. Wait a minute, my link tree's on my channel. You guys can find it. I'm not worried. You're gonna find me, and we're all gonna hang out.
Make it easier for them. They're tired. They're going to the dark room after.
Why? What a world.
On the production side, we'll make sure to get with y'all about doing some more sound checks for tomorrow.
Oh yeah, definitely. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank y'all so much.
So, all right. Well, I couldn't find it, and that's okay. Why can't I do this anyway? But yeah, today was very exciting. So we saw that. Let me look at the mail really quick. That's more important than finding my link tree. Tomorrow, you can tune in for 2 more rounds of Swiss, followed by 3 rounds of.
It's for you. Do you like it? Come on, Char.
down, but we see the Diablo taken care of with that Let the Storm Rage on, which feels pretty good because that Diablo could have very easily gotten out of control very fast. But, you know, go and we top deck another Diablo and say, hey, here's a second one. Why don't you try and answer it? So let's see what happened. Holy crap, 20 Lore Pro throwing in the raid. I guess CCS 12K is done for day one, and we're going to chill out and watch some Safari Zone collectibles. What started out as a 1K, we're now at 65 people, and it's turned into a 3K. So not quite a 12K, but for Delaware's first ever Lorcana event that is over a 1K, first ever 1K to turn into a 3K, we're feeling pretty good over here in Delaware. So for everybody that's joining, we do have Sizu on the right playing Green Steel. He is that's Freedom Gaming's Sizu, and on the left is one of our locals. He is playing Blue Steel. We saw some Oswalds earlier, but those have already been taken care of with a phenomenal start from Sizu. And we'll kind of see how he claws his way back into this game. We do know that Sizu is running a pretty interesting version. He is still on. He's more on that tempo variation where he does have morphs, so he has a lot of targets for the Shift Pete, but he also has the Beast Shift. He has Tinkerbells in here as well, and he goes to throw down another Diablo and say, hey, you've got to be running out of answers. You've got to be running out of songs. You're not drawing a lot of cards. Surely you can't answer this one. And we'll see how Shirley responds. I mean, he has... But yeah, this is just it. And he does have a Zeus in hand. And he does Zeus. That's 3 Diablos that have been dealt with now. But this is not like he's being able to answer those Diablos really well. But the problem is that his hand is down to one card and he's just running out of options. Now that Ursula coming down though, it represents an amazing opportunity because now he can sit here with that or the Pete, dealer's choice, right? It doesn't really matter which one you clear, except, well, oh my, and he has a second Zeus. The man has almost all the songs in his entire deck in that hand, and oh, this is just rough. Sizu can just not get anything to stick. It's just not what you expect. This is Blue Steel not necessarily seeing the hand they would normally like to see, but it's been a perfect hand nonetheless. This ability to just answer every single thing that Sizu is throwing down. Taking out the Pete, just trying to slow him down. He's almost in top deck mode. Surely it's not another song. But yeah, the man ought to be playing and there goes the Flaversham. So able to just start refilling his hand now. Just keeps getting worse and worse for Sizu. So many opportunities to find a way to claw back into it, just for it to completely be blown up every single time. So let's see how he responds. Can Sizu find a way back into it? We've seen Green Steel do it all the time. They're constantly able to claw their way back in one way or another. It's the power of that discard, the power of getting an Ursula 3-cost to stick. Lots of opportunities. Like I said, he is running the Tinkerbells, and we've already seen 2 Zeuses sung by our Blue Steel player. So probably doesn't run any more Zeuses. We've seen 2 Let the Storm Rage on and 2 Strengths. So he's running low. Lucky Diamond Oswald and only on 4 ink. So that's just it. This Blue Steel player has been able to answer every single thing that Sizu plays, but he's on 4 ink he can't even use Oswald next turn. He can play Oswald, but he doesn't even have a way to ink a card to trigger Oswald. And Katie coming in with the 42 raid. So I hope everybody that's joining from CCS, I hope you guys saw some awesome matches. I heard Zan lost a Steel Song, so way to go, Steel Song. I do not know what he was running today, but I do think Steel Song, in my opinion, has the best chance of beating that Blue Steel item deck. But I am biased. I love me some Steel Song. But thanks for joining, everybody. Hopefully I'm not